Chapter 25 of Framley Parsonage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 25, Non-Impulsive. It cannot be held as astonishing that last decision on the part of the giants in the matter of the two bishoprics should have disgusted Archdeacon Grantly. He was a politician, but not a politician as they were. As is the case with all exoteric men, his political eyes saw a short way only, and his political aspirations were as limited. When his friends came into office, that Bishop Bill, which as the original product of his enemies had been regarded by him as being so pernicious, for was it not about to be made law in order that other Proudies and such like might be hoisted up into high places and large incomes to the terrible detriment of the Church? That Bishop Bill, I say, in the hands of his friends, had appeared to him to be a means almost of national salvation. And then how great had been the good fortune of the giants in this matter! Had they been the originators of such a measure, they would not have had a chance of success. But now that the two bishops were falling into their mouths out of the weak hands of the gods, was not their success insured? So Dr. Grantly had girded up his loins and marched up to the fight, almost regretting that the triumph would be so easy. The subsequent failure was very trying to his temper as a party man. It always strikes me that the supporters of the Titans are in this respect much to be pitied. The giants themselves, those who are actually handling Pelion and breaking their shins over the lower rocks of Ossa, are always advancing in some sort towards the councils of Olympus. Their highest policy is to snatch some ray from heaven. Why else put Pelion on Ossa, unless it be that a furtive hand, making its way through Jove's windows, may pluck forth a thunderbolt or two, or some article less destructive, but of manufacture equally divine? And in this consists the wisdom of the higher giants, that in spite of their mundane antecedents, theories, and predilections, they can see that articles of divine manufacture are necessary. But then they never carry their supporters with them. Their whole army is an army of martyrs. For 20 years I have stuck to them, and see how they have treated me. Is not that always the plaint of an old giant slave? I have been true to my party all my life, and where am I now? He says. Where indeed, my friend? Looking about you, you begin to learn that you cannot describe your whereabouts. I do not marvel at that. No one finds himself planted at last in so terribly foul morass, as he would fain stand still for ever on dry ground. Dr. Grantly was disgusted, and although he was himself too true and thorough in all his feelings to be able to say aloud that any giant was wrong, still he had a sad feeling within his heart that the world was sinking from under him. He was still sufficiently exoteric to think that a good stand-up fight in a good cause was a good thing. No doubt he did wish to be Bishop of Westminster, and was anxious to compass that preferment by any means that might appear to him to be fair. And why not? But this was not the end of his aspirations. He wished that the giants might prevail in everything, in bishoprics as in all other matters, and he could not understand that they should give way on the very first appearance of a skirmish. In his open talk he was loud against many a god, but in his heart of hearts he was bitter enough against both Porphyrion and Orion. My dear doctor, it would not do, not in this session, it would not indeed. So had spoken to him a half-fledged but especially esoteric young monster cub at the Treasury, who considered himself as up to all the dodges of his party, and regarded the army of martyrs who supported it as a rather heavy but very useful collection of fogies. Dr. Grantly had not cared to discuss the matter with the half-fledged monster cub. The best licked of all the monsters, the giant most like a god of them all, had said a word or two to him, and he had also said a word or two to that giant. Porphyrion had told him that the Bishop Bill would not do. and he in return, speaking with warm face and blood in his cheeks, had told Porphyrion that he saw no reason why the bill should not do. The courteous giant had smiled as he shook his ponderous head, and then the archdeacon had left him, unconsciously shaking some dust from his shoes as he paced the passages of the Treasury Chambers for the last time. As he walked back to his lodgings in Mount Street, many thoughts, not altogether bad in their nature, passed through his mind. Why should he trouble himself about a bishopric? Was he not well as he was in his rectory down at Plumstead? Might it not be ill for him at his age to transplant himself into new soil, to engage in new duties, and to live among new people? Was he not useful at Barchester, and respected also? And might it not be possible that up there at Westminster he might be regarded merely as a tool with which other men could work? He had not quite liked the tone of that specially esoteric young monster cub who had clearly regarded him as a distinguished fogey from the army of martyrs. He would take his wife back to Barsetshire, and there live contented with the good things which Providence had given him. Those high political grapes had become sour, my sneering friends will say. Well, is it not a good thing that grapes should become sour which hang out of reach? Is he not wise who can regard all grapes as sour, which are manifestly too high for his hand? Those grapes of the Treasury bench, for which gods and giants fight, suffering so much when they are forced to abstain from eating, and so much more when they do eat, those grapes are very sour to me. I am sure that they are indigestible, and that those who eat them undergo all the ills which the Revalenta arabica is prepared to cure. And so it was now with the archdeacon. He thought of the strain which would have been put on his conscience had he come up there to sit in London as Bishop of Westminster, and in this frame of mind he walked home to his wife. During the first few moments of his interview with her all his regrets had come back upon him. Indeed, it would hardly have suited for him then to have preached this new doctrine of rural contentment. The wife of his bosom, whom he so fully trusted, had so fully loved, wished for grapes that hung high upon the wall, and he knew that it was past his power to teach her at the moment to drop her ambition. Any teaching that he might effect in that way must come by degrees. But before many minutes were over he had told her of her fate and of his own decision. "So we had better go back to Plumstead," he said, and she had not dissented. "I am sorry for poor Griselda's sake," Mrs. Grantly had remarked later in the evening, when they were again together. "But I thought she was to remain with Lady Lufton." "Well, so she will for a little time. There is no one with whom I would so soon trust her out of my own care as with Lady Lufton. She is all that one can desire." "Exactly; and as far as Griselda is concerned, I cannot say that I think she is to be pitied." "Not to be pitied, perhaps," said Mrs. Grantly. "But you see, Archdeacon, Lady Lufton, of course, has her own views." "Her own views?" "It is hardly any secret that she is very anxious to make a match between Lord Lufton and Griselda. And though that might be a very proper arrangement if it were fixed—" "Lord Lufton marry Griselda?" said the archdeacon, speaking quick and raising his eyebrows. His mind had as yet been troubled but by few thoughts respecting his child's future establishment. "I had never dreamt of such a thing." "But other people have done more than dream of it, Archdeacon. As regards the match itself, it would, I think, be unobjectionable. Lord Lufton will not be a very rich man, but his property is respectable, and as far as I can learn his character is on the whole good. If they like each other, I should be contented with such a marriage. But I must own I am not quite satisfied at the idea of leaving her all alone with Lady Lufton. People will look on it as a settled thing when it is not settled, and very probably may not be settled, and that will do the poor girl harm. She is very much admired. There can be no doubt of that. And Lord Dumbello—" The archdeacon opened his eyes still wider. He had had no idea that such a choice of sons-in-law was being prepared for him, and, to tell the truth, was almost bewildered by the height of his wife's ambition. Lord Lufton, with his barony and 20,000 a year, might be accepted as just good enough; but failing him, there was an embryo marquis, whose fortune would be more than 10 times as great, all ready to accept his child! And then he thought, as husbands sometimes will think, of Susan Harding as she was when he had gone a courting to her under the elms before the house in the Warden's garden at Barchester, and of dear old Mr. Harding, his wife's father, who still lived in humble lodgings in that city; and, as he thought, he wondered at and admired the greatness of that lady's mind. "I can never forgive Lord de Terrier," said the lady, connecting various points together in her own mind. "That's nonsense," said the archdeacon. "You must forgive him." "And I must confess that it annoys me to leave London at present." "It can't be helped," said the archdeacon, somewhat gruffly; for he was a man who, on certain points, chose to have his own way, and had it. "Oh no; I know it can't be helped," said Mrs. Grantly, in a tone which implied a deep injury. "I know it can't be helped. Poor Griselda!" And then they went to bed. On the next morning Griselda came to her, and in an interview that was strictly private, her mother said more to her than she had ever yet spoken, as to the prospects of her future life. Hitherto on this subject Mrs. Grantly had said little or nothing. She would have been well pleased that her daughter should have received the incense of Lord Lufton's vows, or perhaps as well pleased had it been the incense of Lord Dumbello's vows, without any interference on her part. In such case her child, she knew, would have told her with quite sufficient eagerness, and the matter in either case would have been arranged as a very pretty love match. She had no fear of any impropriety or of any rashness on Griselda's part. She had thoroughly known her daughter when she boasted that Griselda would never indulge in an unauthorised passion. But as matters now stood, with those 2 strings to her bow, and with that Lufton-Grantly alliance treaty in existence, of which she, Griselda herself, knew nothing, might it not be possible that the poor child should stumble through want of adequate direction? Guided by these thoughts, Mrs. Grantly had resolved to say a few words before she left London. So she wrote a line to her daughter, and Griselda reached Mount Street at 2 o'clock in Lady Lufton's carriage, which during the interview waited for her at the beer shop round the corner. "And papa won't be Bishop of Westminster?" said the young lady, when the doings of the giants had been sufficiently explained to make her understand that all those hopes were over. "No, my dear; at any rate, not now." "What a shame! I thought it was all settled." "What's the good, mamma, of Lord de Terrier being Prime Minister, if he can't make whom he likes a bishop?" "I don't think that Lord de Terrier has behaved at all well to your father. However, that's a long question; we can't go into it now." "How glad those Proudies will be!" Griselda would have talked by the hour on this subject had her mother allowed her, but it was necessary that Mrs. Grantly should go to other matters. She began about Lady Lufton, saying what a dear woman her ladyship was, and then went on to say that Griselda was to remain in London as long as it suited her friend and hostess to stay with her; but added that this might probably not be very long, as it was notorious that Lady Lufton, when in London, was always in a hurry to get back to Framley. "But I don't think she is in such a hurry this year, mamma," said Griselda, who in the month of May preferred Bruton Street to Plumstead, and had no objection whatever to the coronet on the panels of Lady Lufton's coach. And then Mrs. Grantly commenced her explanation very cautiously. "No, my dear, I dare say she is not in such a hurry this year; that is, as long as you remain with her." "I am sure she is very kind." "She is very kind, and you ought to love her very much. I know I do. I have no friend in the world for whom I have a greater regard than for Lady Lufton. It is that which makes me so happy to leave you with her." "All the same, I wish that you and papa had remained up; that is, if they had made papa a bishop." "It's no good thinking of that now, my dear. What I particularly wanted to say to you was this. I think that you should know what are the ideas which Lady Lufton entertains." "Her ideas?" said Griselda, who had never troubled herself much in thinking about other people's thoughts. "Yes, Griselda. While you were staying down at Framley Court, and also, I suppose, since you have been up here in Bruton Street, you must have seen a good deal of Lord Lufton." "He doesn't come very often to Bruton Street. That is to say, not very often." "H'm," ejaculated Mrs. Grantly, very gently. She would willingly have repressed the sound altogether, but it had been too much for her. If she found reason to think that Lady Lufton was playing her false, she would immediately take her daughter away, break up the treaty, and prepare for the Hartletop alliance. Such were the thoughts that ran through her mind. But she knew all the while that Lady Lufton was not false. The fault was not with Lady Lufton, nor, perhaps, altogether with Lord Lufton. Mrs. Grantly had understood the full force of the complaint which Lady Lufton had made against her daughter; and though she had of course defended her child, and on the whole had defended her successfully, yet she confessed to herself that Griselda's chance of a first-rate establishment would be better if she were a little more impulsive. A man does not wish to marry a statue, let the statue be ever so statuesque. She could not teach her daughter to be impulsive, any more than she could teach her to be 6 feet high. But might it not be possible to teach her to seem so? The task was a very delicate one, even for a mother's hand. "Of course he cannot be at home now as much as he was down in the country when he was living in the same house," said Mrs. Grantly, whose business it was to take Lord Lufton's part at the present moment. "He must be at his club, and at the House of Lords, and in 20 places." "He is very fond of going to parties, and he dances beautifully." "I am sure he does. I have seen as much as that myself, and I think I know some one with whom he likes to dance." And the mother gave the daughter a loving little squeeze. "Do you mean me, mamma?" "Yes, I do mean you, my dear. And is it not true? Lady Lufton says that he likes dancing with you better than with any one else in London." "I don't know," said Griselda, looking down upon the ground. Mrs. Grantly thought that this upon the whole was rather a good opening. It might have been better. Some point of interest more serious in its nature than that of a waltz might have been found on which to connect her daughter's sympathies with those of her future husband. But any point of interest was better than none, and it is so difficult to find points of interest in persons who by their nature are not impulsive. "Lady Lufton says so, at any rate," continued Mrs. Grantly, ever so cautiously. "She thinks that Lord Lufton likes no partner better. What do you think yourself, Griselda?" "I don't know, mamma." "But young ladies must think of such things, must they not?" "Must they, mamma?" "I suppose they do, don't they? The truth is, Griselda, that Lady Lufton thinks that if can you guess what it is she thinks?" "No, mamma." But that was a fib on Griselda's part. "She thinks that my Griselda would make the best possible wife in the world for her son, and I think so too. I think that her son will be a very fortunate man if he can get such a wife. And now what do you think, Griselda?" "I don't think anything, mamma." But that would not do. It was absolutely necessary that she should think, and absolutely necessary that her mother should tell her so. Such a degree of unimpulsiveness as this would lead to heaven knows what results. Lufton Grantly treaties and Hartletop interests would be all thrown away upon a young lady who would not think anything of a noble suitor sighing for her smiles. Besides, it was not natural. Griselda, as her mother knew, had never been a girl of headlong feeling; but still she had had her likes and her dislikes. In that matter of the bishopric she was keen enough, and no one could evince a deeper interest in the subject of a well-made new dress than Griselda Grantly. It was not possible that she should be indifferent as to her future prospects, and she must know that those prospects depended mainly on her marriage. Her mother was almost angry with her, but nevertheless she went on very gently. You don't think anything. But, my darling, you must think. You must make up your mind what would be your answer if Lord Lufton were to propose to you. That is what Lady Lufton wishes him to do." "But he never will, mamma." "And if he did?" "But I'm sure he never will. He doesn't think of such a thing at all. And "And what, my dear?" "I don't know, mamma." "Surely you can speak out to me, dearest. All I care about is your happiness. Both Lady Lufton and I think that it would be a happy marriage if you both cared for each other enough. She thinks that he is fond of you. But if you were 10 times Lord Lufton, I would not tease you about it if I thought that you could not learn to care about him. What was it you were going to say, my dear?" "Lord Lufton thinks a great deal more of Lucy Robarts than he does of any one else, I believe," said Griselda, showing now some little animation by her manner. Dumpy little black thing that she is. "Lucy Robarts?" said Mrs. Grantly, taken by surprise at finding that her daughter was moved by such a passion as jealousy, and feeling also perfectly assured that there could not be any possible ground for jealousy in such a direction as that. "Lucy Robarts, my dear? I don't suppose Lord Lufton ever thought of speaking to her, except in the way of civility." "Yes, he did, mamma. Don't you remember at Framley?" Mrs. Grantly began to look back in her mind, and she thought she did remember having once observed Lord Lufton talking in rather a confidential manner with the parson's sister. But she was sure that there was nothing in it. If that was the reason why Griselda was so cold to her proposed lover, it would be 1,000 pities that it should not be removed. "Now you mention her, I do remember the young lady," said Mrs. Grantly. "A dark girl, very low, and without much figure. She seemed to me to keep very much in the background." "I don't know much about that, mamma." "As far as I saw her, she did. But, my dear Griselda, you should not allow yourself to think of such a thing. Lord Lufton, of course, is bound to be civil to any young lady in his mother's house, and I am quite sure that he has no other idea whatever in regard to Miss Robarts. I certainly cannot speak as to her intellect, for I do not think she opened her mouth in my presence, but "Oh, she has plenty to say for herself when she pleases. She's a sly little thing." "But at any rate, my dear, she has no personal attractions whatever, and I do not at all think that Lord Lufton is a man to be taken by anything that Miss Robarts might do or say." As those words, personal attractions, were uttered, Griselda managed so to turn her neck as to catch a side view of herself in one of the mirrors on the wall, and then she bridled herself up and made a little play with her eyes, and looked, as her mother thought, very well. "It is all nothing to me, mamma, of course," she said. "Well, my dear, perhaps not. I don't say that it is. I do not wish to put the slightest constraint on your feelings. If I did not have the most thorough dependence on your good sense and high principles, I should not speak to you in this way. But, as I have, I thought it best to tell you that both Lady Lufton and I should be well pleased if we thought that you and Lord Lufton were fond of each other." "I am sure he never thinks of such a thing, mamma." "And as for Lucy Robarts, pray get that idea out of your head. If not for your sake, then for his. You should give him credit for his better taste." But it was not so easy to take anything out of Griselda's head that she had once taken into it. "As for tastes, mamma, there is no accounting for them," she said; and then the colloquy on that subject was over. The result of it on Mrs. Grantly's mind was a feeling amounting almost to a conviction in favour of the Dumbello interest. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26. Impulsive. I trust my readers will all remember how Puck the pony was beaten during that drive to Hogglestock. It may be presumed that Puck himself on that occasion did not suffer much. His skin was not so soft as Mrs. Robarts's heart. The little beast was full of oats and all the good things of this world, and therefore, when the whip touched him, He would dance about and shake his little ears, and run on at a tremendous pace for 20 yards, making his mistress think that he had endured terrible things. But in truth, during those whippings, Puck was not the chief sufferer. Lucy had been forced to declare, forced by the strength of her own feelings and by the impossibility of assenting to the propriety of a marriage between Lord Lufton and Miss Grantley. She had been forced to declare that she did care about Lord Lufton as much as though he were her brother. She had said all this to herself, nay, much more than this, very often. But now she had said it out loud to her sister-in-law, and she knew that what she had said was remembered, considered, and had, to a certain extent, become the cause of altered conduct. Fanny alluded very seldom to the Luftons in casual conversation, and never spoke about Lord Lufton, unless when her husband made it impossible that she should not speak of him. Lucy had attempted on more than one occasion to remedy this, by talking about the young lord in a laughing and perhaps half-jeering way. She had been sarcastic as to his hunting and shooting, and had boldly attempted to say a word in joke about his love for Griselda. But she felt that she had failed altogether as regarded Fanny, and that as to her brother, she would more probably be the means of opening his eyes than have any effect in keeping them closed. So she gave up her efforts and spoke no further word about Lord Lufton. Her secret had been told, and she knew that it had been told. At this time the two ladies were left a great deal alone together in the drawing-room at the parsonage, more perhaps than had ever yet been the case since Lucy had been there. Lady Lufton was away, and therefore the almost daily visit to Framley Court was not made, and Mark in these days was a great deal at Barchester, having no doubt very onerous duties to perform before he could be admitted as one of that chapter. He went into what he was pleased to call residence almost at once. That is, he took his month of preaching, aiding also, in some slight and very dignified way, in the general Sunday morning services. He did not exactly live at Barchester, because the house was not ready. That at least was the assumed reason. The chattels of Dr. Stanhope, the late prebendary, had not been as yet removed, and there was likely to be some little delays, creditors asserting their right to them. This might have been very inconvenient to a gentleman anxiously expecting the excellent house, which the liberality of past ages had provided for his use, but it was not so felt by Mr. Robarts. If Dr. Stanhope's family or creditors would keep the house for the next 12 months, he would be well pleased, and by this arrangement he was enabled to get through his first month of absence from the church of Framley without any notice from Lady Lufton, seeing that Lady Lufton was in London all the time. This also was convenient, and taught our young prebendary to look on his new preferment more favourably than he had hitherto done. Fanny and Lucy were thus left much alone, and as out of the full head the mouth speaks, so is the full heart more prone to speak at such periods of confidence as these. Lucy, when she first thought of her own state, determined to endow herself with a powerful gift of reticence. She would never tell her love, certainly, but neither would she let concealment feed on her damask cheek, nor would she ever be found for a moment sitting like Patience on a monument. She would fight her own fight bravely within her own bosom, and conquer her enemy altogether. She would either preach or starve or weary her love into subjection, and no one should be a bit the wiser. She would teach herself to shake hands with Lord Lufton without a quiver, and would be prepared to like his wife amazingly, unless indeed that wife should be Griselda Grantley. Such were her resolutions, but at the end of the first week they were broken into shivers and scattered to the winds. They had been sitting in the house together the whole of one wet day, and as Mark was to dine in Barchester with the Dean, they had had dinner early, eating with the children almost in their laps. It is so that ladies do when their husbands leave them to themselves. It was getting dusk towards evening, and they were still sitting in the drawing-room, the children now having retired, when Mrs. Robarts, for the 5th time since her visit to Hogglestock, began to express her wish that she could do some good to the Crawleys, to Grace Crawley in particular, who, standing up there at her father's elbow learning Greek irregular verbs, had appeared to Mrs. Robarts to be an especial object of pity. "I don't know how to set about it," said Mrs. Robarts. Now any allusion to that visit to Hogglestock always drove Lucy's mind back to the consideration of the subject which had most occupied it at the time. She at such moments remembered how she had beaten Puck, and how in her half-bantering but still too serious manner she had apologized for doing so, and had explained the reason. And therefore she could not interest herself about Grace Crawley as vividly as she should have done. "No, one never does," she said. "I was thinking about it all that day as I drove home," said Fanny. "The difficulty is this: what can we do with her?" "Exactly," said Lucy, remembering the very point of the road at which she had declared that she did not like Lord Lufton very much. "If we could have her here for a month or so, and then send her to school. But I know Mr. Crawley would not allow us to pay for her schooling." "I don't think he would," said Lucy, with her thoughts far removed from Mr. Crawley and his daughter Grace. "And then we should not know what to do with her, should we?" "No, you would not. It would never do to have the poor girl about the house here with no one to teach her anything. Mark would not teach her Greek verbs, you know." "I suppose not." "Lucy, you are not attending to a word I say to you, and I don't think you have for the last hour. I don't believe you know what I am talking about." "Oh, yes, I do. Grace Crawley. I'll try and teach her if you like, only I don't know anything myself." "That's not what I mean at all, and you know I would not ask you to take such a task as that on yourself, but I do think you might talk it over with me." "Might I? Very well, I will. What is it? Oh, Grace Crawley. You want to know who is to teach her the irregular Greek verbs. Oh dear, Fanny, my head does ache so. Pray don't be angry with me." And then Lucy, throwing herself back on the sofa, put one hand up painfully to her forehead and altogether gave up the battle. Mrs. Robarts was by her side in a moment. "Dearest Lucy, what is it that makes your head ache so often now? You used not to have those headaches." "It's because I'm growing stupid. Never mind. We will go on about poor Grace. It would not do to have a governess, would it?" "I can see that you are not well, Lucy," said Mrs. Robarts with a look of deep concern. "What is it, dearest? I can see that something is the matter." "Something the matter? No, there's not. Nothing worth talking of. Sometimes I think I'll go back to Devonshire and live there. I could stay with Blanche for a while, and then get a lodging in Exeter." "Go back to Devonshire?" And Mrs. Robarts looked as though she thought that her sister-in-law was going mad. "Why do you want to go away from us? This is to be your own home always now." "Is it? Then I am in a bad way. Oh dear, what a fool I am. What an idiot I've been. Fanny, I don't think I can stay here, and I do so wish I'd never come. I do, though you look at me so horribly." And jumping up, she threw herself into her sister-in-law's arms and began kissing her violently. "Don't pretend to be wounded, for you know that I love you. You know that I could live with you all my life and think you were perfect, as you are. But has Mark said anything?" "Not a word, not a ghost of a syllable. It is not Mark. Oh, Fanny!" "I am afraid I know what you mean," said Mrs. Robarts, in a low tremulous voice, and with deep sorrow painted on her face. "Of course you do. Of course you know. You have known it all along, since that day in the pony carriage. I knew that you knew it. You do not dare to mention his name. Would not that tell me that you know it? And I am hypocrite enough for Mark, but my hypocrisy won't pass muster before you. And now, had I not better go to Devonshire? Dearest Lucy, was I not right about that labelling? Oh, heavens, what idiots we girls are, that a dozen soft words should have bowled me over like a ninepin, and left me without an inch of ground to call my own, and I was so proud of my own strength, so sure that I should never be missish and spoony and sentimental. I was so determined to like him as Mark does, or you. I shall not like him at all if he has spoken words to you that he should not have spoken. But he has not. And then she stopped a moment to consider. No, he has not. He never said a word to me that would make you angry with him if you knew of it, except perhaps that he called me Lucy, and that was my fault, not his. Because you talked of soft words. Fanny, you have no idea what an absolute fool I am, what an unutterable ass. The soft words of which I tell you were of the kind which he speaks to you, when he asks you how the cow gets on which he sent you from Ireland, or to Mark about Ponto's shoulder. He told me that he knew papa, and that he was at school with Mark, and that as he was such good friends with you here at the parsonage, he must be good friends with me too. No, it has not been his fault. The soft words which did the mischief were such as those. But how well his mother understood the world! In order to have been safe, I should not have dared to look at him. But, dearest Lucy, I know what you are going to say, and I admit it all. He is no hero. There is nothing on earth wonderful about him. I never heard him say a single word of wisdom, or utter a thought that was akin to poetry. He devotes all his energies to riding after a fox, or killing poor birds, and I never heard of his doing a single great action in my life. And yet Fanny was so astounded by the way her sister-in-law went on that she hardly knew how to speak. "He is an excellent son, I believe," at last she said. "Except when he goes to Gatherum Castle. I'll tell you what he has. He has fine straight legs and a smooth forehead, and a good-humoured eye and white teeth. Was it possible to see such a catalogue of perfections and not fall down stricken to the very bone? But it was not that did it all, Fanny. I could have stood against that. I think I could at least. It was his title that killed me. I had never spoken to a lord before. Oh me, what a fool, what a beast I have been!" And then she burst out into tears. Mrs. Robarts, to tell the truth, could hardly understand poor Lucy's ailment. It was evident enough that her misery was real, but yet she spoke of herself and her sufferings with so much irony, with so near an approach to joking, that it was very hard to tell how far she was in earnest. Lucy, too, was so much given to a species of badinage which Mrs. Robarts did not always quite understand, that the latter was afraid sometimes to speak out what came uppermost to her tongue. But now that Lucy was absolutely in tears, and was almost breathless with excitement, she could not remain silent any longer. "Dearest Lucy, pray do not speak in that way. It will all come right. Things always do come right when no one has acted wrongly." "Yes, when nobody has done wrongly. That's what papa used to call begging the question. But I'll tell you what, Fanny, I will not be beaten. I will either kill myself or get through it. I am so heartily self-ashamed that I owe it to myself to fight the battle out." "To fight what battle, dearest?" "This battle. Here, now, at the present moment, I could not meet Lord Lufton. I should have to run like a scared fowl if he were to show himself within the gate, and I should not dare to go out of the house if I knew that he was in the parish." "I don't see that, for I am sure you have not betrayed yourself." "Well, no. As for myself, I believe I have done the lying and the hypocrisy pretty well. But, dearest Fanny, you don't know half, and you cannot and must not know." "But I thought you said there had been nothing whatever between you." "Did I? Well, to you I have not said a word that was not true. I said that he had spoken nothing that it was wrong for him to say. It could not be wrong. But never mind. I'll tell you what I mean to do. I have been thinking of it for the last week, only I shall have to tell Mark." "If I were you, I would tell him all." "What, Mark? If you do, Fanny, I'll never, never, never speak to you again." "Would you? when I have given you all my heart in true sisterly love?" Mrs. Robarts had to explain that she had not proposed to tell anything to Mark herself, and was persuaded, moreover, to give a solemn promise that she would not tell anything to him unless specially authorized to do so. "I'll go into a home, I think," continued Lucy. "You know what these homes are?" Mrs. Robarts assured her that she knew very well, and then Lucy went on. "A year ago I should have said that I was the last girl in England to think of such a life, but I do believe now that it would be the best thing for me. And then I'll starve myself and flog myself, and in that way I'll get back to my own mind and my own soul." "Your own soul, Lucy?" said Mrs. Robarts in a tone of horror. "Well, my own heart, if you like it better, but I hate to hear myself talking about hearts. I don't care for my heart. I'd let it go, with this young popinjay lord, or anyone else, so that I could read and talk and walk and sleep and eat, without always feeling that I was wrong here, here, here." And she pressed her hand vehemently against her side. "What is it that I feel, Fanny? Why am I so weak in body that I cannot take exercise? Why cannot I keep my mind on a book for one moment? Why can I not write 2 sentences together? Why should every mouthful that I eat stick in my throat? Oh, Fanny, is it his legs, think you, or is it his title?" Through all her sorrow, and she was very sorrowful, Mrs. Robarts could not help smiling. And indeed there was every now and then something even in Lucy's look that was almost comic. She acted the irony so well with which she strove to throw ridicule on herself. "Do laugh at me," she said. "Nothing on earth will do me so much good as that. Nothing, unless it be starvation and a whip. If you would only tell me that I must be a sneak and an idiot to care for a man because he is good-looking and a lord." "But that has not been the reason. There is a great deal more in Lord Lufton than that. And since I must speak, dear Lucy, I cannot but say that I should not wonder at your being in love with him. Only that—" "Only what? Come, out with it. Do not mince matters, or think that I shall be angry with you because you scold me." "Only that I should have thought that you would have been too guarded to have cared for any gentleman till he had shown that he cared for you." "Guarded, yes, that's it. That's just the word. But it's he that should have been guarded. He should have had a fire guard hung before him, or a love guard, if you will. Guarded. Was I not guarded till you all would drag me out? Did I want to go there? And when I was there, did I not make a fool of myself, sitting in a corner and thinking how much better placed I should have been down in the servants' hall? Lady Lufton, she dragged me out, and then cautioned me, and then... Why is Lady Lufton to have it all her own way? Why am I to be sacrificed for her? I did not want to know Lady Lufton, or any one belonging to her." "I cannot think that you have any cause to blame Lady Lufton, nor perhaps to blame anybody very much." "Well, no, it has been all my own fault, though for the life of me, Fanny, going back and back, I cannot see where I took the first false step. I do not know where I went wrong. One wrong thing I did, and it is the only thing that I do not regret." "What was it, Lucy?" "I told him a lie." Mrs. Robarts was altogether in the dark, and feeling that she was so, she knew that she could not give counsel as a friend or a sister. Lucy had begun by declaring, so Mrs. Robarts thought, that nothing had passed between her and Lord Lufton but words of most trivial import, and yet she now accused herself of falsehood, and declared that that falsehood was the only thing which she did not regret. "I hope not," said Mrs. Robarts. "If you did, you are very unlike yourself." "But I did, and were he here again speaking to me in the same way, I should repeat it. I know I should. If I did not, I should have all the world upon me. You would frown on me and be cold. My darling Fanny, how would you look if I really displeasured you?" "I do not think you will do that, Lucy." "But if I told him the truth, I should I not? Speak now. But no, Fanny, you need not speak. It is not the fear of you, no, nor even of her, though heaven knows that her terrible glumness would be quite unendurable." "I cannot understand you, Lucy. What truth or what untruth can you have told him, if, as you say, there has been nothing between you but ordinary conversation?" Lucy then got up from the sofa, and walked twice the length of the room before she spoke. Mrs. Robarts had all the ordinary curiosity, I was going to say of a woman, but I mean to say of humanity, and she had, moreover, all the love of a sister. She was both curious and anxious, and remained sitting where she was, silent, and with her eyes fixed on her companion. "Did I say so?" Lucy said at last. "No, Fanny, you have mistaken me. I did not say that. Ah, yes, about the cow and the dog, all that was true. I was telling you of what his soft words had been while I was becoming such a fool. Since that he has said more." "What more has he said, Lucy?" "I yearn to tell you, if only I can trust you." And Lucy knelt down at the feet of Mrs. Robarts, looking up into her face and smiling through the remaining drops of her tears. "I would fain tell you, but I do not know you yet, whether you are quite true. I could be true against all the world, if my friend told me. I will tell you, Fanny, if you say that you can be true. But if you doubt yourself, if you must whisper all to Mark, then let us be silent." There was something almost awful in this to Mrs. Robarts. Hitherto, since their marriage, hardly a thought had passed through her mind which she had not shared with her husband. But now all this had come upon her so suddenly that she was unable to think whether it would be well that she should become the depositary of such a secret, not to be mentioned to Lucy's brother, not to be mentioned to her own husband. But who ever yet was offered a secret and declined it? Who at least ever declined a love secret? What sister could do so? Mrs. Robarts therefore gave the promise, smoothing Lucy's hair as she did so, and kissing her forehead and looking into her eyes, which like a rainbow were the brighter for her tears. "And what has he said to you, Lucy?" "What? Only this, that he asked me to be his wife." "Lord Lufton proposed to you?" "Yes, proposed to me. It is not credible, is it? You cannot bring yourself to believe that such a thing has happened, can you?" And Lucy rose again to her feet, as the idea of the scorn with which she felt that others would treat her, with which she herself treated herself, made the blood rise to her cheek. "And yet it is not a dream. I think that it is not a dream. I think that he really did." "Think, Lucy." "Well, I may say that I am sure." "A gentleman would not make you a formal proposal and leave you in doubt as to what he meant." "Oh dear, no. There was no doubt at all of that kind, none in the least. Mr. Smith, in asking Miss Jones to do him the honour of becoming Mrs. Smith, never spoke more plainly. I was alluding to the possibility of having dreamt it all." "Lucy!" "Well, it was not a dream. Here, standing here, on this very spot, on that flower of the carpet, he begged me 12 times to be his wife. I wonder whether you and Mark would let me cut it out and keep it." "And what answer did you make him?" "I lied to him, and I told him that I did not love him." "You refused him?" "Yes, I refused a live lord. There is some satisfaction in having that to think of, is there not? Fanny, was I wicked to tell that falsehood?" "And why did you refuse him?" "Why, can you ask? Think what it would have been to go down to Framley Court, and to tell her ladyship, in the course of conversation, that I was engaged to her son. Think of Lady Lufton. But yet it was not that, Fanny. Had I thought that it was good for him, that he would not have repented, I would have braved anything for his sake, even your frown, for you would have frowned. You would have thought it sacrilege for me to marry Lord Lufton. You know you would." Mrs. Robarts hardly knew how to say what she thought, or indeed what she ought to think. It was a matter on which much meditation would be required before she could give advice, and there was Lucy expecting counsel from her at that very moment. If Lord Lufton really loved Lucy Robarts, and was loved by Lucy Robarts, why should not they two become man and wife? And yet she did feel that it would be, perhaps not sacrilege, as Lucy had said, but something almost as troublesome. What would Lady Lufton say, or think, or feel? What would she say and think and feel as to that parsonage from which so deadly a blow would fall upon her? Would she not accuse the vicar and the vicar's wife of the blackest ingratitude? Would life be endurable at Framley under such circumstances as those? "What you tell me so surprises me that I hardly as yet know how to speak about it," said Mrs. Robarts. "It was amazing, was it not? He must have been insane at the time. There can be no other excuse made for him. I wonder whether there is anything of that sort in the family." "What, madness?" said Mrs. Robarts, quite in earnest. "Well, don't you think he must have been mad when such an idea as that came into his head? But you don't believe it, I can see that. And yet it is as true as heaven. Standing exactly here on this spot, he said that he would persevere till I accepted his love. I wonder what made me specially observe that both his feet were within the lines of that division." "And you would not accept his love?" "No, I would have nothing to say to it. Look you, I stood here, and putting my hand upon my heart, for he bade me to do that, I said that I could not love him." "And what then?" "He went away, with a look as though he were heartbroken. He crept away slowly, saying that he was the most wretched soul alive. For a minute I believed him, and could almost have called him back. But no, Fanny, do not think that I am over-proud or conceited about my conquest. He had not reached the gate before he was thanking God for his escape." "That I do not believe." "But I do, and I thought of Lady Lufton too. How could I bear that she should scorn me, and accuse me of stealing her son's heart? I know that it is better as it is, but tell me, is falsehood always wrong, or can it be possible that the end should justify the means? Ought I to have told him the truth, and to have let him know that I could almost kiss the ground on which he stood?" This was a question for the doctors, which Mrs. Robarts would not take upon herself to answer. She would not make that falsehood matter of accusation, but neither would she pronounce for it any absolution. In that matter Lucy must regulate her own conscience. "And what shall I do next?" said Lucy, still speaking in a tone that was half tragic and half jeering. "Do?" said Mrs. Robarts. "Yes, something must be done. If I were a man, I should go to Switzerland, of course, or, as the case is a bad one, perhaps as far as Hungary. What is it that girls do? They don't die nowadays, I believe." "Lucy, I do not believe that you care for him one jot. If you were in love, you would not speak of it like that." "There, there, that's my only hope. If I could laugh at myself till it had become incredible to you, I also by degrees should cease to believe that I had cared for him. But, Fanny, it is very hard. If I were to starve and rise before daybreak, and pinch myself or do some nasty work, clean the pots and pans and the candlesticks, that I think would do the most good. I have got a piece of sackcloth, and I mean to wear that when I have made it up." "You are joking now, Lucy, I know." "No, by my word, not in the spirit of what I am saying. How shall I act upon my heart if I do not do it through the blood and the flesh?" "Do you not pray that God will give you the strength to bear these troubles?" "But how is one to word one's prayer, or how even to word one's wishes? I do not know what is the wrong that I have done. I say it boldly. In this matter I cannot see my own fault. I have simply found that I have been a fool." It was now quite dark in the room, or would have been so to any one entering it afresh. They had remained there talking till their eyes had become accustomed to the gloom, and would still have remained had they not suddenly been disturbed by the sound of a horse's feet. "There is Mark," said Fanny, jumping up and running to the bell, that lights might be ready when he should enter. "I thought he remained in Barchester to-night." "And so did I, but he said it might be doubtful. What shall we do if he has not dined?" That, I believe, is always the first thought in the mind of a good wife when her husband returns home. Has he had his dinner? What can I give him for dinner? Will he like his dinner? Oh dear, there's nothing in the house but cold mutton." But on this occasion the lord of the mansion had dined and come home radiant with good humour, and owing, perhaps, a little of his radiance to the dean's claret. "I have told them," said he, "that they may keep possession of the house for the next 2 months, and they have agreed to that arrangement." "That is very pleasant," said Mrs. Robarts, "and I don't think we shall have so much trouble about the dilapidations after all." "I am very glad of that," said Mrs. Robarts, but nevertheless she was thinking much more of Lucy than of the house in Barchester Close. "You won't betray me?" said Lucy, as she gave her sister-in-law a parting kiss at night. "No, not unless you give me permission." "Ah, I shall never do that." End of chapter 26. Recording by Mimi Wong.
Recording by Simon Evers. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 27. South Audley Street. The Duke of Omnium had notified to Mr. Fothergill his wish that some arrangement should be made about the Chaldicotes mortgages, and Mr. Fothergill had understood what the Duke meant as well as though his instructions had been written down with all a lawyer's verbosity. The Duke's meaning was this, that Chaldicotes was to be swept up and garnered, and made part and parcel of the Gatherum property. It had seemed to the Duke that that affair between his friend and Miss Dunstable was hanging fire, and therefore it would be well that Chaldicotes should be swept up and garnered. And, moreover, tidings had come into the western division of the county that young Frank Gresham of Boxall Hill was in treaty with the government for the purchase of all that crown property called the Chase of Chaldicotes. It had been offered to the Duke, but the Duke had given no definite answer. Had he got his money back from Mr. Sowerby, he could have forestalled Mr. Gresham, but now that did not seem to be probable, and his Grace was resolved that either the one property or the other should be duly garnered. Therefore Mr. Fothergill went up to town, and therefore Mr. Sowerby was most unwillingly compelled to have a business interview with Mr. Fothergill. In the meantime, since last we saw him, Mr. Sowerby had learned from his sister the answer which Miss Dunstable had given to his proposition, and knew that he had no further hope in that direction. There was no further hope thence of absolute deliverance, but there had been a tender of money services. To give Mr. Sowerby his due, he had at once declared that it would be quite out of the question that he should now receive any assistance of that sort from Miss Dunstable. But his sister had explained to him that it would be a mere business transaction, that Miss Dunstable would receive her interest, and that, if she would be content with 4%, whereas the Duke received 5, and other creditors 6, 7, 8, 10, and heaven only knows how much more, it might be well for all parties. He himself understood, as well as Fothergill had done, what was the meaning of the Duke's message. Chaldicotes was to be gathered up and garnered, as had been done with so many another fair property lying in those regions. It was to be swallowed whole, and the master was to walk out from his old family hall, to leave the old woods that he loved, to give up utterly to another the parks and paddocks and pleasant places which he had known from his earliest infancy and owned from his earliest manhood. There can be nothing more bitter to a man than such a surrender. What, compared to this, can be the loss of wealth to one who has himself made it and brought it together, but has never actually seen it with his bodily eyes? Such wealth has come by one chance, and goes by another. The loss of it is part of the game which the man is playing, and if he cannot lose as well as win, he is a poor, weak, cowardly creature. Such men, as a rule, do know how to bear a mind fairly equal to adversity. But to have squandered the acres which have descended from generation to generation, to be the member of one's family that has ruined that family, to have swallowed up in one's own maw all that should have graced one's children and one's grandchildren. It seems to me that the misfortunes of this world can hardly go beyond that. Mr. Sowerby, in spite of his recklessness and that dare-devil gaiety which he knew so well how to wear and use, felt all this as keenly as any man could feel it. It had been absolutely his own fault. The acres had come to him all his own, and now, before his death, every one of them would have gone bodily into that greedy maw. The Duke had bought up nearly all the debts which had been secured upon the property, and now could make a clean sweep of it. Sowerby, when he received that message from Mr. Fothergill, knew well that this was intended, and he knew well also that when once he should cease to be Mr. Sowerby of Chaldicotes, he need never again hope to be returned as member for West Barsetshire. This world would for him be all over. And what must such a man feel when he reflects that this world is for him all over? On the morning in question he went to his appointment, still bearing a cheerful countenance. Mr. Fothergill, when in town on such business as this, always had a room at his service in the house of Messrs. Gumption and Gazeby, the Duke's London law agents, and it was thither that Mr. Sowerby had been summoned. The house of business of Messrs. Gumption and Gazeby was in South Audley Street, and it may be said that there was no spot on the whole earth which Mr. Sowerby so hated as he did the gloomy, dingy back sitting-room upstairs in that house. He had been there very often, but had never been there without annoyance. It was a horrid torture-chamber, kept for such dread purposes as these, and no doubt had been furnished and papered and curtained with the express object of finally breaking down the spirits of such poor country gentlemen as chanced to be involved. Everything was of a brown crimson, of a crimson that had become brown. Sunlight, real genial light of the sun, never made its way there, and no amount of candles could illumine the gloom of that brownness. The windows were never washed, the ceiling was of a dark brown, the old Turkey carpet was thick with dust, and brown withal. The ungainly office table in the middle of the room had been covered with black leather, but that was now brown. There was a bookcase full of dingy brown law books in a recess on one side of the fireplace, but no one had touched them for years, and over the chimney-piece hung some old legal pedigree table, black with soot. Such was the room which Mr. Fothergill always used in the business house of Messrs. Gumption and Gazeby in South Audley Street, near to Park Lane. I once heard this room spoken of by an old friend of mine, one Mr. Gresham of Greshamsbury, the father of Frank Gresham, who was now about to purchase that part of the Chase of Chaldicotes which belonged to the Crown. He also had had evil days, though now happily they were past and gone, and he too had sat in that room and listened to the voice of men who were powerful over his property and intended to use that power. The idea which he left on my mind was much the same as that which I had entertained when a boy of a certain room in the castle of Udolpho. There was a chair in that Udolpho room in which those who sat were dragged out limb by limb, the head one way and the legs another. The fingers were dragged off from the hands, and the teeth out from the jaws, and the hair off the head, and the flesh from the bones, and the joints from their sockets, till there was nothing left but a lifeless trunk seated in the chair. Mr. Gresham, as he told me, always sat in the same seat, and the tortures he suffered when so seated, the dislocations of his property when he was forced to discuss, the operations of his very self which he was forced to witness, made me regard that room as worse than the chamber of Udolpho. He, luckily, a rare instance of good fortune, had lived to see all his bones and joints put together again and flourishing soundly, but he never could speak of the room without horror. "No consideration on earth," he once had said to me very solemnly, "I say none, should make me again enter that room." And indeed this feeling was so strong with him that from the day when his affairs took a turn he would never even walk down South Audley Street. On the morning in question into this torture-chamber Mr. Sowerby went, and there, after some 2 or 3 minutes, he was joined by Mr. Fothergill. Mr. Fothergill was in one respect like to his friend Sowerby. He enacted 2 altogether different persons on occasions which were altogether different. Generally speaking, with the world at large, he was a jolly, rollicking, popular man, fond of eating and drinking, known to be devoted to the Duke's interests, and supposed to be somewhat unscrupulous, or at any rate hard, when they were concerned, but in other respects a good-natured fellow, and there was a report about that he had once lent somebody money without charging him interest or taking security. On the present occasion Sowerby saw at a glance that he had come thither with all the aptitudes and appurtenances of his business about him. He walked into the room with a short, quick step. There was no smile on his face as he shook hands with his old friend. He brought with him a box laden with papers and parchments, and he had not been a minute in the room before he was seated in one of the old dingy chairs. "How long have you been in town, Fothergill?" said Sowerby, still standing with his back against the chimney. He had resolved on only one thing, that nothing should induce him to touch, look at, or listen to any of those papers. He knew well enough that no good would come of that. He also had his own lawyer to see that he was pilfered according to rule. "How long? Since the day before yesterday. I never was so busy in my life. The Duke, as usual, wants to have everything done at once." "If he wants to have all that I owe him paid at once, he is like to be out in his reckoning." "Ah, well, I'm glad you're ready to come quickly to business, because it's always best. Won't you come and sit down here?" "No, thank you, I'll stand." "But we shall have to go through these figures, you know." "Not a figure, Fothergill. What good would it do? None to me and none to you either, as I take it. If there is anything wrong, Potter's fellows will find it out. What is it the Duke wants?" "Well, to tell the truth, he wants his money." "In one sense, and that the main sense, he has got it. He gets his interest regularly, does he?" "Pretty well for that, seeing how times are. But, Sowerby, that's nonsense. You understand the Duke as well as I do, and you know very well what he wants. He has given you time, and if you had taken any steps towards getting the money, you might have saved the property." £180,000! What steps could I take to get that? Fly a bill and let Tozer have it to get cash on it in the city? "We hoped you were going to marry." "That's all off." "Then I don't think you can blame the Duke for looking for his own. It does not suit him to have so large a sum standing out any longer. You see, he wants land, and will have it. Had you paid off what you owed him, he would have purchased the Crown property. And now it seems young Gresham has bid against him and is to have it. This has riled him, and I may as well tell you fairly that he's determined to have either money or marbles." "You mean that I am to be dispossessed?" "Well, yes, if you choose to call it so. My instructions are to foreclose at once." "Then I must say the Duke is treating me most uncommonly ill." "Well, Sowerby, I can't see it." "I can, though. He has his money like clockwork, and he has bought up these debts from persons who would have never disturbed me as long as they got their interest." "Haven't you had the seat?" "The seat? And is it expected that I am to pay for that?" "I don't see that anyone is asking you to pay for it. You are like a great many other people that I know. You want to eat your cake and have it. You've been eating it for the last 20 years, and now you think yourself very ill-used because the Duke wants to have his turn." "I shall think myself very ill-used if he sells me out, worse than ill-used. I do not want to use strong language, but it will be more than ill-usage. I can hardly believe that he really means to treat me in that way." "It is very hard that he should want his own money." "It is not his money that he wants, it is my property." "And has he not paid for it? Have you not had the price of your property? Now, Sowerby, it is of no use for you to be angry. You've known for the last 3 years what was coming on you as well as I did. Why should the Duke lend you money without an object? Of course he has his own views, but I do say this, he has not hurried you, and had you been able to do anything to save the place, you might have done it. You've had time enough to look about you." Sowerby still stood at the place in which he had fixed himself first, and now for a while he remained silent. His face was very stern, and there was in his countenance none of those winning looks which often told so powerfully with his young friends, which had caught Lord Lufton and had charmed Mark Robarts. The world was going against him, and things around him were coming to an end. He was beginning to perceive that he had in truth eaten his cake, and that there was now little left for him to do, unless he chose to blow out his brains. He had said to Lord Lufton that a man's back should be broad enough for any burden with which he himself might load it. Could he now boast that his back was broad enough and strong enough for this burden? But he had even then, at that bitter moment, a strong remembrance that it behoved him still to be a man. His final ruin was coming on him, and he would soon be swept away out of the knowledge and memory of those with whom he had lived. But nevertheless he He would bear himself well to the last. It was true that he had made his own bed, and he understood the justice which required him to lie upon it. During all this time Fothergill occupied himself with the papers. He continued to turn over one sheet after another, as though he were deeply engaged in money considerations and calculations. But in truth, during all that time he did not read a word. There was nothing there for him to read. The reading and the writing and the arithmetic in such matters are done by underlings, not by such big men as Mr. Fothergill. His business was to tell Sowerby that he was to go. All those records there were of very little use. The Duke had the power, Sowerby knew that the Duke had the power, and Fothergill's business was to explain that the Duke meant to exercise his power. He was used to the work, and went on turning over the papers and pretending to read them, as though his doing so were of the greatest moment. "I shall see the Duke myself," Mr. Sowerby said at last, and there was something almost dreadful in the sound of his voice. "You know that the Duke won't see you on a matter of this kind. He never speaks to anyone about money. You know that as well as I do." But he shall speak to me. Never speak to anyone about money. Why is he ashamed to speak of it when he loves it so dearly? He shall see me." "I have nothing further to say, Sowerby. Of course I shan't ask his Grace to see you, and if you force your way in him, you know what will happen. It won't be my doing if he sets against you. Nothing that you say to me in that way, nothing that anybody ever says, goes beyond myself." "I shall manage the matter through my own lawyer," said Sowerby, and then he took his hat, and without uttering another word, left the room. We know not what may be the nature of that eternal punishment to which those will be doomed who shall be judged to have been evil at the last. But methinks that no more terrible torment can be devised than the memory of self-imposed ruin. What wretchedness can exceed that of remembering from day to day that the race has been all run and has been altogether lost, that the last chance has gone and has gone in vain, that the end has come, and with it disgrace, contempt, and self-scorn, disgrace that never can be redeemed, contempt that never can be removed, and self-scorn that will eat into one's vitals for ever. Mr. Sowerby was now 50. He had enjoyed his chances in life, and as he walked back up South Audley Street he could not but think of the uses he had made of them. He had fallen into the possession of a fine property on the attainment of his manhood. He had been endowed with more than average gifts of intellect. Never failing health had been given to him, and a vision fairly clear in discerning good from evil. And now, to what a pass had he brought himself! And that man Fothergill had put all this before him in so terribly clear a light. Now that the day for his final demolishment had arrived, the necessity that he should be demolished, finished away at once out of sight and out of mind, had not been softened, or, as it were, half hidden by any ambiguous phrase. "You have had your cake and eaten it greedily. Is not that sufficient for you? Would you eat your cake twice? Would you have a succession of cakes?" "No, my friend, there is no succession of these cakes for those who eat them greedily. Your proposition is not a fair one, and we who have the whip-hand of you will not listen to it. Be good enough to vanish. Permit yourself to be swept quietly into the dunghill. All that there was about you of value has departed from you, and allow me to say that you are now rubbish." And then the ruthless besom comes with irresistible rush, and the rubbish is swept into the pit, there to be hidden for ever from the sight. And the pity of it is this, that a man, if he will only restrain his greed, may eat his cake and yet have it. Ay, and in so doing will have twice more the flavour of the cake than he who with gormandizing more will devour his dainty all at once. Cakes in this world will grow by being fed on, if only the feeder be not too insatiate. On all which wisdom Mr. Sowerby pondered with sad heart and very melancholy mind, as he walked away from the premises of Messrs. Gumption and Gazeby. His intention had been to go down to the house after leaving Mr. Fothergill, but the prospect of immediate ruin had been too much for him, and he knew that he was not fit to be seen at once among the haunts of men. And he had intended also to go down to Barchester early on the following morning, only for a few hours, that he might make further arrangements respecting that bill which Robarts had accepted for him. That bill, the second one, had now become due, and Mr. Tozer had been with him. "Now, it ain't no use in life, Mr. Sowerby," Derbyshire had said. "I ain't got the paper myself, nor didn't hold it not 2 hours. It went away through Tom Tozer. You know that, Mr. Sowerby, as well as I do." Now, whenever Tozer, Mr. Sowerby's Tozer, spoke of Tom Tozer, Mr. Sowerby knew that 7 devils were being evoked, each worse than the first devil. Mr. Sowerby did feel something like sincere regard, or rather love, for that poor parson whom he had inveigled into mischief, and would fain save him, if it were possible, from the Tozer fang. Mr. Forrest of the Barchester Bank would probably take up that last £500 bill on behalf of Mr. Robarts, only it would be needful that he, Sowerby, should run down and see that this was properly done. As to the other bill, the former and lesser one, as to that Mr. Tozer would probably be quiet for a while. Such had been Sowerby's programme for these 2 days, but now, what further possibility was there now that he should care for Robarts or any other human beings, he that was to be swept at once into the dung-heap? In this frame of mind he walked up South Audley Street, and crossed one side of Grosvenor Square, and went almost mechanically into Green Street. At the farther end of Green Street, near to Park Lane, lived Mr. and Mrs. Harold Smith. End of chapter 27. Recording by Simon Evers. Recording by Simon Evers. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 28. Dr. Thorne. When Miss Dunstable met her friends the Greshams, young Frank Gresham and his wife, at Gatherum Castle, she immediately asked after one Dr. Thorne, who was Mrs. Gresham's uncle. Dr. Thorne was an old bachelor, in whom, both as a man and a doctor, Miss Dunstable was inclined to place much confidence. Not that she had ever entrusted the cure of her bodily ailments to Dr. Thorne, for she kept a doctor of her own, Dr. Easyman, for this purpose. And it may moreover be said that she rarely had bodily ailments requiring the care of any doctor. But she always spoke of Dr. Thorne among her friends as a man of wonderful erudition and judgment, and had once or twice asked and acted on his advice in matters of much moment. Dr. Thorne was not a man accustomed to the London world. He kept no house there, and seldom even visited the metropolis. But Miss Dunstable had known him at Greshamsbury, where he lived, and there had for some months past grown up a considerable intimacy between them. He was now staying at the house of his niece, Mrs. Gresham, but the chief reason of his coming up had been a desire expressed by Miss Dunstable that he should do so. She had wished for his advice, and at the instigation of his niece he had visited London and given it. The special piece of business as to which Dr. Thorne had thus been summoned from the bedsides of his country patients, and especially from the bedside of Lady Arabella Gresham, to whose son his niece was married, related to certain large money interests, as to which one might have imagined that Dr. Thorne's advice would not be particularly valuable. He had never been much versed in such matters on his own account, and was knowing neither in the ways of the share market nor in the prices of land. But Miss Dunstable was a lady accustomed to have her own way, and to be indulged in her own wishes without being called on to give adequate reasons for them. "My dear," she had said to young Mrs. Gresham, "if your uncle don't come up to London now, when I make such a point of it, I shall think that he's a bear and a savage, and I certainly will never speak to him again, or to Frank, or to you, so you had better see to it." Mrs. Gresham had not probably taken her friend's threat as meaning quite all that it threatened. Miss Dunstable habitually used strong language, and those who knew her well generally understood when she was to be taken as expressing her thoughts by figures of speech. In this instance she had not meant it all, but nevertheless Mrs. Gresham had used violent influence in bringing the poor doctor up to London. "Besides," said Miss Dunstable, "I have resolved on having the doctor at my conversazione, and if he won't come of himself, I shall go down and fetch him. I've set my heart on trumping my dear friend Mrs. Proudie's best card, so I mean to get everybody." The upshot of all this was that the doctor did come up to town, and remained the best part of a week at his niece's house in Portman Square, to the great disgust of the Lady Arabella, who conceived that she must die if neglected for 3 days. As to the matter of business, I have no doubt but that he was of great use. He was possessed of common sense and an honest purpose, and I am inclined to think that there are often a sufficient counterpoise to a considerable amount of worldly experience. If one could have the worldly experience also. True, but then it is so difficult to get everything. But with that special matter of business we need not have any further concern. We will presume it to have been discussed and completed, and will now address ourselves to Miss Dunstable's conversazione. But it must not be supposed that she was so poor ingenious as to call her party openly by the name borrowed for the nonce from Mrs. Proudie. It was only among her specially intimate friends, Mrs. Harold Smith and some few dozen others, that she indulged in this little joke. There had been nothing in the least pretentious about the card with which she summoned her friends to her house on this occasion. She had merely signified in some ordinary way that she would be glad to see them as soon after 9 o'clock on Thursday evening, the something instant, as might be convenient. But all the world understood that all the world was to be gathered together at Miss Dunstable's house on the night in question, that an effort was to be made to bring together people of all classes, gods and giants, saints and sinners, those rabid through the strength of their morality, such as our dear friend Lady Lufton, and those who were rabid in the opposite direction, such as Lady Hartletop, the Duke of Omnium, and Mr. Sowerby. An orthodox martyr had been caught from the east, and an oily latter-day St. Paul from the other side of the water, to the horror and amazement of Archdeacon Grantley, who had come up all the way from Plumstead to be present on the occasion. Mrs. Grantley also had hankered to be there, but when she heard of the presence of the latter-day St. Paul, she triumphed loudly over her husband, who had made no offer to take her. That Lords Brock and de Terrier were to be there at the gathering was nothing. The pleasant king of the gods and the courtly chief of the giants could shake hands with each other in any house with the greatest pleasure, but men were to meet who, in reference to each other, could shake nothing but their heads or their fists. Supplehouse was to be there, and Harold Smith, who now hated his enemy with a hatred surpassing that of women, or even of politicians. The minor gods, it was thought, would congregate together in one room, very bitter in their present state of banishment, and the minor giants in another, terribly loud in their triumph. That is the fault of the giants, who otherwise are not bad fellows. They are unable to endure the weight of any temporary success. When attempting Olympus, and this work of attempting is doubtless their natural condition, they scratch and scramble, diligently using both toes and fingers, with a mixture of good-humoured virulence and self-satisfied industry that is gratifying to all parties. But whenever their efforts are unexpectedly, and for themselves unfortunately, unsuccessful, they are so taken aback that they lose the power of behaving themselves with even gigantesque propriety. Such, so great and so various, was to be the intended gathering at Miss Dunstable's house. She herself laughed, and quizzed herself, speaking of the affair to Mrs. Harold Smith as though it were an excellent joke, and to Mrs. Proudie as though she were simply emulous of rivalling those world-famous assemblies in Gloucester Place. But the town at large knew that an effort was being made, and it was supposed that even Miss Dunstable was somewhat nervous. In spite of her excellent joking, it was presumed that she would be unhappy if she failed. To Mrs. Frank Gresham she did speak with some little seriousness. "But why on earth should you give yourself all this trouble?" that lady had said, when Miss Dunstable owned that she was doubtful, and unhappy in her doubts, as to the coming of one of the great colleagues of Mr. Supplehouse. "When such hundreds are coming, big wigs and little wigs of all shades, what can it matter whether Mr. Towers be there or not?" But Miss Dunstable had answered almost with a screech, "My dear, it will be nothing without him. You don't understand, but the fact is that Tom Towers is everybody and everything at present." And then, by no means for the first time, Mrs. Gresham began to lecture her friends as to her vanity, in answer to which lecture Miss Dunstable mysteriously hinted that if she were only allowed her full swing on this occasion, if all the world would now indulge her, she would, She did not quite say what she would do, but the inference drawn by Mrs. Gresham was this, that if the incense now offered on the altar of fashion were accepted, Miss Dunstable would at once abandon the pomps and vanities of this wicked world, and all the sinful lusts of the flesh. "But the doctor will stay, my dear. I hope I may look on that as fixed." Miss Dunstable, in making this demand on the doctor's time, showed an energy quite equal to that with which she invoked the gods that Tom Towers might not be absent. Now, to tell the truth, Dr. Thorne had at first thought it very unreasonable that he should be asked to remain up in London in order that he might be present at an evening party, and had for a while pertinaciously refused. But when he learned that 3 or 4 Prime Ministers were expected, and that it was possible that even Tom Towers might be there in the flesh, his philosophy also had become weak, and he had written to Lady Arabella to say that his prolonged absence for 2 days further must be endured, and that the mild tonics morning and evening might be continued. But why should Miss Dunstable be so anxious that Dr. Thorne should be present on this grand occasion? Why, indeed, should she be so frequently inclined to summon him away from his country practice, his compounding board, and his useful ministrations to rural ailments? The doctor was connected with her by no ties of blood. Their friendship, intimate as it was, had as yet been but of short date. She was a very rich woman, capable of purchasing all manner of advice and good counsel, whereas he was so far from being rich that any continued disturbance to his practice might be inconvenient to him. Nevertheless, Miss Dunstable seemed to have no more compunction in making calls upon his time than she might have felt had he been her brother. No ideas on this matter suggested themselves to the doctor himself. He was a simple-minded man, taking things as they came, and especially so taking things that came pleasantly. He liked Miss Dunstable, and was gratified by her friendship, and did not think of asking himself whether she had a right to put him to trouble and inconvenience. But such ideas did occur to Mrs. Gresham, the doctor's niece. Had Miss Dunstable any object, and if so, what object? Was it simple veneration for the doctor, or was it caprice? Was it eccentricity, or could it possibly be love? In speaking of the ages of these two friends, it may be said in round terms that the lady was well past 40, and that the gentleman was well past 50. Under such circumstances, could it be love? The lady, too, was one who had offers almost by the dozen, offers from men of rank, from men of fashion, and from men of power, from men endowed with personal attractions, with pleasant manners, with cultivated tastes, and with elegant tongues. Not only had she loved none such, but by none such had she been cajoled into an idea that it was possible that she could love them. That Dr. Thorne's tastes were cultivated and his manners pleasant might probably be admitted by 3 or 4 old friends in the country who valued him. But the world in London, that world to which Miss Dunstable was accustomed, and which was apparently becoming dearer to her day by day, would not have regarded the doctor as a man likely to become the object of a lady's passion. But nevertheless the idea did occur to Mrs. Gresham. She had been brought up at the elbow of this country practitioner. She had lived with him as though she had been his daughter. She had been for years the ministering angel of his household, and till her heart had opened to the natural love of womanhood, all her closest sympathies had been with him. In her eyes the doctor was all but perfect, and it did not seem to her to be out of the question that Miss Dunstable should have fallen in love with her uncle. Miss Dunstable once said to Mrs. Harold Smith that it was possible that she might marry, the only condition that expressed being this, that the man elected should be one who was quite indifferent as to money. Mrs. Harold Smith, who by her friends was presumed to know the world with tolerable accuracy, had replied that such a man Miss Dunstable would never find in this world. All this had passed in that half-comic vein of banter which Miss Dunstable so commonly used when conversing with such friends as Mrs. Harold Smith. But she had spoken words of the same import more than once to Mrs. Gresham, and Mrs. Gresham, putting 2 and 2 together, as women do, had made 4 of the little sum, and, as the final result of the calculation, determined that Miss Dunstable would marry Dr. Thorne if Dr. Thorne would ask her. And then Mrs. Gresham began to bethink herself of 2 other questions. would it be well that her uncle should marry Miss Dunstable? And if so, would it be possible to induce him to make such a proposition? After consideration of many pros and cons, and the balancing of very various arguments, Mrs. Gresham thought that the arrangement on the whole might not be a bad one. For Miss Dunstable she herself had a sincere affection, which was shared by her husband. She had often grieved at the sacrifices Miss Dunstable made to the world, thinking that her friend was falling into vanity, indifference, and an ill mode of life. But such a marriage as this would probably cure all that. And then as to Dr. Thorne himself, to whose benefit were of course applied Mrs. Gresham's most earnest thoughts in this matter, she could not but think that he would be happier married than he was single. In point of temper, no woman could stand higher than Miss Dunstable. No one had ever heard of her being in an ill humour. And then, though Mrs. Gresham was gifted with a mind which was far removed from being mercenary, it was impossible not to feel that some benefit might accrue from the bride's wealth. Mary Thorne, the present Mrs. Frank Gresham, had herself been a great heiress. Circumstances had weighted her hand with enormous possessions, and hitherto she had not realized the truth of that lesson which would teach us to believe that happiness and riches are incompatible. Therefore she resolved that it might be well if the doctor and Miss Dunstable were brought together. But could the doctor be induced to make such an offer? Mrs. Gresham acknowledged a terrible difficulty in looking at the matter from that point of view. Her uncle was fond of Miss Dunstable, but she was sure that an idea of such a marriage had never entered his head, that it would be very difficult, almost impossible, to create such an idea, and that, if the idea were there, the doctor could hardly be instigated to make the proposition. Looking at the matter as a whole, she feared that the match was not practicable. On the day of Miss Dunstable's party, Mrs. Gresham and her uncle dined together alone in Portman Square. Mr. Gresham was not yet in Parliament, but an almost immediate vacancy was expected in his division of the county, and it was known that no one would stand against him with any chance of success. This threw him much among the politicians of his party, those giants, namely, whom it would be his business to support, and on this account he was a good deal away from his own house at the present moment. "Politics makes a terrible demand on a man's time," he said to his wife, and then went down to dine at his club in Pall Mall with sundry other young filier gents. On men of that class politics do make a great demand, at the hour of dinner and thereabouts. "What do you think of Miss Dunstable?" said Mrs. Gresham to her uncle as they sat together over the coffee. She added nothing to the question, but asked it in all its baldness. "Think about her?" said the doctor. "Well, Mary, what do you think about her? I dare say we think the same." "But that's not the question. What do you think about her? Do you think she's honest?" "Honest? Oh, yes, certainly, very, very honest, I should say." "And good-tempered?" "Uncommonly good-tempered." "And affectionate?" "Well, yes, and affectionate. I should certainly say that she's affectionate." "I'm sure she's clever." "Yes, I think she's clever." "And womanly in her feelings?" Mrs. Gresham felt that she could not quite say ladylike, though she would fain have done so had she dared. "Oh, certainly," said the doctor. But Mary, why are you dissecting Miss Dunstable's character with so much ingenuity?" "Well, uncle, I will tell you why. Because—" And Mrs. Gresham, while she was speaking, got up from her chair, and going round the table to her uncle's side, put her arm round his neck till her face was close to his, and then continued speaking as she stood behind him out of his sight. "Because I think that Miss Dunstable is very fond of you, and that it would make her very happy if you would ask her to be your wife." "Mary!" said the doctor, turning round with an endeavour to look his niece in the face. "I am quite in earnest, uncle, quite in earnest. From little things that she has said, and little things that I have seen, I do believe what I now tell you." "And you want me to—" "Dear uncle, my own one darling uncle, I want you only to do that which will make you happy. What is Miss Dunstable to me compared to you?" and then she stooped down and kissed him. The doctor was apparently too much astounded by the intimation given him to make any further immediate reply. His niece, seeing this, left him that she might go and dress, and when they met again in the drawing-room, Frank Gresham was with them. End of chapter 28. Recording by Simon Evers.
Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 29. Miss Dunstable at Home. Miss Dunstable did not look like a lovelorn maiden as she stood in a small antechamber at the top of her drawing-room stairs, receiving her guests. Her house was one of those abnormal mansions which are to be seen here and there in London, built in compliance rather with the rules of rural architecture than with those which usually govern the erection of city streets and town terraces. It stood back from its brethren and alone, so that its owner could walk round it. It was approached by a short carriage-way. The chief door was in the back of the building, and the front of the house looked on to one of the parks. Miss Dunstable, in procuring it, had her usual luck. It had been built by an eccentric millionaire at an enormous cost, and the eccentric millionaire, after living in it for 12 months, had declared that it did not possess a single comfort, and that it was deficient in most of those details which, in point of house accommodation, are necessary to the very existence of man. Consequently the mansion was sold, and Miss Dunstable was the purchaser. Cranbourne House it had been named, and its present owner had made no change in this respect, but the world at large very generally called it Ointment Hall, and Miss Dunstable herself as frequently used that name for it as any other. It was impossible to quiz Miss Dunstable with any success, because she always joined in the joke herself. Not a word further had passed between Mrs. Gresham and Dr. Thorne on the subject of their last conversation, but the doctor, as he entered the ladies' portals amongst a tribe of servants, and in a glare of light, and saw the crowd before him and the crowd behind him, felt that it was quite impossible that he should ever be at home there. It might be all right that a Miss Dunstable should live in this way, but it could not be right that the wife of Dr. Thorne should so live. But all this was a matter of the merest speculation, for he was well aware, as he said to himself a dozen times, that his niece had blundered strangely in her reading of Miss Dunstable's character. When the Gresham party entered the ante-room into which the staircase opened, they found Miss Dunstable standing there surrounded by a few of her most intimate allies. Mrs. Harold Smith was sitting quite close to her. Dr. Easyman was reclining on a sofa against the wall, and the lady who habitually lived with Miss Dunstable was by his side. One or two others were there also, so that a little running conversation was kept up in order to relieve Miss Dunstable of the tedium which might otherwise be engendered by the work she had in hand. As Mrs. Gresham, leaning on her husband's arm, entered the room, she saw the back of Mrs. Proudie, as that lady made her way through the opposite door, leaning on the arm of the bishop. Mrs. Harold Smith had apparently recovered from the annoyance which she must no doubt have felt when Miss Dunstable so utterly rejected her suit on behalf of her brother. If any feeling had existed, even for a day, calculated to put a stop to the intimacy between the two ladies, that feeling had altogether died away, for Mrs. Harold Smith was conversing with her friend quite in the old way. She made some remark on each of the guests as they passed by, and apparently did so in a manner satisfactory to the owner of the house, for Miss Dunstable answered with her kindest smiles, and in that genial happy tone of voice which gave its peculiar character to her good humour. "She is quite convinced that you are a mere plagiarist in what you are doing," said Mrs. Harold Smith, speaking of Mrs. Proudie. "And so I am. I don't suppose there can be anything very original nowadays about an evening party." "But she thinks you are copying her." "And why not? I copy everybody that I see, more or less. You did not at first begin to wear big petticoats out of your own head. If Mrs. Proudie has any such pride as that, pray don't rob her of it. Here's the doctor and the Greshams. Mary, my darling, how are you?" And in spite of all her grandeur of apparel, Miss Dunstable took hold of Mrs. Gresham and kissed her, to the disgust of the half dozen and a half of the distinguished fashionable world who were passing up the stairs behind. The doctor was somewhat repressed in his mode of address by the communication which had so lately been made to him. Miss Dunstable was now standing on the very top of the pinnacle of wealth, and seemed to him to be not only so much above his reach, but also so far removed from his track in life, that he could not in any way put himself on a level with her. He could neither aspire so high nor descend so low; and thinking of this, he spoke to Miss Dunstable as though there were some great distance between them, as though there had been no hours of intimate friendship down at Greshamsbury. There had been such hours, during which Miss Dunstable and Dr. Thorne had lived as though they belonged to the same world; and this at any rate may be said of Miss Dunstable, that she had no idea of forgetting them. Dr. Thorne merely gave her his hand, and then prepared to pass on. "Don't go, doctor," she said. "For heaven's sake, don't go yet. I don't know when I may catch you if you get in there. I shan't be able to follow you for the next 2 hours. Lady Meredith, I am so much obliged to you for coming. Your mother will be here, I hope. Oh, I am so glad. From her, you know, that is quite a favour. You, Sir George, are half a sinner yourself, so I don't think so much about it." "Oh, quite so," said Sir George. "Perhaps rather the largest half." "The men divide the world into gods and giants," said Miss Dunstable. "We women have our divisions also. We are saints or sinners, according to our party. The worst of it is, that we rat almost as often as you do." Whereupon Sir George laughed and passed on. "I know, doctor, you don't like this kind of thing," she continued, "but there is no reason why you should indulge yourself altogether in your own way more than another; is there, Frank?" "I am not so sure but he does like it," said Mr. Gresham. "There are some of your reputed friends whom he owns that he is anxious to see." "Are there? Then there is some hope of his ratting too. But he'll never make a good staunch sinner, will he, Mary? You're too old to learn new tricks, eh, doctor?" "I'm afraid I am," said the doctor with a faint laugh. "Does Dr. Thorne rank himself among the army of saints?" asked Mrs. Harold Smith. "Decidedly," said Miss Dunstable. "But you must always remember that there are saints of different orders. Are there not, Mary? And nobody supposes that the Franciscans and the Dominicans agree very well together. Dr. Thorne does not belong to the school of St. Proudie of Barchester. He would prefer the priestess whom I see coming round the corner of the staircase, with a very famous young novice at her elbow." "From all that I can hear, you will have to reckon Miss Grantly among the sinners," said Mrs. Harold Smith, seeing that Lady Lufton with her young friend was approaching; "unless, indeed, you can make a saint of Lady Hartletop." And then Lady Lufton entered the room, and Miss Dunstable came forward to meet her with more quiet respect in her manner than she had as yet shown to many of her guests. "I am much obliged to you for coming, Lady Lufton," she said, "and the more so for bringing Miss Grantly with you." Lady Lufton uttered some pretty little speech, during which Dr. Thorne came up and shook hands with her, as did also Frank Gresham and his wife. There was a county acquaintance between the Framley people and the Greshamsbury people, and therefore there was a little general conversation before Lady Lufton passed out of the small room into what Mrs. Proudie would have called the noble suite of apartments. "Papa will be here," said Miss Grantly; "at least so I understand. I have not seen him yet myself." "Oh, yes, he has promised me," said Miss Dunstable; "and the archdeacon, I know, will keep his word. I should by no means have the proper ecclesiastical balance without him." "Papa always does keep his word," said Miss Grantly, in a tone that was almost severe. She had not at all understood poor Miss Dunstable's little joke, or at any rate she was too dignified to respond to it. "I understand that old Sir John is to accept the Chiltern Hundreds at once," said Lady Lufton in a half whisper to Frank Gresham. Lady Lufton had always taken a keen interest in the politics of East Barsetshire, and was now desirous of expressing her satisfaction that a Gresham should again sit for the county. The Greshams had been old county members in Barsetshire time out of mind." "Oh yes, I believe so," said Frank, blushing. He was still young enough to feel almost ashamed of putting himself forward for such high honours. "There will be no contest, of course," said Lady Lufton confidentially. "There seldom is in East Barsetshire, I am happy to say. But if there were, every tenant at Framley would vote on the right side. I can assure you of that. Lord Lufton was saying so to me only this morning." Frank Gresham made a pretty little speech in reply, such as young sucking politicians are expected to make, and this, with sundry other small courteous murmurings, detained the Lufton party for a minute or two in the antechamber. In the meantime the world was pressing on and passing through to the 4 or 5 large reception rooms, the noble suite which was already piercing poor Mrs. Proudie's heart with envy to the very core. "These are the sort of rooms," she said to herself unconsciously, "which ought to be provided by the country for the use of its bishops." "But the people are not brought enough together," she said to her lord. "No, no, I don't think they are," said the bishop. "And that is so essential for a conversazione," continued Mrs. Proudie. "Now in Gloucester Place—" But we will not record all her adverse criticisms, as Lady Lufton is waiting for us in the ante room. And now another arrival of moment had taken place, an arrival indeed of very great moment. To tell the truth, Miss Dunstable's heart had been set upon having 2 special persons, and though no stone had been left unturned, no stone which could be turned with discretion, she was still left in doubt as to both of these 2 wondrous potentates. At the very moment of which we are now speaking, light and airy as she appeared to be, for it was her character to be light and airy, her mind was torn with doubts. If the wished for 2 would come, her evening would be thoroughly successful; but if not, all her trouble would have been thrown away, and the thing would have been a failure, and there were circumstances connected with the present assembly which made Miss Dunstable very anxious that she should not fail. That the 2 great ones of the earth were Tom Towers of the Jupiter and the Duke of Omnium need hardly be expressed in words. And now, at this very moment, as Lady Lufton was making her civil speeches to young Gresham, apparently in no hurry to move on, and while Miss Dunstable was endeavouring to whisper something into the doctor's ear, which would make him feel himself at home in this new world, a sound was heard which made that lady know that half her wish had at any rate been granted to her. A sound was heard, but only by her own and one other attentive pair of ears. Mrs. Harold Smith had also caught the name, and knew that the Duke was approaching. There was great glory and triumph in this, but why had his Grace come at so unchancy a moment? Miss Dunstable had been fully aware of the impropriety of bringing Lady Lufton and the Duke of Omnium into the same house at the same time, but when she had asked Lady Lufton she had been led to believe that there was no hope of obtaining the Duke; and then, when that hope had dawned upon her, she had comforted herself with the reflection that the 2 sons, though they might for some few minutes be in the same hemisphere, could hardly be expected to clash or come across each other's orbits. Her rooms were large and would be crowded. The Duke would probably do little more than walk through them once, and Lady Lufton would certainly be surrounded by persons of her own class. Thus Miss Dunstable had comforted herself. But now all things were going wrong, and Lady Lufton would find herself in close contiguity to the nearest representative of satanic agency, which, according to her ideas, was allowed to walk this nether English world of ours. Would she scream, or indignantly retreat out of the house? Or would she proudly raise her head, and with outstretched hand and audible voice boldly defy the devil and all his works? In thinking of these things as the Duke approached, Miss Dunstable almost lost her presence of mind. But Mrs. Harold Smith did not lose hers. "So here at last is the Duke," she said, in a tone intended to catch the express attention of Lady Lufton. Mrs. Smith had calculated that there might still be time for her ladyship to pass on and avoid the interview; but Lady Lufton, if she heard the words, did not completely understand them. At any rate they did not convey to her mind at the moment the meaning they were intended to convey. She paused to whisper a last little speech to Frank Gresham, and then, looking round, found that the gentleman who was pressing against her dress was the Duke of Omnium. On this great occasion, when the misfortune could no longer be avoided, Miss Dunstable was by no means beneath herself or her character. She deplored the calamity, but she now saw that it was only left to her to make the best of it. The Duke had honoured her by coming to her house, and she was bound to welcome him, though in doing so she should bring Lady Lufton to her last gasp. "Duke," she said, "I am greatly honoured by this kindness on the part of your Grace. I hardly expected that you would be so good to me." "The goodness is all on the other side," said the Duke, bowing over her hand. And then, in the usual course of things, this would have been all. The Duke would have walked on and shown himself, would have said a word or two to Lady Hartletop, to the Bishop, to Mr. Gresham, and such like, and would then have left the rooms by another way, and quietly escaped. This was the duty expected from him, and this he would have done, and the value of the party would have been increased 30 per cent. By such doing. But now, as it was, the newsmongers of the West End were likely to get much more out of him. Circumstances had so turned out that he had absolutely been pressed close against Lady Lufton, and she, when she heard the voice, and was made positively acquainted with the fact of the great man's presence by Miss Dunstable's words, turned round quickly, but still with much feminine dignity, removing her dress from the contact. In doing this she was brought absolutely face to face with the Duke, so that each could not but look full at the other. "I beg your pardon," said the Duke. They were the only words that had ever passed between them, nor have they spoken to each other since, but simple as they were, accompanied by the little by-play of the speakers, they gave rise to a considerable amount of ferment in the fashionable world. Lady Lufton, as she retreated back on to Dr. Easyman, curtsied low. She curtsied low and slowly, and with a haughty arrangement of her drapery that was all her own. But the curtsy, though it was eloquent, did not say half so much, did not reprobate the habitual iniquities of the Duke with a voice nearly as potent as that which was expressed in the gradual fall of her eye and the gradual pressure of her lips. When she commenced her curtsy, she was looking full in her foe's face. By the time she had completed it, her eyes were turned upon the ground, but there was an ineffable amount of scorn expressed in the lines of her mouth. She spoke no word, and retreated as modest virtue and feminine weakness must ever retreat, before barefaced vice and virile power; but nevertheless she was held by all the world to have had the best of the encounter. The Duke, as he begged her pardon, wore in his countenance that expression of modified sorrow which is common to any gentleman who is supposed by himself to have incommoded a lady. But over and above this, or rather under it, there was a slight smile of derision, as though it were impossible for him to look upon the bearing of Lady Lufton without some amount of ridicule. All this was legible to eyes so keen as those of Miss Dunstable and Mrs. Harold Smith, and the Duke was known to be a master of this silent inward sarcasm. But even by them, by Miss Dunstable and Mrs. Harold Smith, it was admitted that Lady Lufton had conquered. When her ladyship again looked up, the Duke had passed on, and then she resumed the care of Miss Grantly's hand, and followed in among the company. "That is what I call unfortunate," said Miss Dunstable, as soon as both belligerents had departed from the field of battle. "The fates sometimes will be against one." "But they have not been at all against you here," said Mrs. Harold Smith. "If you could arrive at her ladyship's private thoughts to morrow morning, you would find her to be quite happy in having met the Duke. It will be years before she has done boasting of her triumph, and it will be talked of by the young ladies of Framley for the next 3 generations." The Gresham party, including Dr. Thorne, had remained in the ante-chamber during the battle. The whole combat did not occupy above 2 minutes, and the 3 of them were hemmed off from escape by Lady Lufton's retreat into Dr. Easyman's lap. But now they too essayed to pass on. "What, you will desert me?" said Miss Dunstable. "Very well, but I shall find you out by and by. Frank, there is some dancing in one of the rooms, just to distinguish the affair from Mrs. Proudie's conversazione. It would be stupid, you know, if all conversaziones were alike, wouldn't it? So I hope you will go and dance." "There will, I presume, be another variation at feeding time," said Mrs. Harold Smith. "Oh yes, certainly. I am the most vulgar of all wretches in that respect. I do love to set people eating and drinking. Mr. Supplehouse, I am delighted to see you, but do tell me," and then she whispered with great energy into the ear of Mr. Supplehouse, and Mr. Supplehouse again whispered into her ear. "You think he will, then?" said Miss Dunstable. Mr. Supplehouse assented. He did think so, but he had no warrant for stating the circumstances of fact. And then he passed on, hardly looking at Mrs. Harold Smith as he passed. "What a hang-dog countenance he has," said that lady. "Ah, you're prejudiced, my dear, and no wonder. As for myself, I always liked Supplehouse. He means mischief, but then mischief is his trade, and he does not conceal it. If I were a politician, I should as soon think of being angry with Mr. Supplehouse for turning against me as I am now with a pin for pricking me. It's my own awkwardness, and I ought to have known how to use the pin more craftily." "But you must detest a man who professes to stand by his party and then does his best to ruin it." "So many have done that, my dear, and with much more success than Mr. Supplehouse. All is fair in love and war. Why not add politics to the list? If we could only agree to do that, it would save us from such a deal of heartburning, and it would make none of us a bit the worse." Miss Dunstable's rooms, large as they were, a noble suite of rooms, certainly, though perhaps a little too scattered, will we say, Bishop? Were now nearly full, and would have been inconveniently crowded were it not that many who came only remained for half an hour or so. Space, however, had been kept for the dancers, much to Mrs. Proudie's consternation. Not that she disapproved of dancing in London as a rule, but she was indignant that the laws of a conversazione, as re-established by herself in the fashionable world, should be so violently infringed. "Conversaziones will come to mean nothing," she said to the Bishop, putting great stress on the latter word, "nothing at all if they are to be treated in this way." "No, they won't; nothing in the least," said the Bishop. "Dancing may be very well in its place," said Mrs. Proudie. "I have never objected to it myself, that is, for the laity," said the Bishop. "But when people profess to assemble for higher objects," said Mrs. Proudie, "they ought to act up to their professions." "Otherwise they are no better than hypocrites," said the Bishop. "A spade should be called a spade," said Mrs. Proudie. "Decidedly," said the Bishop, assenting. "And when I undertook the trouble and expense of introducing conversaziones," continued Mrs. Proudie, with an evident feeling that she had been ill-used, "I had no idea of seeing the word so misinterpreted." And then, observing certain desirable acquaintances at the other side of the room, she went across, leaving the Bishop to fend for himself. Lady Lufton, having achieved her success, passed on to the dancing, whither it was not probable that her enemy would follow her, and she had not been there very long before she was joined by her son. Her heart at the present moment was not quite satisfied at the state of affairs with reference to Griselda. She had gone so far to tell her young friend what were her own wishes. She had declared her desire that Griselda should become her daughter-in-law, but in answer to this Griselda herself had declared nothing. It was, to be sure, no more than natural that a young lady so well brought up as Miss Grantly should show no signs of a passion till she was warranted in showing them by the proceedings of the gentleman. But notwithstanding this, fully aware as she was of the propriety of such reticence, Lady Lufton did think that to her Griselda might have spoken some word evincing that the alliance would be satisfactory to her. Griselda, however, had spoken no such word, nor had she uttered a syllable to show that she would accept Lord Lufton if he did offer. Then, again, she had uttered no syllable to show that she would not accept him, But nevertheless, although she knew that the world had been talking about her and Lord Dumbello, she stood up to dance with the future Marquis on every possible occasion. All this did give annoyance to Lady Lufton, who began to bethink herself that if she could not quickly bring her little plan to a favourable issue, it might be well for her to wash her hands of it. She was still anxious for the match on her son's account. Griselda would, she did not doubt, make a good wife. But Lady Lufton was not so sure as she once had been that she herself would be able to keep up so strong a feeling for her daughter-in-law as she had hitherto hoped to do. "Ludovic, have you been here long?" she said, smiling as she always did smile when her eyes fell upon her son's face. "This instant arrived, and I hurried on after you, as Miss Dunstable told me you were here. What a crowd she has! Did you see Lord Brock?" "I did not observe him." "Or Lord de Terrier? I saw them both in the centre room." "Lord de Terrier did me the honour of shaking hands with me as I passed through." "I never saw such a mix of people. There is Mrs. Proudie going out of her mind because you are all going to dance." "The Miss Proudies dance," said Griselda Grantly. "But not at conversaziones. You don't see the difference. And I saw Spermoil there, looking as pleased as Punch. He had quite a circle of his own round him, and was chattering away as though he were quite accustomed to the wickedness of the world." "There are certainly people here whom one would not have wished to meet, had one thought of it," said Lady Lufton, mindful of her late engagement. "But it must be all right, for I walked up the stairs with the archdeacon. That is an absolute proof, is it not, Miss Grantly?" "I have no fears. When I am with your mother I know I must be safe." "I am not so sure of that," said Lord Lufton, laughing. "Mother, you hardly know the worst of it yet. Who is here, do you think?" "I know whom you mean. I have just seen him," said Lady Lufton, very quietly. "We came across him just at the top of the stairs," said Griselda, with more animation in her face than ever Lord Lufton had seen there before. "What, the Duke?" "Yes, the Duke," said Lady Lufton. "I certainly should not have come had I expected to be brought into contact with that man. But it was an accident, and on such an occasion as this it could not be helped." Lord Lufton at once perceived by the tone of his mother's voice, and by the shades of her countenance, that she had absolutely endured some personal encounter with the Duke, and also that she was by no means so indignant at the occurrence as might have been expected. There she was, still in Miss Dunstable's house, and expressing no anger to Miss Dunstable's conduct. Lord Lufton could hardly have been more surprised had he seen the Duke handing his mother down to supper. He said, however, nothing further on the subject. "Are you going to dance, Ludovic?" said Lady Lufton. "Well, I am not sure that I do not agree with Mrs. Proudie in thinking that dancing would contaminate a conversazione. What are your ideas, Miss Grantly?" Griselda was never very good at a joke, and imagined that Lord Lufton wanted to escape the trouble of dancing with her. This angered her, for the only species of love making, or flirtation, or sociability between herself as a young lady and any other self as a young gentleman, which recommended itself to her taste, was to be found in the amusement of dancing. She was altogether at variance with Mrs. Proudie on this matter, and gave Miss Dunstable great credit for her innovation. In society, Griselda's toes were more serviceable to her than her tongue, and she was to be won by a rapid twirl much more probably than by a soft word. The offer of which she would approve would be conveyed by two all but breathless words during a spasmodic pause in a waltz, and then, as she lifted up her arm to receive the accustomed support at her back, she might just find power enough to say, "You must ask papa." After that she would not care to have the affair mentioned till everything was properly settled. "I have not thought about it," said Griselda, turning her face away from Lord Lufton. It must not, however, be supposed that Miss Grantly had not thought about Lord Lufton, or that she had not considered how great might be the advantage of having Lady Lufton on her side if she made up her mind that she did wish to become Lord Lufton's wife. She knew very well that now was her time for a triumph, now in this very first season of her acknowledged beauty, and she knew also that young, good-looking bachelor lords do not grow on hedges like blackberries. Had Lord Lufton offered to her, she would have accepted him at once without any remorse as to the greater glories which might appertain to a future Marchioness of Hartletop. In that direction she was not without sufficient wisdom. But then Lord Lufton had not offered to her, nor given any signs that he intended to do so. And to give Griselda Grantly her due, she was not a girl to make a first overture. Neither had Lord Dumbello offered, but he had given signs, dumb signs, such as birds give to each other, quite as intelligible as verbal signs to a girl who preferred the use of her toes to that of her tongue. "I have not thought about it," said Griselda, very coldly; and at that moment a gentleman stood before her and asked her hand for the next dance. It was Lord Dumbello, and Griselda, making no reply except by a slight bow, got up and put her hand within her partner's arm. "Shall I find you here, Lady Lufton, when we have done?" she said, and then started off among the dancers. When the work before one is dancing, the proper thing for a gentleman to do is, at any rate, to ask a lady. This proper thing Lord Lufton had omitted, and now the prize was taken away from under his very nose. There was clearly an air of triumph about Lord Dumbello as he walked away with the beauty. The world had been saying that Lord Lufton was to marry her, and the world had also been saying that Lord Dumbello admired her. Now this had angered Lord Dumbello, and made him feel as though he walked about, a mark of scorn, as a disappointed suitor. Had it not been for Lord Lufton, perhaps he would not have cared so much for Griselda Grantly; but circumstances had so turned out that he did care for her, and felt it to be incumbent upon him, as the heir to a marquisate, to obtain what he wanted, let who would have a hankering after the same article. It is in this way that pictures are so well sold at auctions, and Lord Dumbello regarded Miss Grantly as being now subject to the auctioneer's hammer, and conceived that Lord Lufton was bidding against him. There was therefore an air of triumph about him as he put his arm round Griselda's waist and whirled her up and down the room in obedience to the music. Lady Lufton and her son were left together, looking at each other. Of course he had intended to ask Griselda to dance, but it cannot be said that he very much regretted his disappointment. Of course, also, Lady Lufton had expected that her son and Griselda would stand up together, and she was a little inclined to be angry with her protégée. "I think she might have waited a minute," said Lady Lufton. "But why, mother? There are certain things for which no one ever waits. To give a friend, for instance, the first passage through a gate out hunting, and such like. Miss Grantly was quite right to take the first that offered." Lady Lufton had determined to learn what was to be the end of this scheme of hers. She could not have Griselda always with her, and if anything were to be arranged, it must be arranged now, while both of them were in London. At the close of the season Griselda would return to Plumstead, and Lord Lufton would go, nobody as yet knew where. It would be useless to look forward to further opportunities. If they did not contrive to love each other now, they would never do so. Lady Lufton was beginning to fear that her plan would not work, but she made up her mind that she would learn the truth then and there, at least as far as her son was concerned. "Oh yes, quite so, if it is equal to her with which she dances," said Lady Lufton. "Quite equal, I should think, unless it be that Dumbello is longer winded than I am." "I am sorry to hear you speak of her in that way, Ludovic." "Why sorry, mother?" "Because I had hoped that you and she would have liked each other." This she said in a serious tone of voice, tender and sad, looking up into his face with a plaintive gaze, as though she knew that she were asking of him some great favour. "Yes, mother, I have known you have wished that." "You have known it, Ludovic?" "Oh dear, yes. You are not at all sharp at keeping your secrets from me. And, mother, at one time, for a day or so, I thought I could oblige you. You have been so good to me that I would do almost anything for you." "Oh no, no, no," she said, deprecating his praise, and the sacrifice which he seemed to offer of his own hopes and aspirations. I would not for worlds have you do so for my sake. No mother ever had a better son, and my only ambition is your happiness." "But, mother, she would not make me happy. I was mad enough for a moment to think that she could do so. For a moment I did think so. There was one occasion on which I would have asked her to take me, but—" "But what, Ludovic?" "Never mind. It passed away, and now I shall never ask her. Indeed, I do not think she would have me. She is ambitious, and flying at higher game than I am. And I must say this for her, that she knows well what she is doing, and plays her cards as though she had been born with them in her hand." "You will never ask her?" "No, mother. Had I done so, it would have been for love of you, only for love of you." "I would not for worlds that you should do that." "Let her have Dumbello. She will make an excellent wife for him, just the wife that he will want. And you will have been so good to her in assisting her to such a matter." "But, Ludovic, I am so anxious to see you settled." "All in good time, mother." "Ah, but the good time is passing away. Years run so very quickly. I hope you think about marrying, Ludovic." "But, mother, what if I brought you a wife that you did not approve?" "I will approve of any one that you love. That is, if you love her also. Eh, mother?" "But I rely with such confidence on your taste. I know that you can like no one that is not ladylike and good." "Ladylike and good, will that suffice?" said he, thinking of Lucy Robarts. "Yes, it will suffice if you love her. I don't want you to care for money. Griselda will have a fortune that would have been convenient, but I do not wish you to care for that." And thus, as they stood together in Miss Dunstable's crowded room, the mother and the son settled between themselves that the Lufton-Grantly alliance treaty was not to be ratified. "I suppose I must let Mrs. Grantly know," said Lady Lufton to herself, as Griselda returned to her side. There had not been above a dozen words spoken between Lord Dumbello and his partner, but that young lady also had now fully made up her mind that the treaty above mentioned should never be brought into operation. We must go back to our hostess, whom we should not have left for so long a time, seeing that this chapter is written to show how well she could conduct herself in great emergencies. She had declared that after a while she would be able to leave her position near the entrance door, and find out her own peculiar friends among the crowd. But the opportunity for doing so did not come till very late in the evening. There was a continuation of arrivals. She was wearied to death with making little speeches, and had more than once declared that she must depute Mrs. Harold Smith to take her place. That lady stuck to her through all her labours with admirable constancy, and made the work bearable. Without some such constancy on a friend's part, it would have been unbearable, and it must be acknowledged that this was much to the credit of Mrs. Harold Smith. Her own hopes with reference to the great heiress had all been shattered, and her answer had been given to her in very plain language. But nevertheless she was true to her friendship, and was almost as willing to endure fatigue on the occasion as though she had a sister-in-law's right in the house. At about 1 o'clock her brother came. He had not yet seen Miss Dunstable since the offer had been made, and had now with difficulty been persuaded by his sister to show himself. "What can be the use?" said he. "The game is up with me now," meaning, poor ruined ne'er-do-well, not only that the game with Miss Dunstable was up, but that the great game of his whole life was being brought to an uncomfortable termination. "Nonsense," said his sister. "Do you mean to despair because a man like the Duke of Omnium wants his money? What has been good security for him will be good security for another." And then Mrs. Harold Smith made herself more agreeable than ever to Miss Dunstable. When Miss Dunstable was nearly worn out, but was still endeavouring to buoy herself up by a hope of the still expected great arrival, for she knew that the hero would show himself only at a very late hour if it were to be her good fortune that he showed himself at all, Mr. Sowerby walked up the stairs. He had schooled himself to go through this ordeal with all the cool effrontery which was at his command, but it was clearly to be seen that all his effrontery did not stand him in sufficient stead, and that the interview would have been embarrassing had it not been for the genuine good humour of the lady. "Here is my brother," said Mrs. Harold Smith, showing by the tremulousness of the whisper that she looked forward to the meeting with some amount of apprehension. "How do you do, Mr. Sowerby?" said Miss Dunstable, walking almost into the doorway to welcome him. "Better late than never." "I have only just got away from the House," said he, as he gave her his hand. "Oh, I know well that you are sans reproche among senators, as Mr. Harold Smith is sans peur, eh, my dear?" "I must confess that you have contrived to be uncommonly severe upon them both," said Mrs. Harold, laughing, "and as regards poor Harold, most undeservedly so. Nathaniel is here, and may defend himself." "And no one is better able to do so on all occasions. But, my dear Mr. Sowerby, I am dying of despair. Do you think he'll come?" "He? Who?" "You stupid man, as if there were more than one he. There were two, but the other has been." "Upon my word, I don't understand," said Mr. Sowerby, now again at his ease. "But can I do anything? Shall I go and fetch any one? Oh, Tom Towers! I fear I can't help you. But here he is at the foot of the stairs." And then Mr. Sowerby stood back with his sister to make way for the great representative man of the age. "Angels and ministers of grace assist me!" said Miss Dunstable. "How on earth am I to behave myself? Mr. Sowerby, do you think that I ought to kneel down? My dear, will he have a reporter in his back in the royal livery?" And then Miss Dunstable advanced 2 or 3 steps, not into the doorway as she had done for Mr. Sowerby, put out her hand and smiled her sweetest on Mr. Towers of the Jupiter. "Mr. Towers," she said, "I am delighted to have this opportunity of seeing you in my own house." "Miss Dunstable, I am immensely honoured by the privilege of being here," said he. "The honour done is all conferred upon me," and she bowed and curtsied with very stately grace. Each thoroughly understood the badinage of the other, and then in a few moments they were engaged in very easy conversation. "By the by, Sowerby, what do you think of this threatened dissolution?" said Tom Towers. "We are all in the hands of Providence," said Mr. Sowerby, striving to take the matter without any outward show of emotion. But the question was one of terrible import to him, and up to this time he had heard of no such threat. Nor had Mrs. Harold Smith, nor Miss Dunstable, nor had 100 others who now listened to the vaticinations of Mr. Towers, or to the immediate report made of them. But it is given to some men to originate such tidings, and the performance of the prophecy is often brought about by the authority of the prophet. On the following morning the rumour that there would be a dissolution was current in all high circles. "They have no conscience in such matters, no conscience whatever," said a small god, speaking of the giants, a small god whose constituency was expensive. Mr. Towers stood there chatting for about 20 minutes, and then took his departure without making his way into the room. He had answered the purpose for which he had been invited, and left Miss Dunstable in a happy frame of mind. "I am very glad that he came," said Mrs. Harold Smith, with an air of triumph. "Yes, I am glad," said Miss Dunstable, "though I am thoroughly ashamed that I should be so. After all, what good has he done to me or to any one?" And having uttered this moral reflection, she made her way into the rooms, and soon discovered Dr. Thorne standing by himself against the wall. "Well, doctor," she said, "where are Mary and Frank? You do not look at all comfortable standing here by yourself." "I am quite as comfortable as I expected, thank you," said he. "They are in the room somewhere, and, as I believe, equally happy." "That's spiteful in you, doctor, to speak in that way. What would you say if you were called on to endure all that I have gone through this evening?" "There is no accounting for tastes, but I presume you like it." "I am not so sure of that. Give me your arm, and let me get some supper. One always likes the idea of having done hard work, and one always likes to have been successful." "We all know that virtue is its own reward," said the doctor. "Well, that is something hard upon me," said Miss Dunstable, as she sat down to table. "And you really think that no good of any sort can come from my giving such a party as this?" "Oh yes; some people, no doubt, have been amused." "It is all vanity in your estimation," said Miss Dunstable. "Vanity and vexation of spirit. Well, there is a good deal of the latter, certainly. Sherry, if you please. I would give anything for a glass of beer, but that is out of the question. Vanity and vexation of spirit. And yet I meant to do good." "Pray do not suppose that I am condemning you, Miss Dunstable." "Ah, but I do suppose it. Not only you, but another also whose judgment I care for, perhaps, more than yours. And that, let me tell you, is saying a great deal. You do condemn me, Dr. Thorne, and I also condemn myself. It is not that I have done wrong, but the game is not worth the candle." "Ah, that's the question." "The game is not worth the candle. And yet it was a triumph to have both the Duke and Tom Towers. You must confess that I have not managed badly." Soon after that the Greshams went away, and in an hour's time or so Miss Dunstable was allowed to drag herself to her own bed. That is the great question to be asked on all such occasions. Is the game worth the candle? End of chapter 29. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 30. The Grantly Triumph. It has been mentioned cursorily, the reader no doubt will have forgotten it, that Mrs. Grantly was not specially invited by her husband to go up to town with a view of being present at Miss Dunstable's party. Mrs. Grantly said nothing on the subject, but she was somewhat chagrined, not on account of the loss she sustained with reference to that celebrated assembly, but because she felt that her daughter's affairs required the supervision of a mother's eye. She also doubted the final ratification of the Lufton-Grantly treaty, and doubting it, she did not feel quite satisfied that her daughter should be left in Lady Lufton's hands. She had said a word or two to the archdeacon before he went up, but only a word or two, for she hesitated to trust him in so delicate a matter. She was, therefore, not a little surprised at receiving, on the second morning after her husband's departure, a letter from him desiring her immediate presence in London. She was surprised, but her heart was filled rather with hope than dismay, for she had full confidence in her daughter's discretion. On the morning after the party, Lady Lufton and Griselda had breakfasted together as usual, but each felt that the manner of the other was altered. Lady Lufton thought that her young friend was somewhat less attentive, and perhaps less meek in her demeanour than usual, and Griselda felt that Lady Lufton was less affectionate. Very little, however, was said between them, and Lady Lufton expressed no surprise when Griselda begged to be left alone at home, instead of accompanying her ladyship when the carriage came to the door. Nobody called in Bruton Street that afternoon. No one, at least, was let in, except the archdeacon. He came there late in the day, and remained with his daughter till Lady Lufton returned. Then he took his leave with more abruptness than was usual with him, and without saying anything special to account for the duration of his visit. Neither did Griselda say anything special, and so the evening wore away, each feeling in some unconscious manner that she was on less intimate terms with the other than had previously been the case. On the next day also Griselda would not go out, but at 4 o'clock a servant brought a letter to her from Mount Street. Her mother had arrived in London and wished to see her at once. Mrs. Grantly sent her love to Lady Lufton, and would call at 5:30, or at any later hour at which it might be convenient for Lady Lufton to see her. Griselda was to stay and dine in Mount Street, so said the letter. Lady Lufton declared that she would be very happy to see Mrs. Grantly at the hour named, and then, armed with this message, Griselda started for her mother's lodgings. "I'll send the carriage for you," said Lady Lufton. "I suppose about 10 will do." "Thank you," said Griselda. "That will do very nicely." And then she went. Exactly at 5:30 Mrs. Grantly was shown into Lady Lufton's drawing room. Her daughter did not come with her, and Lady Lufton could see by the expression of her friend's face that business was to be discussed. Indeed, it was necessary that she herself should discuss business, for Mrs. Grantly must now be told that the family treaty could not be ratified. The gentleman declined the alliance, and poor Lady Lufton was uneasy in her mind at the nature of the task before her. "Your coming up has been rather unexpected," said Lady Lufton, as soon as her friend was seated on the sofa. "Yes, indeed. I got a letter from the archdeacon only this morning, which made it absolutely necessary that I should come." "No bad news, I hope," said Lady Lufton. "No, I can't call it bad news. But, dear Lady Lufton, things won't always turn out exactly as one would have them." "No, indeed," said her ladyship, remembering that it was incumbent on her to explain to Mrs. Grantly now, at this present interview, the tidings with which her mind was fraught. She would, however, let Mrs. Grantly first tell her own story, feeling perhaps that the one might possibly bear upon the other. "Poor dear Griselda," said Mrs. Grantly, almost with a sigh. "I need not tell you, Lady Lufton, what my hopes were regarding her." "Has she told you anything that—" "She would have spoken to you at once, and it was due to you that she should have done so; but she was timid, and not unnaturally so. And then it was right that she should see her father and me before she quite made up her own mind. But I may say that it is settled now." "What is settled?" asked Lady Lufton. "Of course it is impossible for any one to tell beforehand how these things will turn out," continued Mrs. Grantly, beating about the bush rather more than was necessary. "The dearest wish of my heart was to see her married to Lord Lufton. I should so much have wished to have her in the same county with me, and such a match as that would have fully satisfied my ambition." "Well, I should rather think it might." Lady Lufton did not say this out loud, but she thought it. Mrs. Grantly was absolutely speaking of a match between her daughter and Lord Lufton as though she would have displayed some amount of Christian moderation in putting up with it. Griselda Grantly might be a very nice girl, but even she, so thought Lady Lufton at the moment, might possibly be priced too highly. "Dear Mrs. Grantly," she said, "I have foreseen for the last few days that our mutual hopes in this respect would not be gratified. Lord Lufton, I think, but perhaps it's not necessary to explain. Had you not come up to town I should have written to you, probably to day. Whatever may be dear Griselda's fate in life, I sincerely hope that she may be happy." "I think she will," said Mrs. Grantly in a tone that expressed much satisfaction. Has anything—" "Lord Dumbello proposed to Griselda the other night at Miss Dunstable's party," said Mrs. Grantly, with her eyes fixed upon the floor, and assuming on the sudden much meekness in her manner. "And his lordship was with the archdeacon yesterday, and again this morning. I fancy he is in Mount Street at the present moment." "Oh, indeed!" said Lady Lufton. She would have given worlds to have possessed at that moment sufficient self-command to have enabled her to express in her tone and manner unqualified satisfaction at the tidings. But she had not such self-command, and was painfully aware of her own deficiency. "Yes," said Mrs. Grantly, "and as it is all so far settled, and as I know you are so kindly anxious about dear Griselda, I thought it right to let you know at once. Nothing can be more upright, honourable, and generous than Lord Dumbello's conduct; and on the whole the match is one with which I and the archdeacon cannot but be contented." "It is certainly a great match," said Lady Lufton. "Have you seen Lady Hartletop yet?" Now Lady Hartletop could not be regarded as an agreeable connexion, but this was the only word which escaped from Lady Lufton that could be considered in any way disparaging. "But on the whole I think that she behaved well." "Lord Dumbello was so completely his own master that has not been necessary," said Mrs. Grantly. "The Marquis has been told, and the archdeacon will see him either to morrow or the day after." There was nothing left for Lady Lufton but to congratulate her friend, and this she did in words perhaps not very sincere, but which, on the whole, were not badly chosen. "I am sure I hope she will be very happy," said Lady Lufton. "And I trust that the alliance," the word was very agreeable to Mrs. Grantly's ear, "will give unalloyed gratification to you and to her father. The position which she is called to fill is a very splendid one, but I do not think that it is above her merits." This was very generous, and so Mrs. Grantly felt it. She had expected that her news would be received with the coldest shade of civility, and she was quite prepared to do battle if there were occasion. But she had no wish for war, and was almost grateful to Lady Lufton for her cordiality. "Dear Lady Lufton," she said, "it is so kind of you to say so. I have told no one else, and of course would tell no one till you knew it. No one has known her and understood her so well as you have done. And I can assure you of this, that there is no one to whose friendship she looks forward in her new sphere of life with half so much pleasure as she does to yours." Lady Lufton did not say much further. She could not declare that she expected much gratification from an intimacy with the future Marchioness of Hartletop. The Hartletops and the Luftons must, at any rate for her generation, live in a world apart, and she had now said all that her old friendship with Mrs. Grantly required. Mrs. Grantly understood all this quite as well as did Lady Lufton, but then Mrs. Grantly was much the better woman of the world. It was arranged that Griselda should come back to Bruton Street for the night, and that her visit should then be brought to a close. "The archdeacon thinks that for the present I had better remain up in town," said Mrs. Grantly, "and under the very peculiar circumstances Griselda will be perhaps more comfortable with me." To this Lady Lufton entirely agreed, and so they parted, excellent friends, embracing each other in a most affectionate manner. That evening Griselda did return to Bruton Street, and Lady Lufton had to go through the further task of congratulating her. This was the more disagreeable of the two, especially so as it had been thought over beforehand. But the young lady's excellent good sense and sterling qualities made the task comparatively an easy one. She neither cried, nor was impassioned, nor went into hysterics, nor showed any emotion. She did not even talk of her noble Dumbello, her generous Dumbello. She took Lady Lufton's kisses almost in silence, thanked her gently for her kindness, and made no allusion to her own future grandeur. "I think I should like to go to bed early," she said, "as I must see to my packing up." "Richards will do all that for you, my dear." "Oh yes, thank you. Nothing can be kinder than Richards. But I'll just see to my own dresses." And so she went to bed early. Lady Lufton did not see her son for the next 2 days, but when she did, of course she said a word or two about Griselda. "You have heard the news, Ludovic?" she asked. "Oh yes, it's at all the clubs. I have been overwhelmed with presents of willow branches." "You, at any rate, have got nothing to regret," she said. "Nor you either, mother. I am sure that you do not think you have. Say that you do not regret it. Dearest mother, say so for my sake. Do you not know in your heart of hearts that she was not suited to be happy as my wife, or to make me happy?" "Perhaps not," said Lady Lufton, sighing. And then she kissed her son, and declared to herself that no girl in England could be good enough for him. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 31. Salmon Fishing in Norway. Lord Dumbello's engagement with Griselda Grantly was the talk of the town for the next 10 days. It formed at least one of the two subjects which monopolized attention, the other being that dreadful rumour, first put in motion by Tom Towers at Miss Dunstable's party, as to a threatened dissolution of Parliament. "Perhaps, after all, it will be the best thing for us," said Mr. Green Walker, who felt himself to be tolerably safe at Crewe Junction. "I regard it as a most wicked attempt," said Harold Smith, who was not equally secure in his own borough, and to whom the expense of an election was disagreeable. "It is done in order that they may get time to tide over the autumn. They won't gain 10 votes by a dissolution, and less than 40 would hardly give them a majority. But they have no sense of public duty, none whatever. Indeed, I don't know who has." "No, by Jove, that's just it. That's just what my aunt, Lady Hartletop, says. There is no sense of duty left in the world. By the by, what an uncommon fool Dumbello is making himself." And then the conversation went off to that other topic. Lord Lufton's joke against himself about the willow branches was all very well, and nobody dreamed that his heart was sore in that matter. The world was laughing at Lord Dumbello for what it chose to call a foolish match, and Lord Lufton's friends talked to him about it as though they had never suspected that he could have made an ass of himself in the same direction. But nevertheless he was not altogether contented. He by no means wished to marry Griselda. He had declared to himself a dozen times since he had first suspected his mother's manoeuvres that no consideration on earth should induce him to do so. He had pronounced her to be cold, insipid, and unattractive in spite of her beauty, and yet he felt almost angry that Lord Dumbello should have been successful. And this, too, was the more inexcusable, seeing that he had never forgotten Lucy Robarts, had never ceased to love her, and that in holding those various conversations within his own bosom he was as loud in Lucy's favour as he was in dispraise of Griselda. "Your hero, then," I hear some well-balanced critics say, "is not worth very much." In the first place, Lord Lufton is not my hero, and in the next place, a man may be very imperfect and yet worth a great deal. A man may be as imperfect as Lord Lufton, and yet worthy of a good mother and a good wife. If not, how many of us are unworthy of the mothers and wives we have? It is my belief that few young men settle themselves down to the work of the world, to the begetting of children, and carving and paying and struggling and fretting for the same, without having first been in love with 4 or 5 possible mothers for them, and probably with 2 or 3 at the same time. And yet these men are, as a rule, worthy of the excellent wives that ultimately fall to their lot. In this way Lord Lufton had, to a certain extent, been in love with Griselda. There had been one moment in his life in which he would have offered her his hand, had not her discretion been so excellent; and though that moment never returned, still he suffered from some feeling akin to disappointment when he learned that Griselda had been won and was to be worn. He was, then, a dog in the manger, you will say. Well, and are we not all dogs in the manger more or less actively? Is not that manger doggishness one of the most common phases of the human heart? But not the less was Lord Lufton truly in love with Lucy Robarts. Had he fancied that any Dumbello was carrying on a siege before that fortress, his vexation would have manifested itself in a very different manner. He could joke about Griselda Grantly with a frank face and a happy tone of voice; but had he heard of any tidings of a similar import with reference to Lucy, he would have been past all joking, and I much doubt whether it would not even have affected his appetite. "Mother," he said to Lord Lufton, a day or 2 after the declaration of Griselda's engagement, "I am going to Norway to fish." "To Norway? To fish?" "Yes, we've got rather a nice party. Clontarf is going, and Culpepper." "What, that horrid man?" "He's an excellent hand at fishing, and Haddington Peebles, and there'll be 6 of us altogether, and we start this day week." "That's rather sudden, Ludovic." "Yes, it is sudden, but we're sick of London. I should not care to go so soon myself, but Clontarf and Culpepper say that the season is early this year. I must go down to Framley before I start, about my horses, and therefore I came to tell you that I shall be there to morrow." "At Framley to morrow? If you could put it off for 3 days, I should be going myself." But Lord Lufton could not put it off for 3 days. It may be that on this occasion he did not wish for his mother's presence at Framley while he was there, that he conceived that he should be more at his ease in giving orders about his stable if he were alone while so employed. At any rate, he declined her company, and on the following morning he did go down to Framley by himself. "Mark," said Mrs. Robarts, hurrying into her husband's book room about the middle of the day, "Lord Lufton is at home. Have you heard it?" "What, here at Framley?" "He is over at Framley Court, so the servants say. Carson saw him in the paddock with some of the horses. Won't you go and see him?" "Of course I will," said Mark, shutting up his papers. Lady Lufton can't be here, and if he is alone he will probably come and dine." "I don't know about that," said Mrs. Robarts, thinking of poor Lucy. "He is not in the least particular. What does for us will do for him. I shall ask him at any rate." And without further parley the clergyman took up his hat and went off in search of his friend. Lucy Robarts had been present when the gardener had brought in tidings of Lord Lufton's arrival at Framley, and was aware that Fanny had gone to tell her husband. "He won't come here, will he?" she said, as soon as Mrs. Robarts returned. "I can't say," said Fanny. "I hope not. He ought not to do so, and I don't think he will. But Mark says that he will ask him to dinner." "Then, Fanny, I must be taken ill. There is nothing else for it." "I don't think he will come. I don't think he can be so cruel. Indeed, I feel sure that he won't. But I thought it right to tell you." Lucy also conceived that it was improbable that Lord Lufton should come to the parsonage under the present circumstances, and she declared to herself that it would not be possible that she should appear at table if he did so. But nevertheless the idea of his being at Framley was perhaps not altogether painful to her. She did not recognise any pleasure as coming to her from his arrival, but still there was something in his presence which was, unconsciously to herself, soothing to her feelings. But that terrible question remained. How was she to act if it should turn out that he was coming to dinner? "If he does come, Fanny," she said solemnly after a pause, "I must keep to my own room and leave Mark to think what he pleases. It will be better for me to make a fool of myself there than in his presence in the drawing room." Mark Robarts took his hat and stick and went over at once to the home paddock, in which he knew that Lord Lufton was engaged with the horses and grooms. He also was in no supremely happy frame of mind, for his correspondence with Mr. Tozer was on the increase. He had received notice from that indefatigable gentleman that certain overdue bills were now lying at the bank in Barchester, and were very desirous of his, Mr. Robarts' notice. A concatenation of certain peculiarly unfortunate circumstances made it indispensably necessary that Mr. Tozer should be repaid, without further loss of time, the various sums of money which he had advanced on the credit of Mr. Robarts' name, etc., etc., etc. No absolute threat was put forth, and, singular to say, no actual amount was named. Mr. Robarts, however, could not but observe, with the most painfully accurate attention, that mention was made, not of an overdue bill, but of overdue bills. What if Mr. Tozer were to demand from him the instant repayment of £900? Hitherto he had merely written to Mr. Sowerby, and he might have had an answer from that gentleman this morning, but no such answer had as yet reached him. Consequently he was not at the present moment in a very happy frame of mind. He soon found himself with Lord Lufton and the horses. 4 or 5 of them were being walked slowly about the paddock in the care of as many men and boys, and the sheets were being taken off them, off one after another, so that their master might look at them with the more accuracy and satisfaction. But though Lord Lufton was thus doing his duty, and going through his work, he was not doing it with his whole heart, as the head groom perceived very well. He was fretful about the nags, and seemed anxious to get them out of his sight as soon as he had made a decent pretext of looking at them. "How are you, Lufton?" said Robarts, coming forward. "They told me you were down, and so I came across at once." "Yes, I only got here this morning, and should have been over with you directly. I am going to Norway for 6 weeks or so, and it seems that the fish are so early this year that we must start at once. I have a matter on which I want to speak to you before I leave, and indeed it was that which brought me down here more than anything else." There was something hurried and not altogether easy about his manner as he spoke, which struck Robarts, and made him think that this promised matter to be spoken of would not be agreeable in discussion. He did not know whether Lord Lufton might not again be mixed up with Tozer and the bills. "You will dine with us to day," he said, "if, as I suppose, you are all alone?" "Yes, I am all alone." "Then you'll come?" Well, I don't quite know. No, I don't think I can go over to dinner. Don't look so disgusted. I'll explain it all to you just now." What could there be in the wind? And how was it possible that Tozer's bill should make it inexpedient for Lord Lufton to dine at the parsonage? Robarts, however, said nothing further about it at the moment, but turned off to look at the horses. "They are an uncommonly nice set of animals," he said. "Well, yes. I don't know. When a man has 4 or 5 horses to look at, somehow or other he never has one fit to go. That chestnut mare is a picture, now that nobody wants her, but she wasn't able to carry me well to hounds a single day last winter. Take them in, Pounce, that'll do." "Won't your lordship run your eye over the old black oss?" said Pounce, the head groom, in a melancholy tone. "He's as fine, sir, as fine as a stag." "To tell you the truth, I think they're too fine; but that'll do. Take them in. And now, Mark, if you're at leisure, we'll take a turn round the place." Mark, of course, was at leisure, and so they started on their walk. "You're too difficult to please about your stable," Robarts began. "Never mind the stable now," said Lord Lufton. "The truth is, I am not thinking about it. Mark," he then said very abruptly, "I want you to be frank with me. Has your sister ever spoken to you about me?" "My sister? Lucy?" "Yes, your sister Lucy." "No, never. At least nothing especial. Nothing that I can remember at this moment." "Nor your wife?" "Spoken about you? Fanny? Of course she has, in an ordinary way. It would be impossible that she should not. But what do you mean?" "Have either of them told you that I made an offer to your sister?" "That you made an offer to Lucy?" "Yes, that I made an offer to Lucy." "No, nobody has told me so. I have never dreamed of such a thing; nor, as far as I believe, have they. If anybody has spread such a report, or said that either of them have hinted at such a thing, it is a base lie. Good heavens! Lufton, for what do you take them?" "But I did," said his lordship. "Did what?" said the parson. "I did make your sister an offer." "You made Lucy an offer of marriage?" "Yes, I did, in as plain language as a gentleman could use to a lady." "And what answer did she make?" "She refused me. And now, Mark, I have come down here with the express purpose of making that offer again. Nothing could be more decided than your sister's answer. It struck me as being almost uncourteously decided. But still it is possible that circumstances may have weighed with her which ought not to weigh with her. If her love be not given to any one else, I may still have a chance of it. It's the old story of faint heart, you know. At any rate, I mean to try my luck again, and thinking it over with deliberate purpose, I have come to the conclusion that I ought to tell you before I see her." Lord Lufton in love with Lucy! As these words repeated themselves over and over again within Mark Robarts' mind, his mind added to them notes of surprise without end. How had it possibly come about? And why? In his estimation his sister Lucy was a very simple girl, not plain indeed, but by no means beautiful; certainly not stupid, but by no means brilliant. And then, he would have said, that of all the men whom he knew, Lord Lufton would have been the last to fall in love with such a girl as his sister. And now, what was he to say or do? What views was he bound to hold? In what direction should he act? There was Lady Lufton on the one side, to whom he owed everything. How would life be possible to him in that parsonage, within a few yards of her elbow, if he consented to receive Lord Lufton as the acknowledged suitor of his sister? It would be a great match for Lucy, doubtless, but indeed, he could not bring himself to believe that Lucy could in truth become the absolute reigning queen of Framley Court. "Do you think that Fanny knows anything of all this?" he said after a moment or two. "I cannot possibly tell. If she does, it is not with my knowledge. I should have thought that you could best answer that." "I cannot answer it at all," said Mark. "I, at least, have had not the remotest idea of such a thing." "Your ideas of it now need not be at all remote," said Lord Lufton with a faint smile. and you may know it as a fact. I did make her an offer of marriage. I was refused. I am going to repeat it, and I am now taking you into my confidence in order that, as her brother and as my friend, you may give me such assistance as you can." They then walked on in silence for some yards, after which Lord Lufton added, "And now I'll dine with you to day if you wish it." Mr. Robarts did not know what to say. He could not bethink himself what answer duty required of him. He had no right to interfere between his sister and such a marriage, if she herself should wish it. But still there was something terrible in the thought of it. He had a vague conception that it must come to evil, that the project was a dangerous one, and that it could not finally result happily for any of them. What would Lady Lufton say? That undoubtedly was the chief source of his dismay. "Have you spoken to your mother about this?" he said. "My mother? No. Why speak to her until I know my fate? A man does not like to speak much of such matters if there be a probability of his being rejected. I tell you because I do not like to make my way into your house under a false pretence." "But what would Lady Lufton say?" "I think it probable that she would be displeased on the first hearing it, that in 24 hours she would be reconciled, and that after a week or so Lucy would be her dearest favourite and the prime minister of all her machinations. You don't know my mother as well as I do. She would give her head off her shoulders to do me a pleasure." "And for that reason," said Mark Robarts, "you ought, if possible, to do her pleasure." "I cannot absolutely marry a wife of her choosing, if you mean that," said Lord Lufton. They went on walking about the garden for an hour, but they hardly got any farther than the point to which we have now brought them. Mark Robarts could not make up his mind on the spur of the moment, nor, as he said more than once to Lord Lufton, could he be at all sure that Lucy would in any way be guided by him. It was therefore at last settled between them that Lord Lufton should come to the parsonage immediately after breakfast on the following morning. It was agreed also that the dinner had better not come off, and Robarts promised that he would, if possible, have determined by the morning as to what advice he would give his sister. He went direct home to the parsonage from Framley Court, feeling that he was altogether in the dark till he should have consulted his wife. How would he feel if Lucy were to become Lady Lufton? And how would he look Lady Lufton in the face in telling her that such was to be his sister's destiny? On returning home he immediately found his wife, and had not been closeted with her 5 minutes before he knew, at any rate, all that she knew. "And you mean to say that she does love him?" said Mark. "Indeed she does; and is it not natural that she should? When I saw them so much together I feared that she would, but I never thought that he would care for her." Even Fanny did not as yet give Lucy credit for half her attractiveness. After an hour's talking the interview between the husband and the wife ended in a message to Lucy, begging her to join them both in the book room. "Aunt Lucy," said a chubby little darling, who was taken up into his aunt's arms as he spoke, "papa and mamma want you in the tuddy, and I mustn't go with you." Lucy, as she kissed the boy and pressed his face against her own, felt that her blood was running quick to her heart. "Mustn't you go with me, my own one?" she said, as she put her playfellow down; but she played with the child only because she did not wish to betray, even to him, that she was hardly mistress of herself. She knew that Lord Lufton was at Framley. She knew that her brother had been to him. She knew that a proposal had been made that he should come there that day to dinner. Must it not therefore be the case that this call to a meeting in the study had arisen out of Lord Lufton's arrival at Framley? And yet, how could it have done so? Had Fanny betrayed her in order to prevent the dinner invitation? It could not be possible that Lord Lufton himself should have spoken on the subject. And then she again stooped to kiss the child, rubbed her hands across her forehead to smooth her hair, and erase, if that might be possible, the look of care which she wore, and then descended slowly to her brother's sitting room. Her hand paused for a second on the door ere she opened it, but she had resolved that, come what might, she would be brave. She pushed it open and walked in with a bold front, with eyes wide open and a slow step. "Frank says you want me," she said. Mr. Robarts and Fanny were both standing by the fireplace, and each waited a second for the other to speak when Lucy entered the room, and then Fanny began. "Lord Lufton is here, Lucy." "Here! Where? At the parsonage?" "No, not at the parsonage, but over at Framley Court," said Mark. "And he promises to call here after breakfast to morrow," said Fanny. And then again there was a pause. Mrs. Robarts hardly dared to look Lucy in the face. She had not betrayed her trust, seeing that the secret had been told to Mark, not by her, but by Lord Lufton, but she could not but feel that Lucy would think that she had betrayed it. "Very well," said Lucy, trying to smile. "I have no objection in life." "But Lucy, dear," and now Mrs. Robarts put her arm around her sister-in-law's waist, "he is coming here especially to see you." "Oh, that makes a difference. I am afraid that I shall be engaged." "He has told everything to Mark," said Mrs. Robarts. Lucy now felt that her bravery was almost deserting her. She hardly knew which way to look or how to stand. Had Fanny told everything also? There was so much that Fanny knew that Lord Lufton could not have known. But in truth Fanny had told all, the whole story of Lucy's love, and had described the reasons which had induced her to reject her suitor, and had done so in words which, had Lord Lufton heard them, would have made him twice as passionate in his love. And then it certainly did occur to Lucy to think why Lord Lufton should have come to Framley and told all this history to her brother. She attempted for a moment to make herself believe that she was angry with him for doing so. But she was not angry. She had not time to argue much about it, but there came upon her a gratified sensation of having been remembered, and thought of, and loved. Must it not be so? Could it be possible that he himself would have told this tale to her brother, if he did not still love her? 50 times she had said to herself that his offer had been an affair of the moment, and 50 times she had been unhappy in so saying. But this new coming of his could not be an affair of the moment. She had been the dupe, she thought, of an absurd passion on her own part. But now, how was it now? She did not bring herself to think that she should ever be Lady Lufton. She had still, in some perversely obstinate manner, made up her mind against that result. But yet, nevertheless, it did in some uncomfortable manner satisfy her to feel that Lord Lufton had himself come down to Framley and himself told this story. "He has told everything to Mark," said Mrs. Robarts, and then again there was a pause for a moment, during which these thoughts passed through Lucy's mind. "Yes," said Mark, "he has told me all, and he is coming here to morrow morning that he may receive an answer from yourself." "What answer?" said Lucy, trembling. "Nay, dearest, who can say that but yourself?" and her sister-in-law, as she spoke, pressed close against her. "You must say that yourself." Mrs. Robarts, in her long conversation with her husband, had pleaded strongly on Lucy's behalf, taking as it were a part against Lady Lufton. She had said that if Lord Lufton persevered in his suit, they at the parsonage could not be justified in robbing Lucy of all that she had won for herself, in order to do Lady Lufton's pleasure. "But she will think," said Mark, "that we have plotted and intrigued for this. She will call us ungrateful, and will make Lucy's life wretched." To which the wife had answered that all that must be left in God's hands. They had not plotted or intrigued. Lucy, though loving the man in her heart of hearts, had already once refused him, because she would not be thought to have snatched at so great a prize. But if Lord Lufton loved her so warmly that he had come down there in this manner, on purpose, as he himself had put it, that he might learn his fate, then, so argued Mrs. Robarts, they two, let their loyalty to Lady Lufton be ever so strong, could not justify it to their consciences to stand between Lucy and her lover. Mark had still somewhat demurred to this, suggesting how terrible would be their plight if they should now encourage Lord Lufton, and if he, after such encouragement, when they should have quarrelled with Lady Lufton, should allow himself to be led away from his engagement by his mother. To which Fanny had answered that justice was justice, and that right was right. Everything must be told to Lucy, and she must judge for herself. "But I do not know what Lord Lufton wants," said Lucy, with her eyes fixed upon the ground, and now trembling more than ever. "He did come to me, and I did give him an answer." "And is that answer to be final?" said Mark, somewhat cruelly, for Lucy had not yet been told that her lover had made any repetition of his proposal. Fanny, however, determined that no injustice should be done, and therefore she at last continued the story. "We know that you did give him an answer, dearest, but gentlemen will sometimes not put up with one answer on such a subject. Lord Lufton has declared to Mark that he means to ask again. He has come down here on purpose to do so." "And Lady Lufton?" said Lucy, speaking hardly above a whisper, and still hiding her face as she leaned against her sister's shoulder. "Lord Lufton has not spoken to his mother about it," said Mark; and it immediately became clear to Lucy, from the tone of her brother's voice, that he at least would not be pleased should she accept her lover's vow. "You must decide out of your own heart, dear," said Fanny, generously. "Mark and I know how well you have behaved, for I have told him everything." Lucy shuddered and leaned closer against her sister as this was said to her. "I had no alternative, dearest, but to tell him. It was best so, was it not? But nothing has been told to Lord Lufton. Mark would not let him come here to day because it would have flurried you, and he wished to give you time to think. But you can see him to morrow morning, can you not? And then answer him?" Lucy now stood perfectly silent, feeling that she dearly loved her sister-in-law for her sisterly kindness, for that sisterly wish to promote a sister's love. But still there was in her mind a strong resolve not to allow Lord Lufton to come there under the idea that he would be received as a favoured lover. Her love was powerful, but so also was her pride, and she could not bring herself to bear the scorn which would lay in Lady Lufton's eyes. "His mother will despise me, and then he will despise me too," she said to herself, and with a strong gulp of disappointed love and ambition she determined to persist. "Shall we leave you now, dear, and speak of it again to morrow morning before he comes?" said Fanny. "That will be the best," said Mark. "Turn it in your mind every way to night. Think of it when you have said your prayers. And Lucy, now come here to me." And then taking her in his arms, he kissed her with a tenderness that was not customary with him towards her. "It is fair," said he, "that I should tell you this, that I have perfect confidence in your judgment and feeling, and that I will stand by you as your brother in whatever decision you may come to. Fanny and I both think that you behaved excellently, and we are both of us sure that you will do what is best. Whatever you do, I will stick to you, and so will Fanny." "Dearest, dearest Mark!" "And now we will say nothing more about it till to morrow morning," said Fanny. But Lucy felt that this saying nothing more about it till to morrow morning would be tantamount to an acceptance on her part of Lord Lufton's offer. Mrs. Robarts knew, and Mr. Robarts also now knew, the secret of her heart; and if such being the case she allowed Lord Lufton to come there with the acknowledged purpose of pleading his own suit, it would be impossible for her not to yield. If she were resolved that she would not yield, now was the time for her to stand her ground and make her fight. "Do not go, Fanny, at least not quite yet," she said. "Well, dear?" "I want you to stay while I tell Mark. He must not let Lord Lufton come here to morrow." "Not let him!" said Mrs. Robarts. Mr. Robarts said nothing, but he felt that his sister was rising in his esteem from minute to minute. "No; Mark must bid him not come. He will not wish to pain me when it can do no good. Look here, Mark," and she walked over to her brother and put both her hands upon his arm. "I do love Lord Lufton. I had no such meaning or thought when I first knew him, but I do love him. I love him dearly, almost as well as Fanny loves you, I suppose. You may tell him so if you think proper. Nay, you must tell him so, or he will not understand me. But tell him this, as coming from me, that I will never marry him unless his mother asks me." "She will not do that, I fear," said Mark, sorrowfully. "No, I suppose not," said Lucy, now regaining all her courage. If I thought it probable that she should wish me to be her daughter-in-law, it would not be necessary that I should make such a stipulation. It is because she will not wish it, because she would regard me as unfit to mate with her son. She would hate me and scorn me, and then he would begin to scorn me, and perhaps would cease to love me. I could not bear her eye upon me, if she thought that I had injured her son. Mark, you will go to him now, will you not, and explain this to him, as much of it as is necessary? Tell him that if his mother asks me, I will consent, but that as I know she never will, he is to look upon all that he has said as forgotten. With me it shall be the same as though it were forgotten." Such was her verdict, and so confident were they both of her firmness, of her obstinacy, Mark would have called it on any other occasion, that they neither of them sought to make her alter it. "You will go to him now, this afternoon, will you not?" she said; and Mark promised that he would. He could not but feel that he himself was greatly relieved. Lady Lufton might, probably, hear that her son had been fool enough to fall in love with the parson's sister, but under existing circumstances she could not consider herself aggrieved either by the parson or by his sister. Lucy was behaving well, and Mark was proud of her. Lucy was behaving with fierce spirit, and Fanny was grieving for her. "I'd rather be by myself till dinner time," said Lucy, as Mrs. Robarts prepared to go with her out of the room. "Dear Fanny, don't look unhappy. There's nothing to make us unhappy. I told you I should want goat's milk, and that will be all." Robarts, after sitting for an hour with his wife, did return again to Framley Court, and after a considerable search found Lord Lufton returning home to a late dinner. "Unless my mother asks her," said he, when the story had been told to him. "That is nonsense. Surely you told her that such is not the way of the world." Robarts endeavoured to explain to him that Lucy could not endure to think that her husband's mother should look on her with disfavour. "Does she think that my mother dislikes her, her specially?" asked Lord Lufton. No, Robarts could not suppose that that was the case, but Lady Lufton might probably think that a marriage with a clergyman's sister would be a mésalliance. "That is out of the question," said Lord Lufton, "as she has specially wanted me to marry a clergyman's daughter for some time past. But, Mark, it is absurd talking about my mother. A man in these days is not to marry as his mother bids him." Mark could only assure him, in answer to all this, that Lucy was very firm in what she was doing, that she had quite made up her mind, and that she altogether absolved Lord Lufton from any necessity to speak to his mother if he did not think well of doing so. But all this was to very little purpose. "She does love me, then?" said Lord Lufton. "Well," said Mark, "I will not say whether she does or does not. I can only repeat her own message. She cannot accept you unless she does so at your mother's request." And having said that again, he took his leave and went back to the parsonage. Poor Lucy, having finished her interview with so much dignity, having fully satisfied her brother, and declined any immediate consolation from her sister-in-law, betook herself to her own bedroom. She had to think over what she had said and done, and it was necessary that she should be alone to do so. It might be that, when she came to reconsider the matter, she would not be quite so well satisfied as was her brother. Her grandeur of demeanour and slow propriety of carriage lasted her till she was well into her own room. There are animals who, when they are ailing in any way, contrive to hide themselves, ashamed, as it were, that the weakness of their suffering should be witnessed. Indeed, I am not sure whether all dumb animals do not so more or less, and in this respect Lucy was like a dumb animal. Even in her confidences with Fanny she made a joke of her own misfortunes, and spoke of her heart ailments with self-ridicule. But now, having walked up the staircase with no hurried step, and having deliberately locked the door, she turned herself round to suffer in silence and solitude, as do the beasts and birds. She sat herself down on a low chair which stood at the foot of her bed, and throwing back her head, held her handkerchief across her eyes and forehead, holding it tight in both hands, and then she began to think. She began to think and also to cry, for the tears came running down from beneath the handkerchief, and low sobs were to be heard, only that the animal had taken itself off to suffer in solitude. Had she not thrown from her all her chances of happiness? Was it possible that he should come to her yet again, a third time? No, it was not possible. The very mode and pride of this, her second rejection of him, made it impossible. In coming to her determination and making her avowal, she had been actuated by the knowledge that Lady Lufton would regard such a marriage with abhorrence. Lady Lufton would not and could not ask her to condescend to be her son's bride. Her chance of happiness, of glory, of ambition, of love, was all gone. She had sacrificed everything, not to virtue, but to pride, and she had sacrificed not only herself, but him. When first he came there, when she had meditated over his first visit, she had hardly given him credit for deep love. But now there could be no doubt that he loved her now. After his season in London, his days and nights, passed with all that was beautiful, he had returned there, to that little country parsonage, that he might again throw himself at her feet. And she had refused to see him, though she loved him with all her heart. She had refused to see him because she was so vile a coward that she could not bear the sour looks of an old woman. "I will come down directly," she said, when Fanny at last knocked at the door, begging to be admitted. "I won't open it, love, but I will be with you in 10 minutes. I will indeed." And so she was, not perhaps without traces of tears, discernible by the experienced eye of Mrs. Robarts, but yet with a smooth brow and a voice under her own command. "I wonder whether she really loves him," Mark said to his wife that night. "Love him!" his wife had answered. "Indeed she does. And, Mark, do not be led away by the stern quiet of her demeanour. To my thinking she is a girl who might almost die for love." On the next day Lord Lufton left Framley, and started, according to his arrangements, for the Norway salmon fishing. Chapter 31. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Framley Parsonage, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 32. The Goat and Compasses. Harold Smith had been made unhappy by that rumour of a dissolution, but the misfortune to him would be as nothing compared to the severity with which it would fall on Mr. Sowerby. Harold Smith might or might not lose his borough, but Mr. Sowerby would undoubtedly lose his county, and in losing that he would lose everything. He felt very certain now that the Duke would not support him again, let who would be master of Chaldicotes. And as he reflected on these things, he found it very hard to keep up his spirits. Tom Towers, it seems, had known all about it, as he always does. The little remark which had dropped from him at Miss Dunstable's, made no doubt after mature deliberation and with profound political motives, was the forerunner only by 12 hours of a very general report that the Giants were going to the country. It was manifest that the Giants had not a majority in Parliament, generous as had been the promises of support disinterestedly made to them by the gods. This indeed was manifest, and therefore they were going to the country, although they had been deliberately warned by a very prominent scion of Olympus that if they did so, that disinterested support must be withdrawn. This threat did not seem to weigh much, and by 2 o'clock on the day following Miss Dunstable's party, the fiat was presumed to have gone forth. The rumour had begun with Tom Towers, but by that time it had reached Buggins at the Petty Bag Office. "It won't make no difference to us, sir, will it, Mr. Robarts?" said Buggins, as he leaned respectfully against the wall near the door, in the room of the private secretary at that establishment. A good deal of conversation, miscellaneous, special, and political, went on between young Robarts and Buggins in the course of the day, as was natural, seeing that they were thrown in these evil times very much upon each other. The Lord Petty Bag of the present ministry was not such a one as Harold Smith. He was a giant indifferent to his private notes, and careless as to the duties even of patronage. He rarely visited the office, and as there were no other clerks in the establishment, owing to a root and branch reform carried out in the short reign of Harold Smith, to whom could young Robarts talk, if not to Buggins? "No, I suppose not," said Robarts, as he completed on his blotting paper an elaborate picture of a Turk seated on his divan. "'Cause you see we're in the upper 'ouse now, as I always thinks we hought to be. I don't think it ain't constitutional for the petty bag to be in the Commons, Mr. Robarts. Anyways, it never usen't." "They're changing all those sort of things nowadays, Buggins," said Robarts, giving the final touch to the Turk's smoke. "Well, I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Robarts. I think I'll go. I can't stand all these changes. I'm turned of 60 now, and I don't want any stifflicates. I think I'll take my pension and walk. The hoffice ain't the same place at all since it come down among the Commons." And then Buggins retired, sighing, to console himself with a pot of porter behind a large open office ledger, set up on end on a small table in the little lobby outside the private secretary's room. Buggins sighed again as he saw that the date made visible in the open book was almost as old as his own appointment, for such a book as this lasted long into the petty bag office. A peer of high degree had been Lord Pettibag in those days, one whom a messenger's heart could respect with infinite veneration, as he made his unaccustomed visits to the office with much solemnity, perhaps 4 times during the session. The Lord Pettibag was highly regarded by his staff, and his coming among them was talked about for some hours previously and for some days afterwards. But Harold Smith had bustled in and out like the managing clerk in a Manchester house. "The service is going to the dogs," said Buggins to himself, as he put down the porter pot and looked up over the book at a gentleman who presented himself at the door. "Mr. Robarts in his room?" said Buggins, repeating the gentleman's words. "Yes, Mr. Sowerby, you'll find him there, first door to the left." And then, remembering that the visitor was a county member, a position which Buggins regarded as next to that of a peer, he got up, and opening the private secretary's door, ushered in the visitor. Young Mr. Robarts and Mr. Sowerby had of course become acquainted in the days of Harold Smith's reign. During that short time the member for East Barset had on most days dropped in at the Pettibag office for a minute or two, finding out what the energetic cabinet minister was doing, chatting on semi-official subjects, and teaching the private secretary to laugh at his master. There was nothing, therefore, in his present visit which need appear to be singular, or which required any immediate special explanation. He sat himself down in his ordinary way, and began to speak of the subject of the day. "We're all to go," said Sowerby. "So I hear," said the private secretary. "It will give me no trouble, for, as the respectable Buggins says, we're in the upper house now." "What a delightful time those lucky dogs of lords do have," said Sowerby. "No constituents, no turning out, no fighting, no necessity for political opinions, and, as a rule, no such opinions at all." "I suppose you're tolerably safe in East Barsetshire," said Robarts. "The Duke has it pretty much his own way there." "Yes, the Duke does have it pretty much his own way. By the by, where is your brother?" "At home," said Robarts. "At least I presume so." "At Framley or at Barchester? I believe he was in residence at Barchester not long since." "He's at Framley now, I know. I got a letter only yesterday from his wife, with a commission. He was there, and Lord Lufton had just left." "Yes, Lufton was down. He started for Norway this morning. I want to see your brother. You have not heard from him yourself, have you?" "No, not lately. Mark is a bad correspondent. He would not do at all for a private secretary." "At any rate, not to Harold Smith. But you are sure I should not catch him at Barchester?" "Send down by telegraph, and he would meet you." "I don't want to do that. A telegraph message makes such a fuss in the country, frightening people's wives, and setting all the horses about the place galloping." "What is it about?" "Nothing of any great consequence. I didn't know whether he might have told you. I'll write down by to-night's post, and then he can meet me at Barchester to-morrow. Or do you write. There's nothing I hate so much as letter writing. Just tell him that I called, and that I shall be much obliged if he can meet me at the Dragon of Wantley, say at 2 to-morrow. I will go down by the express." Mark Robarts, in talking over this coming money trouble with Sowerby, had once mentioned that if it were necessary to take up the bill for a short time, he might be able to borrow the money from his brother. So much of the father's legacy still remained in the hands of the private secretary as would enable him to produce the amount of the latter bill, and there could be no doubt that he would lend it if asked. Mr. Sowerby's visit to the Petty Bag Office had been caused by a desire to learn whether any such request had been made, and also by a half-formed resolution to make the request himself if he should find that the clergyman had not done so. It seemed to him to be a pity that such a sum should be lying about, as it were, within reach, and that he should not stoop to put his hands upon it. Such abstinence would be so contrary to all the practice of his life that it was as difficult to him as it is for a sportsman to let pass a cock pheasant. But yet something like remorse touched his heart as he sat there balancing himself on his chair in the private secretary's room and looking at the young man's open face. "Yes, I'll write to him," said John Robarts, "but he hasn't said anything to me about anything particular." "Hasn't he? It doesn't much signify. I only mentioned it because I thought I understood him to say that he would." And then Mr. Sowerby went on swinging himself. How was it that he felt so averse to mention that little sum of £500 to a young man like John Robarts, a fellow without wife or children or calls upon him of any sort, who would not even be injured by the loss of the money, seeing that he had an ample salary on which to live? He wondered at his own weakness. The want of the money was urgent on him in the extreme. He had reasons for supposing that Mark would find it very difficult to renew the bills, but he, Sowerby, could stop their presentation if he could get this money at once into his own hands. "Can I do anything for you?" said the innocent lamb, offering his throat to the butcher. But some unwonted feeling numbed the butcher's fingers and blunted his knife. He sat still for half a minute after the question, and then jumping from his seat declined the offer. "No, no, nothing, thank you. Only write to Mark and say that I shall be there to-morrow." And then, taking his hat, he hurried out of the office. "What an ass I am," he said to himself as he went. As if it were of any use now to be particular. He then got into a cab and had himself driven half-way up Portman Street towards the New Road, and walking from thence a few hundred yards down a cross street he came to a public house. It was called the Goat and Compasses, a very meaningless name, one would say, but the house boasted of being a place of public entertainment very long established on that site, having been a tavern out in the country in the days of Cromwell. At that time the pious landlord, putting up a pious legend for the benefit of his pious customers, had declared that God encompasseth us. The Goat and Compasses in these days does quite as well, and considering the present character of the house, was perhaps less unsuitable than the old legend. "Is Mr. Austin here?" asked Mr. Sowerby of the man at the bar. "Which on 'em? Not Mr. John, he ain't here. Mr. Tom is in, the little room on the left-hand side." The man whom Mr. Sowerby would have preferred to see was the elder brother, John, but as he was not to be found, he did go into the little room. In that room he found Mr. Austin junior, according to one arrangement of nomenclature, and Mr. Tom Tozer, according to another. To gentlemen of the legal profession he generally chose to introduce himself as belonging to the respectable family of the Austins, but among his intimates he had always been Tozer. Mr. Sowerby, though he was intimate with the family, did not love the Tozers, but he especially hated Tom Tozer. Tom Tozer was a bull-necked, beetle-browed fellow, the expression of whose face was eloquent with acknowledged roguery. "I am a rogue," it seemed to say. "I know it, all the world knows it, but you're another. All the world don't know that, but I do. Men are all rogues, pretty nigh. Some are soft rogues, some are acute rogues. I am a cute one, so mind your eye." It was with such words that Tom Tozer's face spoke out, and though a thorough liar in his heart, he was not a liar in his face. "Well, Tozer," said Mr. Sowerby, absolutely shaking hands with the dirty miscreant, "I wanted to see your brother." "John ain't here, and ain't like, but it's all as one." "Yes, yes, I suppose it is. I know you two hunt in couples." "I don't know what you mean about hunting, Mr. Sowerby. You gents has all the hunting, and we poor folk has all the work. I hope you're going to make up this trifle of money we're out of so long." "It's about that I've called. I don't know what you'd call long, Tozer, but the last bill was only dated in February." "It's overdue, ain't it?" "Oh yes, it's overdue. There's no doubt about that." "Well, when a bit of paper is come round, the next thing is to take it up. Them's my ideas. And to tell you the truth, Mr. Sowerby, we don't think as 'ow you've been treating us just on the square lately. In that matter of Lord Lufton's you was down on us uncommon." "You know I couldn't help myself." "Well, and we can't help ourselves now. That's where it is, Mr. Sowerby. Lord love you, we know what's what, we do. And so the fact is, we're uncommon low as to the ready just at present, and we must have them few £100. We must have them at once, or we must sell up that clerical gent. I'm dashed if it ain't as hard to get money from a parson as it is to take a bone from a dog. He's at his account, no doubt, and why don't he pay?" Mr. Sowerby had called with the intention of explaining that he was about to proceed to Barchester on the following day, with the express view of making arrangements about this bill, and had he seen John Tozer, John would have been compelled to accord to him some little extension of time. Both Tom and John knew this, and therefore John, the soft-hearted one, kept out of the way. There was no danger that Tom would be weak, and after some half hour of parley he was again left by Mr. Sowerby without having evinced any symptom of weakness. "It's the dibs as we want, Mr. Sowerby, that's all," were the last words which he spoke as the member of Parliament left the room. Mr. Sowerby then got into another cab, and had himself driven to his sister's house. It is a remarkable thing with reference to men who are distressed for money, distressed as was now the case with Mr. Sowerby, that they never seem at a loss for small sums, or deny themselves those luxuries which small sums purchase. Cabs, dinners, wine, theatres, and new gloves are always at the command of men who are drowned in pecuniary embarrassments, whereas those who don't owe a shilling are so frequently obliged to go without them. It would seem that there is no gratification so costly as that of keeping out of debt. But then it is only fair, if a man has a hobby, he should pay for it. Any one else would have saved his shilling, as Mrs. Harold Smith's house was only just across Oxford Street, in the neighbour of Hanover Square, but Mr. Sowerby never thought of this. He had never saved a shilling in his life, and it did not occur to him to begin now. He had sent word to her to remain at home for him, and now he found her waiting. "Harriet," said he, throwing himself back into an easy chair, "the game is pretty well up at last." "Nonsense," said she. "The game is not up at all if you have the spirit to carry it on." "I can only say that I got a formal notice this morning from the Duke's lawyer, saying that he meant to foreclose at once. Not from Fothergill, but from those people in South Audley Street." "You expected that," said his sister. "I don't see how that makes it any better. Besides, I am not quite sure that I did expect it. At any rate, I did not feel certain. There is no doubt now." "It is better that there should be no doubt. It is much better that you should know on what ground you have to stand." "I shall soon have no ground to stand on, none at least of my own, not an acre," said the unhappy man, with great bitterness in his tone. "You can't in reality be poorer now than you were last year. You have not spent anything to speak of. There can be no doubt that Chaldicotes will be ample to pay all you owe the Duke." "It's as much as it will, and what am I to do then? I almost think more of the seat than I do of Chaldicotes." "You know what I advise," said Mrs. Smith. "Ask Miss Dunstable to advance the money on the same security which the Duke holds. She will be as safe then as he is now. And if you can arrange that, stand for the county against him. Perhaps you may be beaten." "I shouldn't have a chance." "But it would show spirit that you are not a creature in the Duke's hands. That's my advice," said Mrs. Smith, with much spirit. "And if you wish it, I'll broach it to Miss Dunstable, and ask her to get her lawyer to look into it." "If I had done this before I had run my head into that other absurdity." "Don't fret yourself about that. She will lose nothing by such an investment, and therefore you are not asking any favour of her. Besides, did she not make the offer? And she is just the woman to do this for you now, because she refused to do that other thing for you yesterday." "You understand most things, Nathaniel, but I am not sure that you understand women, not at any rate such a woman as her." It went against the grain with Mr. Sowerby, this seeking of pecuniary assistance from the very woman whose hand he had attempted to gain about a fortnight since. But he allowed his sister to prevail. What could any man do in such straits that would not go against the grain? At the present moment he felt in his mind an infinite hatred against the Duke, Mr. Fothergill, Gumption and Gazebee, and all the tribes of Gatherum Castle and South Audley Street. They wanted to rob him of that which had belonged to the Sowerbys before the name of Omnium had been heard of in the county or in England. The great leviathan of the deep was anxious to swallow him up as a prey. He was to be swallowed up, and made away with, and put out of sight, without a pang of remorse. Any measure which could now present itself as the means of staving off so evil a day would be acceptable, and therefore he gave his sister the commission of making this second proposal to Miss Dunstable. In cursing the Duke, for he did curse the Duke lustily, it hardly occurred to him to think that after all the Duke only asked for his own. As for Mrs. Harold Smith, whatever may be the view taken of her general character as a wife and a member of society, it must be admitted that as a sister she had virtues. End of chapter 32. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 33. Consolation. On the next day, at 2:00 punctually, Mark Robarts was at the Dragon of Wantley, walking up and down the very room in which the party had breakfasted after Harold Smith's lecture, and waiting for the arrival of Mr. Sowerby. He had been very well able to divine what was the business on which his friend wished to see him, and he had been rather glad than otherwise to receive the summons. Judging of his friend's character by what he had hitherto seen, he thought that Mr. Sowerby would have kept out of the way, unless he had it in his power to make some provision for these terrible bills. So he walked up and down the dingy room, impatient for the expected arrival, and thought himself wickedly ill-used, in that Mr. Sowerby was not there when the clock struck 2:45. But when the clock struck 3, Mr. Sowerby was there, and Mark Robarts' hopes were nearly at an end. "Do you mean to say that they will demand £900?" said Robarts, standing up and glaring angrily at the member of Parliament. "I fear that they will," said Sowerby. "I think it is best to tell you the worst, in order that we may see what can be done." "I can do nothing and will do nothing," said Robarts. "They may do what they choose, what the law allows them." And then he thought of Fanny and his nursery, and Lucy refusing in her pride Lord Lufton's offer, and he turned away his face that the hard man of the world before him might not see the tear gathering in his eye. "But Mark, my dear fellow," said Sowerby, trying to have recourse to the power of his cajoling voice. Robarts, however, would not listen. "Mr. Sowerby," he said, with an attempt at calmness which betrayed itself at every syllable, "it seems to me that you have robbed me. That I have been a fool, and worse than a fool, I know well, but I thought that your position in the world would guarantee me from such treatment as this." Mr. Sowerby was by no means without feeling, and the words which he now heard cut him very deeply, the more so because it was impossible that he should answer them with an attempt at indignation. He had robbed his friend, and with all his wit knew no words at the present moment sufficiently witty to make it seem that he had not done so. "Robarts," said he, "you may say what you like to me now. I shall not resent it." Who would care for your resentment?" said the clergyman, turning on him with ferocity. "The resentment of a gentleman is terrible to a gentleman, and the resentment of one just man is terrible to another. Your resentment—" And then he walked twice the length of the room, leaving Sowerby dumb in his seat. "I wonder whether you ever thought of my wife and children when you were plotting this ruin for me." And then again he walked the room. "I suppose you will be calm enough presently to speak of this with some attempt to make a settlement?" "No, I will make no such attempt. These friends of yours, you tell me, have a claim on me for £900, of which they demand immediate payment. You shall be asked in a court of law how much of that money I have handled. You know I have never touched, have never wanted to touch, 1 shilling. I will make no attempt at any settlement. My person is here, and here is my house. Let them do their worst." "But, Mark—" "Call me by my name, sir, and drop that affectation of regard. What an ass I have been so cozened by a sharper." Sowerby had by no means expected this. He had always known that Robarts possessed what he, Sowerby, would have called the spirit of a gentleman. He had regarded him as a bold, open, generous fellow, able to take his own part when called on to do so, and by no means disinclined to speak his own mind; but he had not expected from him such a torrent of indignation, or thought that he was capable of such a depth of anger. "If you use such language as that, Robarts, I can only leave you." "You are welcome. Go. You tell me that you are the messenger of these men who intend to work £900 out of me. You have done your part in the plot, and have now brought their message. It seems to me that you had better go back to them. As for me, I want my time to prepare my wife for the destiny before her." "Robarts, you will be sorry some day for the cruelty of your words." "I wonder whether you will ever be sorry for the cruelty of your doings, or whether these things are really a joke on you." "I am at this moment a ruined man," said Sowerby. "Everything is going from me. My place in the world, the estate of my family, my father's house, my seat in Parliament, the power of living among my countrymen, or indeed of living anywhere. But all this does not oppress me now so much as the misery which I have brought upon you." And then Sowerby also turned away his face, and wiped from his eyes tears which were not artificial. Robarts was still walking up and down the room, but it was not possible for him to continue his reproaches after this. This is always the case. Let a man endure to heap contumely on his own head, and he will silence the contumely of others, for the moment. Sowerby, without meditating on the matter, had had some inkling of this, and immediately saw that there was at last an opening for conversation. "You are unjust to me," said he, "in supposing that I have now no wish to save you. It is solely in the hope of doing so that I have come here." "And what is your hope? That I should accept another brace of bills, I suppose." "Not a brace, but one renewed bill for—" "Look here, Mr. Sowerby. On no earthly consideration that can be put before me will I again sign my name to any bill in the guise of an acceptance. I have been very weak, and am ashamed of my weakness, but so much strength as that, I hope, is left to me. I have been very wicked, and am ashamed of my wickedness, but so much right principle as that, I hope, remains. I will put my name to no other bill, not for you, not even for myself." "But, Robarts, under your present circumstances, that will be madness." "Then I will be mad." "Have you seen Forrest? If you will speak to him, I think you will find that everything can be accommodated." "I already owe Mr. Forrest £150, which I obtained from him when you pressed me for the price of that horse, and I will not increase the debt." What a fool I was again there! Perhaps you do not remember that when I agreed to buy the horse, the price was to be my contribution to the liquidation of these bills. "I do remember it, but I will tell you how that was." "It does not signify. It has all been of a piece." "But listen to me. I think you would feel for me if you knew all that I have gone through. I pledge you my solemn word that I had no intention of asking you for the money when you took the horse. Indeed I had not. But you remember that affair of Lufton's, when he came to you at your hotel in London, and was so angry about an outstanding bill?" "I know that he was very unreasonable as far as I was concerned." "He was so, but that makes no difference. He was resolved in his rage to expose the whole affair, and I saw that if he did so it would be most injurious to you, seeing that you had just accepted your stall at Barchester." Here the poor prebendary winced terribly. "I moved heaven and earth to get up that bill. Those vultures stuck to their prey when they found the value which I attached to it, and I was forced to raise above £100 at the moment to obtain possession of it, although every shilling absolutely due on it had long since been paid. Never in my life did I wish to get money as I did to raise that £120, and as I hoped for mercy in my last moments, I did that for your sake. Lufton could not have injured me in that matter." "But you told him that you got it for £25." "Yes, I told him so. I was obliged to tell him that, or I should have apparently condemned myself by showing how anxious I was to get it. And you know I could not have explained all this before him and you. You would have thrown up the stall in disgust." Would that he had! That was Mark's wish now, his futile wish. In what a slough of despond had he come to wallow in consequence of his folly on that night at Gatherum Castle! He had then done a silly thing, and was he now to rue it by almost total ruin? He was sickened also with all these lies. His very soul was dismayed by the dirt through which he was forced to wade. He had become unconsciously connected with the lowest dregs of mankind, and would have to see his name mingled with theirs in the daily newspapers. And for what had he done this? Why had he thus filed his mind and made himself a disgrace to his cloth? In order that he might befriend such a one as Mr. Sowerby. "Well," continued Sowerby, "I did get the money, but you would hardly believe the rigour of the pledge which was exacted from me for repayment. I got it from Harold Smith, and never in my worst straits will I again look to him for assistance. I borrowed it only for a fortnight, and in order that I might repay it I was obliged to ask you for the price of the horse. Mark, it was on your behalf that I did all this. Indeed it was." "And now I am to repay you for your kindness by the loss of all that I have in the world." "If you will put the affair into the hands of Mr. Forrest, nothing need be touched. Not a hair of a horse's back. No, not though you should be obliged to pay the whole amount yourself gradually out of your income. You must execute a series of bills, falling due quarterly, and then—" "I will execute no bill. I will put my name to no paper in the matter. As to that my mind is fully made up. They may come and do their worst." Mr. Sowerby persevered for a long time, but he was quite unable to move the parson from this position. He would do nothing towards making what Mr. Sowerby called an arrangement, but persisted that he would remain at home at Framley, and that any one who had a claim upon him might take legal steps. "I shall do nothing myself," he said, "but if proceedings against me be taken, I shall prove that I have never had a shilling of the money." And in this resolution he quitted the Dragon of Wantly. Mr. Sowerby at one time said a word as to the expediency of borrowing that sum of money from John Robarts, but as to this Mark would say nothing. Mr. Sowerby was not the friend with whom he now intended to hold consultation in such matters. "I am not at present prepared," he said, "to declare what I may do. I must first see what steps others take." And then he took his hat and went off, and mounting his horse in the yard of the Dragon of Wantly, that horse which he now had so many reasons to dislike, he slowly rode back home. Many thoughts passed through his mind during that ride, but only one resolution obtained for itself a fixture there. He must now tell his wife everything. He would not be so cruel as to let it remain untold until a bailiff were at the door ready to walk him off to the county jail, or until the bed on which they slept was to be sold from under them. Yes, he would tell her everything, immediately, before his resolution could again have faded away. He got off his horse in the yard, and seeing his wife's maid at the kitchen door, desired her to beg her mistress to come to him in the book-room. He would not allow 1/2 hour to pass towards the waning of his purpose. If it be ordained that a man shall drown, had he not better drown and have done with it? Mrs. Robarts came to him in his room, reaching him in time to touch his arm as he entered it. "Mary says you want me. I have been gardening, and she caught me just as I came in." "Yes, Fanny, I do want you. Sit down for a moment." And walking across the room, he placed his whip in its proper place. "Oh, Mark, is there anything the matter?" "Yes, dearest, yes. Sit down, Fanny. I can talk to you better if you will sit." But she, poor lady, did not wish to sit. He had hinted at some misfortune, and therefore she felt a longing to stand by him and cling to him. "Well, there, I will if I must. But, Mark, do not frighten me. Why is your face so very wretched?" "Fanny, I have done very wrong," he said. "I have been very foolish. I fear that I have brought upon you great sorrow and trouble." And then he leaned his head upon his hand and turned his face away from her. "Oh, Mark, dearest Mark, my own Mark, what is it?" And then she was quickly up from her chair and went down on her knees before him. "Do not turn from me. Tell me, Mark. Tell me that we may share it." "Yes, Fanny, I must tell you now. But I hardly know what you will think of me when you have heard it." "I will think that you are my own husband, Mark. I will think that chiefly, whatever it may be." And then she caressed his knees and looked up into his face, and getting hold of one of his hands, pressed it between her own. "Even if you have been foolish, who should forgive you if I cannot?" And then he told her it all, beginning from that evening when Mr. Sowerby had got him into his bedroom, and going on gradually now about the bills and now about the horses, till his poor wife was utterly lost in the complexity of the accounts. She could by no means follow him in the details of his story, nor could she quite sympathize with him in his indignation against Mrs. Sowerby, seeing that she did not comprehend at all the nature of the renewing of a bill. The only part to her of importance in the matter was the amount of money which her husband would be called upon to pay, that and her strong hope, which was already a conviction, that he would never again incur such debts. "And how much is it, dearest, altogether?" "These men claim £900 of me." "Oh dear, that is a terrible sum." "And then there is the £150 which I have borrowed from the bank. The price of the horse, you know. And there are some other debts, not a great deal, I think. But people will now look for every shilling that is due to them. If I have to pay it all, it will be £1,200 or £1,300. "That will be as much as a year's income, Mark, even with the stall." This was the only word of reproach she said, if that could be called a reproach. "Yes," he said, "and it is claimed by men who will have no pity in exacting it at any sacrifice if they have the power. And to think that I should have incurred all this debt without having received anything for it! Oh, Fanny, what will you think of me?" But she swore to him that she would think nothing of it, that she would never bear it in her mind against him, that it could have no effect in lessening her trust in him. Was he not her husband? She was so glad she knew it, that she might comfort him. And she did comfort him, making the weight seem lighter and lighter on his shoulders as he talked of it. And such weights do thus become lighter. A burden that will crush a single pair of shoulders will, when equally divided, when shared by two, each of whom is willing to take the heavier part, become light as a feather. Is not that sharing of the mind's burdens one of the chief purposes for which a man wants a wife? For there is no folly so great as keeping one's sorrows hidden. And this wife cheerfully, gladly, thankfully took her share. To endure with her lord all her lord's troubles was easy to her. It was the work to which she had pledged herself. But to have thought that her lord had troubles not communicated to her, that would have been to her the one thing not to be borne. And then they discussed their plans, what mode of escape they might have out of this terrible money difficulty. Like a true woman, Mrs. Robarts proposed at once to abandon all superfluities. They would sell all their horses. They would not sell their cows, but would sell the butter that came from them. They would sell the pony carriage and get rid of the groom. That the footman must go was so much a matter of course that it was hardly mentioned. But then, as to that house at Barchester, the dignified prebendal mansion in the Close, might they not be allowed to leave it unoccupied for 1 year longer, perhaps to let it? The world of course must know of their misfortune, but if that misfortune was faced bravely, the world would be less bitter in its condemnation. And then, above all things, everything must be told to Lady Lufton. "You may at any rate believe this, Fanny," said he, "that for no consideration which can be offered to me will I ever put my name to another bill." The kiss with which she thanked him for this was as warm and generous as though he had brought to her that day news of the brightest; and when he sat, as he did that evening, discussing it all, not only with his wife but with Lucy, he wondered how it was that his troubles were now so light. Whether or no a man should have his own private pleasures, I will not now say, but it can never be worth his while to keep his sorrows private. End of chapter 33. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 34. Lady Lufton is taken by surprise. Lord Lufton, as he returned to town, found some difficulty in resolving what step he would next take. Sometimes for a minute or two he was half inclined to think, or rather to say to himself, that Lucy was perhaps not worth the trouble which she threw in his way. He loved her very dearly, and would willingly make her his wife, he thought or said at such moments. But such moments, however, were only moments. A man in love seldom loves less because his love becomes difficult. And thus, when those moments were over, he would determine to tell his mother at once, and urge her to signify her consent to Miss Robarts. That she would not be quite pleased he knew, but if he were firm enough to show that he had a will of his own in this matter, she probably would not gainsay him. He would not ask this humbly as a favour, but request her ladyship to go through the ceremony as though it were one of those motherly duties which she, as a good mother, could not hesitate to perform on behalf of her son. Such was the final resolve with which he reached his chambers in the Albany. On the next day he did not see his mother. It would be well, he thought, to have his interview with her immediately before he started for Norway, so that there might be no repetition of it; and it was on the day before he did start that he made his communication, having invited himself to breakfast in Brook Street on the occasion. "Mother," he said quite abruptly, throwing himself into one of the dining-room armchairs, "I have a thing to tell you." His mother at once knew that the thing was important, and with her own peculiar motherly instinct imagined that the question to be discussed had reference to matrimony. Had her son desired to speak to her about money, his tone and look would have been different, as would also have been the case, in a different way, had he entertained any thought of a pilgrimage to Pekin, or a prolonged fishing excursion to the Hudson Bay territories. "A thing, Ludovic? Well, I am quite at liberty." "I want to know what you think of Lucy Robarts." Lady Lufton became pale and frightened, and the blood ran cold in her heart. She had feared more than rejoiced in conceiving that her son was about to talk of love, but she had feared nothing so bad as this. "What do I think of Lucy Robarts?" she said, repeating her son's words in a tone of evident dismay. "Yes, mother. You have said once or twice lately that you thought I ought to marry, and I am beginning to think so too. You selected one clergyman's daughter for me, but that lady is going to do much better with herself." "Indeed she is not," said Lady Lufton sharply. "And therefore I rather think I shall select for myself another clergyman's sister. You don't dislike Miss Robarts, I hope?" "Oh, Ludovic!" It was all that Lady Lufton could say at the spur of the moment. "Is there any harm in her? Have you any objection to her? Is there anything about her that makes her unfit to be my wife?" For a moment or two Lady Lufton sat silent, collecting her thoughts. She thought that there was very great objection to Lucy Robarts, regarding her as the possible future Lady Lufton. She could hardly have stated all her reasons, but they were very cogent. Lucy Robarts had, in her eyes, neither beauty, nor style, nor manner, nor even the education which was desirable. Lady Lufton was not herself a worldly woman. She was almost as far removed from being so as a woman could be in her position. But nevertheless there were certain worldly attributes which she regarded as essential to the character of any young lady who might be considered fit to take the place which she herself had so long filled. It was her desire in looking for a wife for her son to combine these with certain moral excellences which she regarded as equally essential. Lucy Robarts might have the moral excellences, or she might not. But as to the other attributes, Lady Lufton regarded her as altogether deficient. She could never look like a Lady Lufton, or carry herself in the county as a Lady Lufton should do. She had not that quiet personal demeanour, that dignity of repose, which Lady Lufton loved to look upon in a young married woman of rank. Lucy, she would have said, could be nobody in a room except by dint of her tongue, whereas Griselda Grantly would have held her peace for a whole evening, and yet would have impressed everybody by the majesty of her presence. Then again Lucy had no money, and again Lucy was only the sister of her own parish clergyman. People are rarely prophets in their own country, and Lucy was no prophet at Framley. She was none, at least, in the eyes of Lady Lufton. Once before, as may be remembered, she had had fears on this subject, fears, not so much for her son, whom she could hardly bring herself to suspect of such a folly, but for Lucy, who might be foolish enough to fancy that the lord was in love with her. Alas, alas! Her son's question fell upon the poor woman at the present moment with the weight of a terrible blow. "Is there anything about her which makes her unfit to be my wife?" Those were her son's last words. "Dearest Ludovic, dearest Ludovic!" And she got up and came over to him. "I do think so; I do indeed." "Think what?" said he in a tone that was almost angry. "I do think that she is unfit to be your wife. She is not of that class from which I would wish to see you choose." "She is of the same class as Griselda Grantly." "No, dearest. I think you are in error there. The Grantlys have moved in a different sphere of life. I think you must feel that they are—" "Upon my word, mother, I don't. One man is rector of Plumstead, and the other is vicar of Framley. But it is no good arguing that. I want you to take to Lucy Robarts. I have come to you on purpose to ask it of you as a favour." "Do you mean as your wife, Ludovic?" "Yes, as my wife." "Am I to understand that you are engaged to her?" "Well, I cannot say that I am, not actually engaged to her. But you may take this for granted, that as far as it lies in my power, I intend to become so. My mind is made up, and I certainly shall not alter it." "And the young lady knows all this?" "Certainly." Horrible, sly, detestable, underhand girl, Lady Lufton said to herself, not being by any means brave enough to speak out such language before her son. What hope could there be if Lord Lufton had already committed himself by a positive offer? "And her brother and Mrs. Robarts, are they aware of it?" "Yes, both of them." "And both approve it?" "Well, I cannot say that. I have not seen Mrs. Robarts, and do not know what may be her opinion. To speak my mind honestly about Mark, I do not think he does cordially approve. He is afraid of you, and would be desirous of knowing what you think." "I am glad, at any rate, to hear that," said Lady Lufton gravely. "Had he done anything to encourage this, it would have been very base." And then there was another short period of silence. Lord Lufton had determined not to explain to his mother the whole state of the case. He would not tell her that everything depended on her word, that Lucy was ready to marry him only on condition that she, Lady Lufton, would desire her to do so. He would not let her know that everything depended on her, according to Lucy's present verdict. He had a strong disinclination to ask his mother's permission to get married, and he would have to ask were he to tell her the whole truth. His object was to make her think well of Lucy, and to induce her to be kind and generous and affectionate down at Framley. Then things would all turn out comfortably when he again visited that place, as he intended to do on his return from Norway. So much he thought it possible he might effect, relying on his mother's probable calculation that it would be useless for her to oppose a measure which he had no power of stopping by authority. But were he to tell her that she was to be the final judge, that everything was to depend on her will, then, so thought Lord Lufton, that permission would in all probability be refused. "Well, mother, what answer do you intend to give me?" he said. "My mind is positively made up. I should not have come to you had not that been the case. You will now be going down home, and I would wish you to treat Lucy as you yourself would wish to treat any girl to whom you knew that I was engaged." "But you say that you are not engaged." "No, I am not; but I have made my offer to her, and I have not been rejected. She has confessed that she loves me, not to myself, but to her brother. Under these circumstances, may I count upon your obliging me?" There was something in his manner which almost frightened his mother, and made her think that there was more behind than was being told to her. Generally speaking, his manner was open, gentle, and unguarded; but now he spoke as though he had prepared his words, and was resolved on being harsh as well as obstinate. "I am so much taken by surprise, Ludovic, that I can hardly give you an answer. If you ask me whether I approve of such a marriage, I must say that I do not. I think that you would be throwing yourself away in marrying Miss Robarts." "That is because you do not know her." "May it be possible that I know her better than you do, dear Ludovic? You have been flirting with her." "I hate that word. It always sounds to me to be vulgar." "I will say making love to her, if you like it better, and gentlemen under these circumstances will sometimes become infatuated." "You would not have a man marry a girl without making love to her. The fact is, mother, that your tastes and mine are not exactly the same. You like silent beauty, whereas I like talking beauty, and then Do you call Miss Robarts beautiful?" "Yes, I do; very beautiful. She has the beauty that I admire. Good bye now, mother. I shall not see you again before I start. It will be no use writing, as I shall be away so short a time, and I don't quite know where we shall be. I shall come down to Framley immediately I return, and shall learn from you how the land lies. I have told you my wishes, and you will consider how far you think it right to fall in with them." He then kissed her, and without waiting for her reply, he took his leave. Poor Lady Lufton, when she was left to herself, felt that her head was going round and round and round. Was this to be the end of all her ambition, of all her love for her son? And was this to be the result of all her kindness to the Robartses? She almost hated Mark Robarts, as she reflected that she had been the means of bringing him and his sister to Framley. She thought over all his sins, his absences from the parish, his visit to Gatherum Castle, his dealings with reference to that farm which was to have been sold, his hunting, and then his acceptance of that stall, given, as she had been told, through the Omnium interest. How could she love him at such a moment as this? And then she thought of his wife. Could it be possible that Fanny Robarts, her own friend Fanny, would be so untrue to her as to lend any assistance to such a marriage as this, as not to use all her power in preventing it? She had spoken to Fanny on this very subject, not fearing for her son, but with a general idea of the impropriety of intimacies between girls as Lucy and such men as Lord Lufton, and then Fanny had agreed with her. Could it be possible that even she must be regarded as an enemy? And then by degrees Lady Lufton began to reflect what steps she had better take. In the first place, should she give in at once and consent to the marriage? The only thing quite certain to her was this, that life would not be worth having if she were forced into a permanent quarrel with her son. Such an event would probably kill her. When she read of quarrels in other noble families, and the accounts of such quarrels will sometimes, unfortunately, force themselves upon the attention of unwilling readers, she would hug herself with a spirit that was almost pharisaical, reflecting that her destiny was not like that of others. Such quarrels and hatreds between fathers and daughters, and mothers and sons, were in her eyes disreputable to all the persons concerned. She had lived happily with her husband, comfortably with her neighbours, respectably with the world, and above all things affectionately with her children. She spoke everywhere of Lord Lufton as though he were nearly perfect, and in so speaking she had not belied her convictions. Under these circumstances would not any marriage be better than a quarrel? But then again, how much of the pride of her daily life would be destroyed by such a match as that? And might it not be within her power to prevent it without any quarrel? That her son would be sick of such a chit as Lucy before he had been married to her 6 months. Of that Lady Lufton entertained no doubt, and therefore her conscience would not be disquieted in disturbing the consummation of an arrangement so pernicious. It was evident that the matter was not considered as settled even by her son, and also evident that he regarded the matter as being in some way dependent on his mother's consent. On the whole, might it not be better for her, better for them all, that she should think wholly of her duty, and not of the disagreeable results to which that duty might possibly lead? It could not be her duty to accede to such an alliance, and therefore she would do her best to prevent it. Such at least should be her attempt in the first instance. Having so decided, she next resolved on her course of action. Immediately on her arrival at Framley she would send for Lucy Robarts and use all her eloquence, and perhaps also a little of that stern dignity for which she was so remarkable, in explaining to that young lady how very wicked it was on her part to think of forcing herself into such a family as that of the Luftons. She would explain to Lucy that no happiness could come of it, that people placed by misfortune above their sphere are always miserable, and, in short, make use of all those excellent moral lessons which are so customary on such occasions. The morality might perhaps be thrown away, but Lady Lufton depended much on her dignified sternness. And then, having so resolved, she prepared for her journey home. Very little had been said at Framley Parsonage about Lord Lufton's offer after the departure of that gentleman, very little at least in Lucy's presence. That the parson and his wife should talk about it between themselves was a matter of course, but very few words were spoken on the matter either by or to Lucy. She was left to her own thoughts and possibly to her own hopes. And then other matters came up at Framley, which turned the current of interest into other tracks. In the first place there was the visit made by Mr. Sowerby to the Dragon of Wantly, and the consequent revelation made by Mark Robarts to his wife. And while the latter subject was yet new, before Fanny and Lucy had as yet made up their minds as to all the little economies which might be practised in the household without serious detriment to the master's comfort, news reached them that Mrs. Crawley of Hogglestock had been stricken with fever. Nothing of the kind could well be more dreadful than this. To those who knew the family it seemed impossible that their most ordinary wants could be supplied, if that courageous head were even for a day laid low. And then the poverty of poor Mr. Crawley was such that the sad necessities of a sick bed could hardly be supplied without assistance. "I will go over at once," said Fanny. "My dear," said her husband, "it is typhus, and you must first think of the children. I will go." "What on earth could you do, Mark?" said his wife. "Men on such occasions are almost worse than useless, and then they are so much more liable to infection." "I have no children, nor am I a man," said Lucy, smiling, "for both of which exemptions I am thankful. I will go, and when I come back I will keep clear of the bairns." So it was settled, and Lucy started in the pony carriage, carrying with her such things from the parsonage storehouse as were thought to be suitable to the wants of the sick lady at Hogglestock. When she arrived there, she made her way into the house, finding the door open, and not being able to obtain the assistance of the servant girl in ushering her in. In the parlour she found Grace Crawley, the eldest child, sitting demurely on her mother's chair, nursing an infant. She, Grace herself, was still a young child, but not the less on this occasion of well understood sorrow did she go through her task, not only with zeal, but almost with solemnity. Her brother, a boy of 6 years old, was with her, and he had the care of another baby. There they sat in a cluster, quiet, grave, and silent, attending on themselves, because it had been willed by fate that no one else should attend on them. "How is your mamma, dear Grace?" said Lucy, walking up to her and holding out her hand. "Poor mamma is very ill indeed," said Grace. "And papa is very unhappy," said Bobby, the boy. "I can't get up because of baby," said Grace, "but Bobby can go and call papa out." "I will knock at the door," said Lucy, and so saying she walked up to the bedroom door and tapped against it lightly. She repeated this for the third time before she was summoned in by a low hoarse voice, and then on entering she saw Mr. Crawley standing by the bedside with a book in his hand. He looked at her uncomfortably in a manner which seemed to show that he was annoyed by this intrusion, and Lucy was aware that she had disturbed him while at prayers by the bedside of his wife. He came across the room, however, and shook hands with her, and answered her inquiries in his ordinary grave and solemn voice. "Mrs. Crawley is very ill," he said, "very ill. God has stricken us heavily, but His will be done. But you had better not go to her, Miss Robarts. It is typhus." The caution, however, was too late, for Lucy was already by the bedside, and had taken the hand of the sick woman, which had been extended on the coverlid to greet her. "Dear Miss Robarts," said a weak voice, "this is very good of you, but it makes me unhappy to see you here." Lucy lost no time in taking sundry matters into her own hands, and ascertaining what was most wanted in that wretched household. For it was wretched enough. Their only servant, a girl of 16, had been taken away by her mother as soon as it became known that Mrs. Crawley was ill with fever. The poor mother, to give her her due, had promised to come down morning and evening herself, to do such work as might be done in an hour or so, but she could not, she said, leave her child to catch the fever. And now, at the period of Lucy's visit, no step had been taken to procure a nurse, Mr. Crawley having resolved to take upon himself the duties of that position. In his absolute ignorance of all sanitary measures, he had thrown himself on his knees to pray, and if prayers, true prayers, might succour his poor wife, of such succour she might be confident. Lucy, however, thought that other aid also was wanting to her. "If you can do anything for us," said Mrs. Crawley, "let it be for the poor children." "I will have them all moved from this till you are better," said Lucy boldly. "Moved!" said Mr. Crawley, who even now, even in his present strait, felt a repugnance to the idea that any one should relieve him of any portion of his burden. "Yes," said Lucy, "I am sure it will be better that you should lose them for a week or two, till Mrs. Crawley may be able to leave her room." "But where are they to go?" said he, very gloomily. As to this, Lucy was not as yet able to say anything. Indeed, when she left Framley Parsonage there had been no time for discussion. She would go back and talk it all over with Fanny, and find out in what way the children might best be put out of danger. Why should they not all be harboured at the parsonage, as soon as assurance could be felt that they were not tainted with the poison of the fever? An English lady of the right sort will do all things but one for a sick neighbour, but for no neighbour will she wittingly admit contagious sickness within the precincts of her own nursery. Lucy unloaded her jellies and her febrifuges. Mr. Crawley frowning at her bitterly the while. It had come to this with him, that food had been brought into his house as an act of charity, in his very presence, and in his heart of hearts he disliked Lucy Robarts in that she had brought it. He could not cause the jars and the pots to be replaced in the pony carriage, as he would have done had the position of his wife been different. In her state it would have been barbarous to refuse them, and barbarous also to have created the fracas of a refusal. But each parcel that was introduced was an additional weight laid on the sore withers of his pride, till the total burden became almost intolerable. All this his wife saw and recognized even in her illness, and did make some slight ineffectual efforts to give him ease. But Lucy in her new power was ruthless, and the chicken to make the chicken broth was taken out of the basket under his very nose. But Lucy did not remain long. She had made up her mind what it behoved her to do herself, and she was soon ready to return to Framley. "I shall be back, Mr. Crawley," she said, "probably this evening, and I shall stay with her till she is better. Nurses don't want rooms," she went on to say, when Mr. Crawley muttered something as to there being no bedchamber. "I shall make up some sort of a litter near her. You'll see that I shall be very snug." And then she got into the pony chaise and drove herself home. End of chapter 34.
Recording by Simon Evers. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 35. The Story of King Cophetua. Lucy, as she drove herself home, had much as to which it was necessary that she should arouse her thoughts. That she would go back and nurse Mrs. Crawley through her fever, she was resolved. She was free agent enough to take so much on herself, and to feel sure that she should carry it through. But how was she to redeem her promise about the children? 20 plans ran through her mind, as to farmhouses in which they might be placed, or cottages which might be hired for them, but all these entailed the want of money, and at the present moment were not all the inhabitants of the parsonage pledged to a dire economy? The use of the pony carriage would have been illicit under any circumstances less pressing than the present, for it had been decided that the carriage, and even poor Puck himself, should be sold. She had, however, given her promise about the children, and though her own stock of money was very low, that promise should be redeemed. When she reached the parsonage she was of course full of her schemes, but she found that another subject of interest had come up in her absence, which prevented her from obtaining the undivided attention of her sister-in-law to her present plans. Lady Lufton had returned that day, and immediately on her return had sent up a note addressed to Miss Lucy Robarts, which note was in Fanny's hands when Lucy stepped out of the pony carriage. The servant who brought it had asked for an answer, and a verbal answer had been sent, saying that Miss Robarts was away from home, and would herself send a reply when she returned. It cannot be denied that the colour came to Lucy's face, and that her hand trembled when she took the note from Fanny in the drawing-room. Everything in the world to her might depend on what that note contained, and yet she did not open it at once, but stood with it in her hand, and when Fanny pressed her on the subject, still endeavoured to bring back the conversation to the subject of Mrs. Crawley. But yet her mind was intent on the letter, and she had already augured ill from the handwriting, and even from the words of the address. Had Lady Lufton intended to be propitious, she would have directed her letter to Miss Robarts without the Christian name. So at least argued Lucy, quite unconsciously, as one does argue in such matters. One forms half the conclusion of one's life without any distinct knowledge that the premises have ever passed through one's mind. They were now alone together, as Mark was out. "Won't you open her letter?" said Mrs. Robarts. "Yes, immediately, but Fanny, I must speak to you about Mrs. Crawley first. I must go back there this evening and stay there. I have promised to do so, and shall certainly keep my promise. I have promised also that the children shall be taken away, and we must arrange about that. It is dreadful the state she is in. There's no one to see her but Mr. Crawley, and the children are altogether left to themselves." "Do you mean that you are going back to stay?" "Yes, certainly. I have made a distinct promise that I would do so. And about the children, could not you manage for the children, Fanny? Not perhaps in the house, at least not at first, perhaps." and yet during all the time that she was just speaking and pleading for the Crawleys, she was endeavouring to imagine what might be the contents of that letter which she held between her fingers. "And is she so very ill?" asked Mrs. Robarts. "I cannot say how ill she may be, except this, that she certainly has typhus fever. They have had some doctor or doctor's assistance from Silverbridge, but it seems to me that they are greatly in want of better advice." "But, Lucy, will you not read your letter? It is astonishing to me that you should be so indifferent about it." Lucy was anything but indifferent, and now did proceed to tear the envelope. The note was very short, and ran in these words: "My dear Miss Robarts, I am particularly anxious to see you, and shall feel much obliged to you if you can step over to me here at Framley Court. I must apologize for taking this liberty with you, but you will probably feel that an interview here would suit us both better than one at the Parsonage. Truly yours, M. Lufton." "There, I am in for it now," said Lucy, handing the note over to Mrs. Robarts. "I shall have to be talked to as never poor girl was talked to before, and when one thinks of what I have done, it is hard." "Yes, and of what you have not done." "Exactly, and what I have not done. But I suppose I must go." And she proceeded to retie the strings of her bonnet, which she had loosened. "Do you mean that you are going over at once?" "Yes, immediately. Why not? It will be better to have it over, and then I can go to the Crawleys. But, Fanny, the pity of it is that I know it all as well as though it had already been spoken. And what good can there be in having to endure it? Can't you fancy the tone in which she will explain to me the conventional inconveniences which arose when King Cophetua would marry the beggar's daughter? How she would explain what Griselda went through, not the Archdeacon's daughter, but the other Griselda." "But it all came right with her." "Yes, but then I am not Griselda, and she would explain how it would certainly all go wrong with me. But what's the good when I know it all beforehand? Have I not desired King Cophetua to take himself and sceptre elsewhere?" And then she started, having first said another word or two about the Crawley children, and obtained a promise of Puck and the pony carriage for the afternoon. It was also almost agreed that Puck, on his return to Framley, should bring back the 4 children with him. But on this subject it was necessary that Mark should be consulted. The present scheme was to prepare for them a room outside the house, once the dairy, at present occupied by the groom and his wife, and to bring them into the house as soon as it was manifest that there was no danger from infection. But all this was to be matter for deliberation. Fanny wanted to send over a note in reply to Lady Lufton's as harbinger of her coming. But Lucy marched off, hardly answering this proposition. "What's the use of such a deal of ceremony?" she said. "I know she's at home, and if she is not, I shall only lose 10 minutes in going." And so she went, and on reaching the door of Framley Court House found that her ladyship was at home. Her heart almost came to her mouth as she was told so, and then in 2 minutes' time she found herself in the little room upstairs. In that little room we found ourselves once before, you and I, my reader, but Lucy had never before visited that hallowed precinct. There was something in its air calculated to inspire awe in those who first saw Lady Lufton sitting bolt upright in the cane-bottomed arm-chair, which she always occupied when at work at her books and papers. And this she knew when she determined to receive Lucy in that apartment. But there was another arm-chair, an easy, cosy chair, which stood by the fireside, and for those who had caught Lady Lufton napping in the chair of an afternoon, some of this awe had perhaps been dissipated. "Miss Robarts," she said, not rising from her chair, but holding out her hand to her visitor, "much obliged to you for having come over to me here. You no doubt are aware of the subject on which I wish to speak to you, and will agree with me that it is better that we should meet here than over at the Parsonage." In answer to which Lucy merely bowed her head, and took her seat on the chair which had been prepared for her. "My son," continued her ladyship, "has spoken to me on the subject of... I think I understand, Miss Robarts, that there has been no engagement between you and him?" This she said very sharply, more so, undoubtedly, than the circumstances required, and with a brusqueness that was injudicious as well as uncourteous. But at the moment she was thinking of her own position with reference to Lady Lufton, not to Lord Lufton, and of her feelings with reference to the lady, not to the gentleman. "Oh," said Lady Lufton, a little startled by the manner of the communication. "Then I am to understand that there is nothing now going on between you and my son, that the whole affair is over?" "That depends entirely upon you." "On me, does it?" "I do not know what your son may have told you, Lady Lufton. For myself, I do not care to have any secrets from you in this matter, and as he has spoken to you about it, I suppose that such is his wish also. Am I right in presuming that he has spoken to you on the subject?" "Yes, he has, and it is for that reason that I have taken the liberty of sending for you." "And may I ask what he has told you? I mean, of course, as regards myself," said Lucy. Lady Lufton, before she answered this question, began to reflect that the young lady was taking too much the initiative in this conversation, and was, in fact, playing the game in her own fashion, which was not at all in accordance with those motives which had induced Lady Lufton to send for her. "He has told me that he made you an offer of marriage," replied Lady Lufton, "a matter which of course is very serious to me as his mother, and I have thought, therefore, that I had better see you, and appeal to your own good sense and judgment and high feeling. Of course you are aware—" Now was coming the lecture to be illustrated by King Cophetua and Griselda, as Lucy had suggested to Mrs. Robarts. But she succeeded in stopping it for a while. "And did Lord Lufton tell you what was my answer?" "Not in words, but you yourself now say that you refused him, and I must express my admiration for your good—" "Wait half a moment, Lady Lufton. Your son did make me an offer. He made it to me in person, up at the parsonage, and I then refused him. Foolishly, as I now believe, for I dearly love him. But I did so from a mixture of feelings which I need not perhaps explain. That, most prominent, no doubt, was the fear of your displeasure. And then he came again, not to me, but to my brother, and urged his suit to him. Nothing can have been kinder to me, more noble, more loving, more generous than his conduct. At first I thought, when he was speaking to myself, that he was led on thoughtlessly to say all that he did say. I did not trust his love, though I saw that he did trust it himself. But I could not but trust it when he came again to my brother, and made his proposal to him. I don't know whether you will understand me, Lady Lufton, but a girl, placed as I am, feels 10 times more assurance in such a tender of affection as that, than in one made to herself, at the spur of the moment, perhaps. And then you must remember that I myself, I loved him from the first. I was foolish enough to think that I could know him and not love him." "I saw all that was going on," said Lady Lufton, with a certain assumption of wisdom about her, "and took steps which I hoped would have put a stop to it in time." "Everybody saw it. It was a matter of course," said Lucy, destroying her ladyship's wisdom at a blow. "Well, I did learn to love him, not meaning to do so, and I do love him with all my heart. It is no use my striving to think that I do not, and I could stand with him at the altar to-morrow and give him my hand, feeling that I was doing my duty by him as a woman should do. And now he has told you of his love, and I believe in that as I do in my own." And then for a moment she paused. "But, my dear Miss Robarts," began Lady Lufton. Lucy, however, had now worked herself up into a condition of power, and would not allow her ladyship to interrupt her in her speech. "I beg your pardon, Lady Lufton. I shall have done directly, and then I will hear you. And so my brother came to me, not urging his suit, expressing no wish for such a marriage, but allowing me to judge for myself, and proposing that I should see your son again on the following morning. Had I done so, I could not but have accepted him. Think of it, Lady Lufton. How could I have done other than accept him, seeing that in my heart I had accepted his love already?" "Well?" said Lady Lufton, not wishing now to put in any speech of her own. "I did not see him. I refused to do so, because I was a coward. I could not endure to come into this house as your son's wife, and be coldly looked on by your son's mother. Much as I loved him, much as I do love him, dearly as I prize the generous offer which he came down here to repeat to me, I could not live with him to be made the object of your scorn. I sent him word, therefore, that I would have him when you would ask me, and not before." and then, having thus pleaded her cause, and pleaded, as she believed, the cause of her lover also, she ceased from speaking, and prepared herself to listen to the story of King Cophetua. But Lady Lufton felt considerable difficulty in commencing her speech. In the first place, she was by no means a hard-hearted or a selfish woman, and were it not that her own son was concerned, and all the glory which was reflected upon her from her son, her sympathies would have been given to Lucy Robarts. As it was, she did sympathise with her, and admire her, and to a certain extent like her. She began also to understand what it was that had brought about her son's love, and to feel that but for certain unfortunate concomitant circumstances, the girl before her might have made a fitting Lady Lufton. Lucy had grown bigger in her eyes while sitting there and talking, and had lost much of that missish want of importance, that lack of social weight, which Lady Lufton, in her opinion, had always imputed to her. A girl that could thus speak up and explain her own position now would be able to speak up and explain her own, and perhaps some other positions at any future time. But not for all or any of these reasons did Lady Lufton think of giving way. The power of making or marring this marriage was placed in her hands, as was very fitting, and that power it behoved her to use as best she might use it, to her son's advantage. Much as she might admire Lucy, she could not sacrifice her son to that admiration. The unfortunate concomitant circumstances still remained, and were of sufficient force, as she thought, to make such a marriage inexpedient. Lucy was the sister of a gentleman who, by his peculiar position as parish clergyman of Framley, was unfitted to be the brother-in-law of the owner of Framley. Nobody liked clergymen better than Lady Lufton, or was more willing to live with them on terms of affectionate intimacy, but she could not get over the feeling that the clergyman of her own parish, or of her son's, was a part of her own establishment, of her own appanage, or of his, and it could not be well that Lord Lufton should marry among his own dependents. Lady Lufton would not have used the word, but she did think it. And then, too, Lucy's education had been so deficient. She had had no one about her in early life accustomed to the ways of what shall I say, without making Lady Lufton appear more worldly than she was? Lucy's wants in this respect, not to be defined in words, had been exemplified by the very way when she had just now stated her case. She had shown talent, good temper, and sound judgment, but there had been no quiet, no repose about her. The species of power in young ladies which Lady Lufton most admired was the vis inertiae belonging to beautiful and dignified reticence. Of this poor Lucy had none. Then, too, she had no fortune, which, though a minor evil, was an evil, and she had no birth in the high life sense of the world, which was a greater evil. And then, though her eyes had sparkled when she confessed her love, Lady Lufton was not prepared to admit that she was possessed of positive beauty. Such were the unfortunate concomitant circumstances which still induced Lady Lufton to resolve that the match must be marred. But the performance of her part in this play was much more difficult than she had imagined, and she found herself obliged to sit silent for a minute or two, during which, however, Miss Robarts made no attempt at further speech. "I am greatly struck," Lady Lufton said at last, "by the excellent sense you have displayed in the whole of this affair, and you must allow me to say, Miss Robarts, that I now regard you with very different feelings from those which I entertained when I left London." Upon this Lucy bowed her head slightly, but very stiffly, acknowledging rather the former censure implied than the present eulogium expressed. "But my feelings," continued Lady Lufton, "my strongest feelings in this matter must be those of a mother. What might be my conduct if such a marriage did take place, I need not now consider. But I must confess that I should think such a marriage very, very ill-judged. A better-hearted young man than Lord Lufton does not exist, nor one with better principles, or a deeper regard for his word. But he is exactly the man to be mistaken in any hurried outlook as to his future life. Were you and he to become man and wife, Such a marriage would tend to the happiness neither of him nor of you." It was clear that the whole lecture was now coming, and as Lucy had openly declared her own weakness and thrown all the power of decision into the hands of Lady Lufton, she did not see why she should endure this. "We need not argue about that, Lady Lufton," she said. "I have told you the only circumstances under which I would marry your son, and you at any rate are safe." "No, I was not wishing to argue," answered Lady Lufton, almost humbly, "but I was desirous of excusing myself to you, so that you should not think me cruel in withholding my consent. I wish to make you believe that I was doing the best for my son." "I am sure that you think you are, and therefore no excuse is necessary." "No, exactly. Of course it is a matter of opinion, and I do think so. I cannot believe that this marriage would make either of you happy, and therefore I should be very wrong to express my consent." "Then, Lady Lufton," said Lucy, rising from her chair, "I suppose we have both now said what is necessary, and I will therefore wish you good-bye." "Good-bye, Miss Robarts. I wish I could make you understand how very highly I regard your conduct in this matter. It has been above all praise, and so I shall not hesitate to say when speaking of it to your relatives." This was disagreeable enough to Lucy, who cared but little for any praise which Lady Lufton might express to her relatives in this matter. "And pray," continued Lady Lufton, "give my best love to Mrs. Robarts, and tell her that I shall hope to see her over here very soon, and Mr. Robarts also. I would name a day for you all to dine, but perhaps it would be better that I should have a little talk with Fanny first." Lucy muttered something which was intended to signify that any such dinner-party had better not be made up with the intention of including her, and then took her leave. She had decidedly had the best of the interview, and there was a consciousness of this in her heart as she allowed Lady Lufton to shake hands with her. She had stopped her antagonist short on each occasion on which an attempt had been made to produce the homily which had been prepared, and during the interview had spoken probably 3 words for every one which her ladyship had been able to utter. But nevertheless there was a bitter feeling of disappointment about her heart as she walked back home, and a feeling also that she herself had caused her own unhappiness. Why should she have been so romantic and chivalrous and self-sacrificing, seeing that her romance and chivalry had all been to his detriment as well as to hers, seeing that she sacrificed him as well as herself? Why should she have been so anxious to play into Lady Lufton's hands? It was not because she thought it right, as a general social rule, that a lady should refuse a gentleman's hand, unless the gentleman's mother were a consenting party to the marriage. She would have held any such doctrine as absurd. The lady, she would have said, would have had to look to her own family and no further. It was not virtue but cowardice which had influenced her, and she had none of that solace which may come to us in misfortune from a consciousness that our own conduct has been blameless. Lady Lufton had inspired her with awe, and any such feeling on her part was mean, ignoble, and unbecoming the spirit with which she wished to think that she was endowed. That was the accusation which she brought against herself, and it forbade her to feel any triumph as to the result of her interview. When she reached the parsonage, Mark was there, and they were of course expecting her. "Well," said she, in her short, hurried manner, "is Puck ready again? I have no time to lose, and I must go and pack up a few things. Have you settled about the children, Fanny?" "Yes, I'll tell you directly. But have you seen Lady Lufton?" "Seen her? Oh, yes, of course I've seen her. Did she not send for me? And in that case it was not on the cards that I should disobey her." "And what did she say?" "How green you are, Mark, and not only green, but impolite also to make me repeat the story of my own disgrace. Of course she told me that she did not intend that I should marry my lord, her son, and of course I said that under those circumstances I should not think of doing such a thing." "Lucy, I cannot understand you," said Fanny very gravely. "I am sometimes inclined to doubt whether you have any deep feeling in the matter or not. If you have, how can you bring yourself to joke about it?" "Well, it is singular, and sometimes I doubt myself whether I have. I ought to be pale, ought I not, and very thin, and go mad by degrees. I have not the least intention of doing anything of the kind, and therefore the matter is not worth any further notice." "But was she civil to you?" Lucy asked Mark. "Civil in her manner, you know." "Oh, uncommonly so. You would hardly believe it, but she actually asked me to dine. She always does that, you know, when she wants to show her good humour. If you'd broken her leg and she wished to commiserate you, she'd ask you to dinner." "I suppose she meant to be kind," said Fanny, who was not disposed to give up her old friend, though she was quite ready to fight Lucy's battle, if there were any occasion for a battle to be fought. "Lucy is so perverse," said Mark, "but that it is impossible to learn from her what really has taken place." "Upon my word, then, you know it all as well as I can tell you. She asked me if Lord Lufton had made me an offer. I said yes. She asked next if I meant to accept it. Not without her approval, I said. And then she asked us all to dinner. That is exactly what took place, and I cannot see that I have been perverse at all." After that she threw herself into a chair, and Mark and Fanny stood looking at each other. "Mark," she said after a while, "don't be unkind to me. I made as little of it as I can for all our sakes. It is better so, Fanny, than that I should go about moaning like a sick cow." And then they looked at her, and saw that the tears were already brimming over from her eyes. "Dearest, dearest Lucy," said Fanny, immediately going down on her knees before her, "I won't be unkind to you again." And then they had a great cry together. End of chapter 35. Recording by Simon Evers. Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 36. Kidnapping at Hogglestock. The great cry, however, did not take long, and Lucy was soon in the pony carriage again. On this occasion her brother volunteered to drive her, and it was now understood that he was to bring back with him all the Crawley children. The whole thing had been arranged. The groom and his wife were to be taken into the house, and the big bedroom across the yard, usually occupied by them, was to be converted into a quarantine hospital until such time as it might be safe to pull down the yellow flag. They were about half-way on their road to Hogglestock when they were overtaken by a man on horseback, whom, when he came up beside them, Mr. Robarts recognised as Dr. Arabin, Dean of Barchester, and head of the chapter to which he himself belonged. It immediately appeared that the Dean also was going to Hogglestock, having heard of the misfortune that had befallen his friends there. He had, he said, started as soon as the news reached him, in order that he might ascertain how best he might render assistance. To effect this, he had undertaken a ride of nearly 40 miles, and explained that he did not expect to reach home again much before midnight. "You pass by Framley?" said Robarts. "Yes, I do," said the Dean. "Then of course you will dine with us as you go home, you and your horse also, which will be quite as important." This having been duly settled, and the proper ceremony of introduction having taken place between the Dean and Lucy, they proceeded to discuss the character of Mr. Crawley. "I have known him all my life," said the Dean, "having been at school and college with him, and for years since that I was on terms of the closest intimacy with him. But in spite of that, I do not know how to help him in his need. A prouder-hearted man I never met, or one less willing to share his sorrows with his friends." "I have often heard him speak of you," said Mark. "One of the bitterest feelings I have is that a man so dear to me should live so near to me, and that I should see so little of him. But what can I do? He will not come to my house, and when I go to his he is angry with me because I wear a shovel hat and ride on horseback." "I should leave my hat and my horse at the borders of the last parish," said Lucy timidly. "Well, yes, certainly. One ought not to give offence even in such matters as that. But my coat and waistcoat would then be equally objectionable. I have changed, in outward manners I mean, and he has not. That irritates him, and unless I could be what I was in the old days, he will not look at me with the same eyes." And then he rode on, in order, as he said, that the first pang of the interview might be over before Robarts and his sister came upon the scene. Mr. Crawley was standing before his door, leaning over the little wooden railing, when the Dean trotted up on his horse. He had come out after hours of close watching to get a few mouthfuls of the sweet summer air, and as he stood there he held the youngest of his children in his arms. the poor little baby sat there, quiet indeed, but hardly happy. This father, though he loved his offspring with an affection as intense as that which human nature can supply, was not gifted with the knack of making children fond of him, for it is hardly more than a knack, that aptitude which some men have of gaining the good graces of the young. Such men are not always the best fathers or the safest guardians, but they carry about with them a certain duc ad me which children recognize, and which in 3 minutes upsets all the barriers between 5 and 45. But Mr. Crawley was a stern man, thinking ever of the souls and minds of his bairns, as a father should do, and thinking also that every season was fitted for operating on those souls and minds, as perhaps he should not have done either as a father or as a teacher. And consequently his children avoided him when the choice was given them, thereby adding fresh wounds to his torn heart, but by no means quenching any of the great love with which he regarded them. He was standing there thus with a placid little baby in his arms, a baby placid enough, but one that would not kiss him eagerly and stroke his face with her soft little hands as he would have had her do, when he saw the Dean coming towards him. He was sharp-sighted as a lynx out in the open air, though now obliged to pore over his well-fingered books with spectacles on his nose, and thus he knew his friend from a long distance, and had time to meditate the mode of his greeting. He too doubtless had come, if not with jelly and chicken, then with money and advice, with money and advice such as a thriving dean might offer to a poor brother clergyman. And Mr. Crawley, though no husband could possibly be more anxious for a wife's safety than he was, immediately put his back up, and began to bethink himself how these tenders might be rejected. "How is she?" were the first words which the Dean spoke as he pulled up his horse close to the little gate, and put out his hand to take that of his friend. "How are you, Arabin?" said he. "It is very kind of you to come so far, seeing how much there is to keep you at Barchester. I cannot say that she is any better, but I do know that she is not worse. Sometimes I fancy that she is delirious, though I hardly know. At any rate her mind wanders, and then after that she sleeps." "But is the fever less?" "Sometimes less and sometimes more, I imagine." "And the children?" "Poor things, they are well as yet." "They must be taken from this Crawley as a matter of course." Mr. Crawley fancied that there was a tone of authority in the Dean's advice, and immediately put himself into opposition. "I do not know how that may be. I have not yet made up my mind." "But, my dear Crawley, Providence does not admit of such removers in all cases," said he. "Among the poorer classes the children must endure such perils." "In many cases it is so," said the Dean, by no means inclined to make an argument of it at the present moment. "But in this case they need not. You must allow me to make arrangements for sending for them, as of course your time is occupied here." Miss Robarts, though she had mentioned her intention of staying with Mrs. Crawley, had said nothing of the Framley plan with reference to the children. "What you mean is that you intend to take the burden off my shoulders, in fact, to pay for them. I cannot allow that, Arabin. They must take the lot of their father and their mother, as it is proper that they should do." Again the Dean had no inclination for arguing, and thought it might be well to let the question of the children drop for a little while. "And is there no nurse with her?" said he. No, I am seeing to her myself at the present moment. A woman will be here just now." "What woman?" "Well, her name is Mrs. Stubbs. She lives in the parish. She will put the younger children to bed, and but it's no use troubling you with all that. There was a young lady talked of coming, but no doubt she found it too inconvenient. It will be better as it is." "You mean Miss Robarts. She will be here directly. I passed her as I came here." And as Dr. Arabin was yet speaking, the noise of the carriage wheels was heard upon the road. "I will go in now," said Mr. Crawley, "and see if she still sleeps." And then he entered the house, leaving the Dean at the door, still seated upon his horse. "He will be afraid of the infection, and I will not ask him to come in," said Mr. Crawley to himself. "I shall seem to be prying into his poverty if I enter unasked," said the Dean to himself. And so he remained there till Puck, now acquainted with the locality, stopped at the door. "Have you not been in?" said Robarts. "No. Crawley has been at the door talking to me. He will be here directly, I suppose." and then Mark Robarts also prepared himself to wait till the master of the house should reappear. But Lucy had no such punctilious misgivings. She did not care now whether she offended Mr. Crawley or no. Her idea was to place herself by the sick woman's bedside, and to send the 4 children away, with her father's consent if it might be, but certainly without it if that consent were withheld. So she got down from the carriage, and taking certain packages in her hand, made her way directly into the house. "There's a big bundle under the seat, Mark," she said. "I'll come and fetch it directly if you'll drag it out." For some 5 minutes the 2 dignitaries of the church remained at the door, one on his cob and the other in his low carriage, saying a few words to each other and waiting till someone should again appear from the house. "It is all arranged, indeed it is," were the first words which reached their ears, and these came from Lucy. "There will be no trouble at all, and no expense, and they shall all come back as soon as Mrs. Crawley is able to get out of bed." "But, Miss Robarts, I can assure—" That was Mr. Crawley's voice, heard from him as he followed Miss Robarts to the door. But one of the elder children had then called him into the sick-room, and Lucy was left to do her worst. "Are you going to take the children back with you?" said the Dean. "Yes, Mrs. Robarts has prepared for them." "You can take greater liberties with my friend here than I can." "It is all my sister's doing," said Robarts. "Women are always bolder in such matters than men." And then Lucy reappeared, bringing Bobby with her, and one of the younger children. "Do not mind what he says," said she, "but drive away when you've got them all. Tell Fanny I have put into the basket what things I could find, but they are very few. She must borrow things for Grace from Mrs. Granger's little girl." Mrs. Granger was the wife of a Framley farmer. "And, Mark, turn Puck's head round, so that you may be off in a moment. I'll have Grace and the other one here directly." And then, leaving her brother to pack Bobby and his little sister on the back part of the vehicle, she returned to her business in the house. She had just looked in at Mrs. Crawley's bed, and, finding her awake, had smiled at her, and deposited her bungle in token of her intended stay, and then, without speaking a word, had gone on her errand about the children. She had called to Grace to show her where she might find such things as were to be taken to Framley, and, having explained to the bairns, as well as she might, the destiny which immediately awaited them, prepared them for their departure without saying a word to Mr. Crawley on the subject. Bobby and the elder of the 2 infants were stowed away safely in the back part of the carriage, where they allowed themselves to be placed without saying a word. They opened their eyes and stared at the Dean, who sat by on his horse, and assented to such orders as Mr. Robarts gave them, no doubt with much surprise, but nevertheless in absolute silence. "Now, Grace, be quick, there's a dear," said Lucy, returning with the infant in her arms. "And, Grace, mind you are very careful about baby, and bring the basket. I'll give it to you when you're in." Grace and the other child were then packed on to the other seat, and a basket with children's clothes put on the top of them. "That'll do, Mark. Good-bye. Tell Fanny to be sure and send the day after tomorrow, and not to forget—" And then she whispered into her brother's ear an injunction about certain dairy comforts, which might not be spoken of in the hearing of Mr. Crawley. "Good-bye, dears. Mind you're good children. You shall hear about mamma the day after tomorrow," said Lucy. And Puck, admonished by the sound from his master's voice, began to move just as Mr. Crawley reappeared at the house door. "Oh, stop!" he said. "Miss Robarts, you really had better not—" "Go on, Mark," said Lucy in a whisper, which, whether audible or not by Mr. Crawley, was heard very plainly by the Dean. And Mark, who had slightly arrested Puck by the reins on the appearance of Mr. Crawley, now touched the impatient little beast with his whip, and the vehicle with its freight darted off rapidly, Puck shaking his head and going away with a tremendously quick short trot, which soon separated Mr. Crawley from his Framley. "Miss Robarts," he began, "this step has been taken altogether without—" "Yes," said she, interrupting him. "My brother was obliged to return at once. The children, you know, will remain altogether at the parsonage, and that, I think, is what Mrs. Crawley will best like. In a day or 2 they will be under Mrs. Robarts's own charge." "But, my dear Miss Robarts, I had no intention whatever of putting the burden of my family on the shoulders of another person. They must return to their own home immediately, that is, as soon as they can be brought back." "I really think Miss Robarts has managed very well," said the Dean. "Mrs. Crawley must be so much more comfortable to think that they are out of danger." "And they will be quite comfortable at the parsonage," said Lucy. "I do not at all doubt that," said Mr. Crawley, "but too much of such comforts will unfit them for their own home, and I could have wished that I had been consulted more at leisure before the proceeding had been taken." "It was arranged, Mr. Crawley, when I was here before, that the children had better go away," pleaded Lucy. "I do not remember agreeing to such a measure, Miss Robarts. However, I suppose they cannot be had back to-night." "No, not to-night," said Lucy. "And now I will go in to your wife." And then she returned to the house, leaving the two gentlemen at the door. At this moment a labourer's boy came sauntering by, and the Dean, obtaining permission of his services for the custody of his horse, was able to dismount and put himself on a more equal footing for conversation with his friend. "Crawley," said he, putting his hand affectionately on his friend's shoulder, as they both stood leaning on the little rail before the door, "that is a very good girl, a very, very good girl." "Yes," said he slowly, "she means well." "Nay, but she does well. She does excellently. What can be better than her conduct now? While I was meditating how I might possibly assist your wife in this strait—" "I want no assistance, none at least from man," said Crawley bitterly. "Oh, my friend, think of what you are saying. Think of the wickedness which must accompany such a state of mind. Have you ever known any man able to walk alone without assistance from his brother men?" Mr. Crawley did not make an immediate answer, but putting his arms behind his back and closing his hands, as was his wont when he walked alone, thinking of the general bitterness of his lot in life, began to move slowly along the road in front of his house. He did not invite the other to walk with him, but neither was there anything in his manner which seemed to indicate that he had intended to be left to himself. It was a beautiful summer afternoon, at that delicious period of the year when summer has just burst forth from the growth of spring, when the summer is yet but 3 days old, and all the various shades of green which nature can put forth are still in their unsoiled purity of freshness. The apple blossoms were on the trees, and the hedges were sweet with May. The cuckoo at 5 o'clock was still sounding his soft summer call with unabated energy, and even the common grasses of the hedgerows were sweet with the fragrance of their new growth. The foliage of the oaks was complete, so that every bough and twig was clothed, but the leaves did not yet hang heavy in masses, and the bend of every bough and the tapering curve of every twig were visible through their light green covering. There is no time of the year equal in beauty to the first week in summer, and no colour which nature gives, not even the glorious hues of autumn, which can equal the verdure produced by the warm first suns of May. Hogglestock, as has been explained, has little to offer in the way of landscape beauty, and the clergyman's house at Hogglestock was not placed on a green slopy bank of land retired from the road, with its windows opening on to a lawn surrounded by shrubs, with a view of the small church tower seen through them. It had none of that beauty which is so common to the cosy houses of our spiritual pastors in the agricultural parts of England. Hogglestock Parsonage stood bleak beside a road, with no pretty paling lined inside by hollies and laburnum, Portugal laurels and rose trees. But nevertheless, even Hogglestock was pretty now. There were apple trees there, covered with blossom, and the hedgerows were in full flower. There were thrushes singing, and here and there an oak tree stood in the roadside, perfect in its solitary beauty. "Let us walk on a little," said the Dean. "Miss Robarts is with her now, and you will be better for leaving the room for a few minutes." "No," said he, "I must go back. I cannot leave that young lady to do my work." "Stop, Crawley." And the Dean, putting his hand upon him, stayed him in the road. "She is doing her own work, and if you were speaking of her with reference to any other household than your own, you would say so. Is it not a comfort to you to know that your wife has a woman near her at such a time as this, and a woman, too, who can speak to her as one lady does to another?" "These are comforts which we have no right to expect. I could not have done much for poor Mary, but what a man could have done should not be wanting." "I am sure of it. I know it well. What any man could do by himself you would do, excepting one thing." And the Dean, as he spoke, looked full into the other's face. "And what is that I would not do?" said Crawley. "Sacrifice your own pride." "My pride?" "Yes, your own pride." I have had but little pride this many a day. Arabin, you do not know what my life has been. How is a man to be proud who—" And then he stopped himself, not wishing to go through the catalogue of those grievances which, as he thought, had killed the very germs of pride within him, or to insist by spoken words on his poverty, his wants, and the injustice of his position. "No, I wish I could be proud, but the world has been too heavy to me, and I have forgotten all that." "How long have I known you, Crawley?" "How long? Ah, dear, a lifetime nearly now." "And we were like brothers once." "Yes, we were equal as brothers then, in our fortunes, our tastes, and our modes of life." "And yet you would begrudge me the pleasure of putting my hand in my pocket, and relieving the inconveniences which have been thrown on you, and those who love you better than yourself, by the chances of your fate in life?" "I will live on no man's charity," said Crawley, with an abruptness which amounted almost to an expression of anger. "And is not that pride?" "No. Yes, it is a species of pride, but not that pride of which you spoke. A man cannot be honest if he have not some pride. You yourself, would you not rather starve than become a beggar?" "I would rather beg than see my wife starve," said Arabin. Crawley, when he heard these words, turned sharply round and stood with his back to the Dean, with his hands still behind him, and with his eyes fixed upon the ground. "But in this case there is no question of begging," continued the Dean. "I, out of those superfluities which it has pleased God to put at my disposal, am anxious to assist the needs of those whom I love." "She is not starving?" said Crawley, in a voice very bitter, but still intended to be exculpatory of himself. "No, my dear friend, I know she is not, and do not you be angry with me because I have endeavoured to put the matter to you in the strongest language I could use." "You look at it, Arabin, from one side only. I can only look at it from the other. It is very sweet to give, I do not doubt that, but the taking of what is given is very bitter. Gift bread chokes in a man's throat, and poisons his blood, and sits like lead upon the heart. You have never tried it." "But that is the very fault for which I blame you. That is the pride which I say you ought to sacrifice." "And why should I be called on to do so? Is not the labourer worthy of his hire? Am I not able to work, and willing? Have I not always had my shoulder to the collar, and is it right that I should now be contented with the scraps from a rich man's kitchen? Arabin, you and I were equal once, and we were then friends, understanding each other's thoughts and sympathizing with each other's sorrows. But it cannot be so now." "If there be such inability, it is all with you." "It is all with me, because in our connection the pain would be all on my side. It would not hurt you to see me at your table with worn shoes and a ragged shirt. I do not think so meanly of you as that. You would give me your feast to eat, though I were not clad a tithe as well as the menial behind your chair. But it would hurt me to know that there were those looking at me who thought me unfit to sit in your rooms. That is the pride of which I speak, false pride. Call it so if you will, but, Arabin, no preaching of yours can alter it. It is all that is left to me of my manliness. The poor broken reed who is lying there sick, who has sacrificed all the world to her love for me, who is the mother of my children, and the partner of my sorrows, and the wife of my bosom, even she cannot change me in this, though she pleads with the eloquence of all her wants. Not even for her can I hold out my hand for a dole." They had now come back to the door of the house, and Mr. Crawley, hardly conscious of what he was doing, was preparing to enter. "Will Mrs. Crawley be able to see me if I come in?" said the Dean. "Oh, stop. No, you had better not do so," said Mr. Crawley. "You no doubt might be subject to infection, and then Mrs. Arabin would be frightened." "I do not care about it in the least," said the Dean. "But it is of no use. You had better not. Her room, I fear, is quite unfit for you to see, and the whole house, you know, may be infected." Dr. Arabin by this time was in the sitting-room, but seeing that his friend was really anxious that he should not go farther, he did not persist. "It will be a comfort to us, at any rate, to know that Miss Robarts is with her." "The young lady is very good indeed," said Crawley. "But I trust she will return to her home to-morrow. It is impossible that she should remain in so poor a house as mine. There will be nothing here of all the things that she will want." The Dean thought that Lucy Robarts's wants during her present occupation of nursing would not be so numerous as to make her continued sojourn in Mrs. Crawley's sick room impossible, and therefore took his leave with a satisfied conviction that the poor lady would not be left wholly to the somewhat unskilful nursing of her husband. End of chapter 36. Recording by Simon Evers.